Hello and welcome in this new video tutorial in which I'm going to show you how to create this scene from A to Z using the open source software Blender. I'm going to show you how to model every piece, to UV unwrap the objects, how to texture them. We're going to do some shading work using the render engine EEVEE. We are going to rig using Rigify. We are going to animate the scene, the keys, the hands, even the pedals for the piano. We are going to do some volumetric shaders for the hands to make them a bit ghost-like. We are going to use some particle effects to do compositing and edit this final shot. As always, I would like to apologize for my French accent. As you may have heard, I'm not a native English speaker. Before opening Blender, I just want to say that doing a scene like this one takes a lot of time. It takes patience, perseverance, and a lot of motivation. From time to time, I've decided to add some time lapses, but only in the animation section, and only for repetitive tasks that I already explained to you in real time. Remember to take breaks, to stay motivated, to explore, and overall, to have fun. I wish you the best for your own projects. Let's get started. Okay, so let's get started by modeling this piano. I'm going to first enter in edit mode for the default cube, and I'm going to deselect everything by pressing Alt-A. And pressing Alt-Z, I can select using the box select option by pressing B. I can select this face and delete it by pressing X or the delete key. Now I have only one face, and this will be enough for starting modeling the side plane of the piano. So let's go into the modifiers and let's add a subdivision surface modifier. We're going to increase the levels in the viewport, and we are going to start modeling this piano. So there are many ways to model such an art surface object, but I'm going for the proper way, and for me the proper way is to use a good topology in order to have good lighting later on, and in order to, if we want to, deform the object. So in a lot of cases you don't want to deform an art surface object, but let's imagine that we are doing a more cartoony thing. Maybe you want to add a lattice on top of it and to deform it a bit, to bend it a bit. We are not going to do this, but it's pretty good practice, so I'm going to go with you on that road, and we're going to create a correct topology, I would say. So I'm going to select the bottom part of this plane, and I'm going to level it on the ground, and then I'm going to make this a bit thinner in order to describe the profile of the upright piano. Okay, so in order to do that, what I need to do is to press Ctrl and right click in order to extrude. And as you can see, I'm going to define like this the feet of the piano, the side feet of the piano from the side. So I'm going to then extrude this, but before doing that, I want to make this quite straight. So in order to do that, you have many ways, but the one that I prefer is to press S, Y, and 0 in order to scale on the axis, on the Y axis, and to flatten by pressing 0 my selection. And then I'm going to extrude by pressing E, and I can press Y to go straight like this. Okay, now I'm going to extrude, and I'm going to rotate a bit, and I'm going to create the upper edge for the piano, and then rotate again like this, and I will select those two vertices, and I'm going to press S, Y, and flatten again this so it's straight. Maybe this edge can be much more balanced in the middle, and I can do that like this. Okay, so let's select this edge and scale it on the Z axis this time by pressing S and Z and 0. and on the numpad, and now I can press E in order to extrude on the Z axis by pressing Z, and this will be the height of the piano. So let's make it that high for now, and don't worry, we can do a better job later on if we want to rescale everything. So for now, I'm quite okay with that, and I'm going to now add an edge right there, and also I'm going to add an edge right there by pressing Ctrl R in order to add a loop cut. So now what I need to do is to finish this this piece. So what I can do is I can extrude this edge by pressing E, and I can press then the Y key to constrain it, and I can extrude again and press Y again to extrude a tiny bit more. As you can see, this is going to be helping us in order to sharpen the shape. And the good thing with this approach is that here you have a cut, you have a face loop, sorry, that you can crease by adding a loop cut here. And as you will see later on, this is going to tighten the geometry, but still maintaining the shapes that we've described with this face loop. Each time you have an object that you want to model, it's important to visualize right from the beginning the edge loops of these objects. Imagine that you are going to put tape around the object. What will be the most logical way to add tape around the object? This is exactly the same workflow that we are doing. So now I can extrude this tiny bit down, pressing E and Z, and I'm going to level that with this edge loop. So I'm going to select this edge loop, and I can press then the S and the Z key and 0 on my numpad to level those two edges together. And I'm going to do the same thing again. I can extrude by pressing E, Z like this, selecting both edges on the floor and pressing S, Z, 0 to flatten everything. And now by selecting those 4 vertices, I can press F and fill my shape. Okay, so now what I need to do is to find a way to finish, to close basically this shape. And in this case, it's okay if you're not doing the best topology ever, because this is not going to be so critical. So what we are going to do is simply follow what we've started to do here. So we can add a loop cut in front of that. We can select the corner there. And if you've enabled the F2 add-on in the add-on, like this, mesh F2, the cool thing is that by pressing F and putting your cursor near here, you can generate a face like this, okay? So we are going to validate that. We're going to select this edge, or if you want, you can select the edge by going into edge mode, but I'm going to stay in vertex mode here. And you can press F again to fill the face, okay? So here maybe I'm going to add another cut that I'm going to put down. I can go into edge mode, select this edge, pressing F, it's going to fill this face. Here I can add one loop cut, I can add one loop cut there too, filling this face, filling this face. Maybe here I want to flow this toward this edge, so I'm going to add one edge loop right there, another one right there, just below, selecting this face, I can fill everything. I can select everything there and fill that. Just because I'm a perfectionist, I will say, I want to move that a bit higher to level this. Just eyeballing it, it will be okay. And then I'm going to add another cut like this, right there in front of this one, pressing 2 to go into edge mode, selecting this face, etc., etc. I think you get the idea. And by doing that, we have a pretty good topology for our piano side, and this will be okay for us. So one thing that I want to do though is, as you can see, this is quite thin there, and the roundness here is not that thin, so I'm going to add a loop cut that is going to mimic the thickness of the other one. And the cool thing is that for now everything is going to follow on the bottom. Okay, so with this piece, what I can do now is I can extrude it. So let's extrude it by pressing A and E. And this is going to, maybe I can push it a bit more by pressing G and X. And this is going to be good enough for what we have to do, I think. And of course, I will add some cuts here and there. So if I want to have cuts on the x-axis that are going to be perfectly balanced, what I can do is I can add just one cut by pressing Ctrl R, cancel the displacement by right-clicking or pressing Escape, and I can also bevel this edge loop by pressing Ctrl B. And as you can see, it's going to balance the cut on both sides. So now I'm going to also press right-click and Shade Smooth. And as you can see, I have a piece that looks quite alright in terms of the edges, okay? Because the topology is right, the edges are reflecting lights in a good way, okay? And if you are using traditional art surface techniques using booleans or things like this, you will have, if you want to make it look professional, you will have to do a retopology or things like this. Otherwise, you will have some edges that are going to be, when adding a subdivision surface, that are going to be not reflecting light the best way it could. Okay, so of course there are some situations that you can where you can go with that kind of thing, especially in video games where you don't have to use subdivision surfaces. But for at least the thing that we're going to do, like for film and for images that are going to be rendered and that are going to use subdivision surface, you want to have good looking edges, especially if you're going to create close-up on your objects. Okay, so I talked enough. Let's add some more shapes on this object. We are going to add, for instance, here we can add some loop cuts, and maybe what we can do is we can select those two cuts there and pressing Ctrl B, adding some bevels. And the cool thing is that in the bevels here you have things that you can do. For instance, you can change the profile. Where is it? In custom here, you have a curve that should, oh sorry, let me go back in the bevel mode. You have curves that should work, but it's not working in this case because I'm looking for the profile type. So in this case, we are going to go with an even simpler method. We're just going to select the inner edge after validating the bevel, and we are going to simply press Alt S to make them them popping through. So let's do that again. Alt S. Alt S is basically scaling along the normals. And maybe if I'm adding a bevel but without any cuts anymore, maybe this is going to be alright. Okay, so let's go back, select the inner loop, pressing Alt S, and while we have this selected, pressing Ctrl B to add another bevel, but remove the cuts to just one maybe, and flattening this shape. Okay, maybe this is alright, but it's still too subtle, so I'm going to Ctrl Z a lot, or reselect those two loops, pressing Ctrl B and make them a bit more wide, like this. Adding one loop in the center, selecting those two loops, pressing Alt S, scaling everything up, and pressing Ctrl B again to flatten this. And maybe I can also continue to push a bit that along the normals by pressing Alt S. So something like this is creating more visible bands, and it will look a bit better to my view. Okay, so maybe what I can do right now is I can try to select the bottom part. So I'm going to select this face, pressing Ctrl and left clicking to select the other one. I'm going to flatten this down the bottom, doing the same thing on the other side. And this will allow me to select the bottom part and pressing S, Z, and 0 to flatten down everything. And why I've scaled before, it's just so that the vertices here are not on the same line, and this is still going to work fine for me. Okay, so we have now a nice ornament on this side. What I want to do now is maybe do the same thing on the top here. So let's select this face, this face. So sorry, just one by one, it's going to be a bit easier like this. I'm going to scale that, scaling that too, and from the side again I'm going to select the top part, pressing S, Z, 0, and this is going to, as you can see, flatten the top. Okay, so this is one piece done. We are now going to add the other one by simply mirroring this geometry. So the way to do that is, we have many ways actually to do that. One way for me that will be better than the other is to keep the pivot of this side in the center. So what we want to do is select everything down and press right and press Shift S to put the cursor to the center of this selection. And we are then going to press right click in object mode and go to origin to 3D cursor to put the origin of this object there. And we are going to move this to the side, but the origin will still be there. And by pressing Shift C, we are going to put back the cursor to the center, and we can add now what we call an empty, that is simply a void object, an empty object. And this empty object is going to be called center or middle, or let's call it middle. And I'm going to select this object, adding a mirror modifier that I'm going to put before the subdivision surface. I don't want to calculate the mirror after the subdivision surface was activated, and I can pick simply the object. And now you can see that if I'm moving the object, I can change where the center is, and I still keep my object with good center pivot. Okay, so now what we'll add is the bottom part of the object of the piano, sorry. So I'm going to press Shift A, add a cube, enter in edit mode. I'm going to make it level to the ground approximately, and I'm going to add a loop cut in the center by pressing Ctrl R. I can press the V key to separate both sections, but I can press Escape to cancel the displacement, and I can press L under my cursor. Everything will be selected that is linked. And I can press X delete, I can add a mirror modifier, I can use the clipping option so the vertices are being welded in the center, and I can push that back like this. So this is going to be the part that is going to cover the front of the piano. So I can make it a bit less thick, so pressing A to select everything and S and Y like this, and I can place it by pressing G and Y, I can place it right there. And now by pressing Alt Z, I can select this side, pressing G and X, I can move it right there. And also one thing that I can do is to remove this face, because this face is going to be inside the wooden section of this big part. So let's do that, remove this face. And now I can go up to basically the height of where the keys will be. So let's say that they will be right there, and anyway we will be able to correct everything later on, so don't worry about the placement for now. Okay, so what we want to do now is to add a thick wooden part that will support that will do the support for the keys. So in order to do that, we are going to maybe copy this mesh, this plate, pressing Shift D, and entering edit mode. We can change the shape of this hold box. So we are going to press G and Y to push the box forward. And we are going to select this side and pressing F to fill the face. But we can also, of course, now change the length right there to be a bit thicker like this. Maybe we can go in the center right there. So this will be one piece. Let's move it a bit higher, I think, like this. And we are going to add a subdivision surface again. But just, no, it's okay, just after the mirror. So let's add some loop cuts to maintain the geometry on the side, on the top, on the bottom, on the back, and on the front. In fact, you know, for the back, what you can do is you can simply remove the faces, but we are still going to maintain everything like this because maybe it will help us when moving things around. So let's go in the side, select everything right there and move the keys a bit forward like this. And remember not to scale things, because if you scale in object mode, you will change the proportions of your loop cuts, okay? And now what we can do too is at this point we can maybe add 1 or 2 loop cuts, adding one cut in the center to create a nice ornament if you want. We can shade smooth everything and increase the level viewport to see how it looks. Maybe it's okay like this for now. We can come back always later on if we want to. So for now, let's say it's okay. And one thing that I want to add for sure is I want now to create the side of this box here that will basically join this plate and this one. So to do that, what I will do is I'm going to select one piece of this mesh, so maybe this one, because I want the same pattern in the front, and I'm going to duplicate it and put it for now right there, and I'm going to extrude it straight by pressing G and Z after extruding it, and I'm going to do the roundness here for the keys. And you know what, I think that looking at that right now, I think it's still a bit too thin, so I'm going to push that a bit forward. And I think I have an issue with this mesh if I'm looking at it right from the front. Yes, so I'm going to delete this geometry and select one full loop like this, or one loop in the front like this. And again, I'm going to duplicate it by pressing Shift D and extruding it, rotating it. And as you can see, by extruding and rotating, I can follow the shape again of the geometry that I want to create. But here in this case, I'm going for a much rounder curve, so I can push things like this, and I'm going to rotate at the end like this, and I'm going forward by pressing G and Y. So this is strange because we have some vertices here and there that are not working alright. I think it's because I've used the merge option and not the one. So let's add the shade smooth. I have an issue with that. So let's select the object by pressing L, and I think the normals are not pointing in the right direction. So pressing Shift N, that's going to correct everything. In fact, if you look in the viewports overlay and you enable the normals, you will see that the normals for the inner side here are pointing toward the inside, and this is of course not helping us. So I'm pressing Shift N to recalculate the normals for this geometry, and this will help us making something look much nicer. Okay, so one thing that I want to do is to separate this object in a new one. So I can press P, separate by selection, and I can enter in edit mode for this new object, and I'm going also to scale it a bit, the geometry inside. The only thing that I'm not happy with this technique is that it's going to shift the ornaments. So what I can do is maybe I can remove some edges there. So I'm going to select those edge loops. So this one, pressing Shift, this one, I can press X and remove the edge loops. And this allows me to maybe select this loop from the top. Okay, so I'm selecting the sides. It's actually not the loop, I'm selecting the sides. And I can scale those toward the inside to create a small difference of thickness here. And I'm going to select this inner loop, pressing X and edge loop to unselect it. And I'm going, you know what, to do exactly the same thing. So I can press select this side, push it back toward the inside. So no, in fact, it's not going to work because of course I want to keep those aligned. So for now, I'm going with that. I think it's going to be okay for now. So of course, I will have to push this geometry a bit further now. So something like this is going to be fine. And maybe on this external side here, I can maybe select using Alt X the side like this and push it a bit, just a bit, to leave room for this piece. Okay. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to select this piece, pressing Tab to enter in edit mode, and I'm going to simply re-extrude this part and pushing it on the y-axis. Sorry, I'm going to add a loop cut like this, selecting this face, this edge. Sorry, pressing F to fill, adding edge loop there, and filling basically my geometry in the same way that we've done before. I can add an edge loop there, an edge loop there, pressing F, adding 1, 2 edge loop there, and 1, 2, and 3, and I fill everything. And if I want to simply put that on the other side, I can simply select the inner part like this, and I can press Shift D to duplicate everything, and I can place it on the other side. But I want to realign everything together, so I can select everything and press SX0, so everything is being aligned. And now the points should be on the same position, so I can select everything, press right-click, merge vertices by distance. This is going to merge all my vertices together, but because the normals are being inverted for the selection that I've made, they are pointing to the external side. I need to recalculate everything by pressing Shift N. Okay, so we have this piece done. Now I'm going to add another piece for the back side of the piano. So let's do that. I'm going to select this piece, pressing Shift D, I can duplicate it and I can move it toward the back. And I can, of course, make it, selecting the top, I can make it match the size of the piano, like this. This is one thing done. I can also duplicate again this piece, pressing Shift D and moving it up like this to fill the inside. For now, we are going to model something more later on, but not for now. I can level this up a bit more like this, and I think the depth of the back right now is not looking great, so I'm going to go for the piece that maintains everything on the side. I'm going to select that and pressing G and Y in X-ray mode to select everything, otherwise you're only going to select the vertices that you're looking at. And selecting everything and GY, pushing that a bit back. Yes, like this, and selecting this plate and pushing it back will do the trick. Okay, so usually we don't see the back because the piano is on a wall usually. It's very rare when you see the back of the piano, and usually you don't see a lot of ornaments in the back because of this fact. So we are not going to model anything for the back. So now what I want to do is to create the top part of the piano. So I can, for instance, start with this geometry. That will be okay. Shift D, I can push it to the top, and I can push it back. And I can now adapt the size of each side to make it work. But before, I'm going to remove some edge loop by double-clicking them. If you cannot select loops, by the way, like that, it's because in the preferences, in input, you don't have the emulate 3-button mouse activated. I really like to use this, so this is faster for me to double-select a loop, to double-click to select a loop, sorry. So I'm going to remove those loops, like that, and I'm going to select the top one and push it like this. Again, you don't want to scale things like that because it's going to change the proportions of the maintained edges for your keyboard, for your piano, for your geometry, sorry. So you always want to extend the geometry like I'm doing here. Okay, so I'm selecting those edges, pushing them toward the side so they overlap with the rest of the geometry. You can see that now it starts to look much nicer. But we still want to add some ornaments for this piece. So I think I'm going also to remove those edges, in fact, after thinking about that. And I'm going to select the bottom faces and scale that a bit. And I'm going to add a loop cut like this, a loop cut like this. And now here inside, I'm going to add a loop cut, bevel it, adding one more cut in the center. And I'm going to, maybe for this one, let's try something. Let's try scaling that to see if it looks good. Okay, maybe I can only scale this loop. But again, I want to scale it along the normals and not just a simple scale. So it's evenly balanced across the piano. So I think in this case, in this instance, it's okay. We are now going to model the, I think we're going to model the front plane a bit better, and also to start worrying about the feet there. So let's do the feet because, so the columns that are going to keep the feet together. So because it's going to be quite easy, I think. So first thing, I want to extend a bit more the front of this piece. So I'm going to do that like this. And now I'm going to create, by pressing my shift right click, I can put my cursor there in order to add the piece near the final location. Here, let's scale this piece. So you've noticed that I've scaled this object. So what I've done is I've lost the scaling. Okay, it's not 1, 1, 1 anymore. So I want to apply the scale. So this is the unit size of my cube. So Control A will do the trick for applying the shape. Okay. So what I want to do is, for this piece, I'm going to make it taper like this, and I'm going to add a subdivision surface like this, and I'm going to again extrude this piece, scale it down, and I'm going for now to extrude it to the bottom and push it back a bit to the back like this. And now I want also to extrude to scale, to extrude, to scale, to again extrude, to scale, and to extrude. And I want to delete the bottom faces like this. So we are going to create a piece like this. But I want, of course, to place it in the center, make it look adapted to the situation. I want to lower that part down and re-extrude it to the top. And again, re-extrude it like this. And one thing that I want to try to do is now I want to add some cuts for the sides to make the top part a bit boxier, like that. So I'm going to basically maintain the top parts of this geometry. This is going to work also for the bottom part, but for the rest, I want to make it round. So how am I going to approach this thing? So maybe, you know what, I've changed my mind. Maybe I'm going to make this a bit wider. But in order to do that, to transition from a box part to a round part here, I'm going to enable an add-on in the preferences called the Mesh Loop Tools add-on. And it enables you to, when you press right click, to go in the loop tools and create a circle from your selection. And as you can see here, I've created the circle, and I can adjust by going from the top the orientation of this circle. And as you can see, I now have here a perfect circle. And in fact, you know what? I'm going to delete the bottom part for now, because the cool thing is that now I can select that and re-extrude it as a circle, and I can add some ornaments and do the job that I want to do. The only thing that I'm going to show you, the only tricks that I'm going to use for this in order to speed up the process is, you've noticed that when you extrude, you're not constrained on the z-axis. So of course you can extrude and press GZ to, sorry, let me go back in solid mode, and you can press GZ to go down. But if you select the face and press F, you create a face, and now when you extrude, it's already constrained to the down location, okay, to the normal location of this face. So this is easier for me to create the different cuts that I want, because I can extrude, scale, extrude, scale, extrude, scale, extrude, etc. And at the end, I can remove this face by pressing X and face. So let's select everything, add shade smooth to this piece. And you know what? I still need to push this a bit forward. So let's do that. And I'm going to select this piece again, select the bottom part and push it to the top. And the issue that I have right now is that it's too thick. So what I can do is I can select everything, all my piece, all my geometry, and I can press S, but I don't want to scale on the Z axis. I don't want to change the height. So I can press Shift Z, and this is going to scale on the X and Y axis. So let's do that for this part, like that. And one thing that I maybe will try to do is to put this part a bit higher again, and then maybe I'm going to scale it because it's not looking really nice right now. And I'm going to extrude the bottom part again and to add another cut to make that much more tight. Let's put that a bit back again, and let's add some cuts to maintain some parts. Maybe let's add some loop cut in the middle and scale them to create some ornaments like this. You can go wild with this. You can freely choose what looks nice for you. Maybe for the wood section here, we can add one cut in the bottom and one here, and in the middle maybe we can add 3, and pressing Alt S we can add a bulge like this, maybe scaling that too to create a nice S shape. We can add one more there, scaling it a bit, this one too. You can see you can really model the shape the way you want, like this. So I'm going to just add, the process is easy, you just add cuts basically where you want to straighten the geometry and where you want to add some details. So here I'm going to add another cut, closer to the circle part to maintain the geometry and to see a better welding aspect. And I'm going to also, in this case, add a cut there in the center, pushing it a bit to create another ornament, adding another cut around. Maybe I can add another cut right there again to create another ornament. You can do basically whatever you want right now. It's not really that important doing exactly what I'm doing. But of course, at some point you will need to put that on the other object. So let's do that like that. I'm not very happy with the way it integrates with the rest here. So what I'm doing right now is I'm going maybe to select this bottom part, pressing E to extrude, making it lower like this, and connect to the rest. And for now, I'm going to let that like this, but I need to find a better solution. Maybe the solution will be to add some cuts here and to remove some of the geometry, or to make this part go around. So let's try this. So I'm going to press slash on my numpad to isolate this part going on the top view. And what I'm going to try is to make a circle out of this. So to do so, I'm going to select those edges and delete them for now. So remember to select the inner one too. No, you know what? I'm not going to do that way. Let me think. Yes, in fact, we can try that. We can try removing finally those edges there. I can select everything, and I'm going to extrude it once, scale it to the middle, and then I'm going to create a circle with the same tool that we've seen before. And this is going to, at least I think, help me to define the transition between the circle and this part. So I'm going to extrude this part like this, and as you can see, when I'm pressing slash to make back to take back the rest of the geometry, I have a circle shape here, but this circle shape is maybe too small. So maybe what I can try is Ctrl Z a lot. Oh, at this point, okay. And maybe I can remove those edges on top of what I've removed. Maybe I can select this part right now, trying to add a circle with that, or extruding, sorry, scaling, adding a circle like that. Maybe this is going to be much better in our situation. Even though the edges are going to be much more tight in this situation. I'm not very happy with the way it will connect like this. But anyway, we are going with this geometry for now. I'm going to extrude that just once for now. And I'm going to try to fix here the way it connects. So for doing that, I'm going to hide in edit mode the subdivision surface right now, and I'm going to model my geometry. I'm going to fix the placement of some of this geometry by hand, trying to create a better transition like this. Maybe here I can push this a bit to the back, and as you can see, this is starting to look much better from this side. just sometimes modeling things by hand or correcting small things by hand like this is the right solution. So okay, I think this is looking okay for now. I can maybe push that a bit to the side so it starts sooner to take this shape into account. And I'm going to mirror this shape back. So I'm going to select the center, pressing V. I'm going to remove this part by pressing L and selecting it and removing it. And then I'm going to add another mirror modifier, but just before everything else. And I'm going to use the clipping options so the center line are being clipped together. So now I have an opening for the feet, and I can select this. I can make this column a bit higher, and also I can also select this circle inside, pressing Shift S cursor to select it to put this at the center. But as you can see, it's not taking the mirror into account, so I'm going to apply this mirror, pressing Ctrl A on top of it, pressing Shift. Sorry. I'm going to still keep this mirror. In fact, I'm going to select only those two vertices here, those two vertex, sorry, and I'm going to press Shift S and cursor to select it in this case. So now the cursor is in the center of this mesh, of the circle, and now what I can do is select my my piece here, and I can press Shift S and selection to cursor. So now I'm pretty sure that I'm being aligned with this transition piece here, okay? So what I want to do now is I want to plug this shape inside this one, but to do that, I'm going to extrude this piece and create a kind of hole like this. Maybe I can add another cut like this and create an ornament like this. And this piece is going just to fit right into it, okay? Maybe tapering it a bit down. As you can see, I've missed some vertex from the side, so I'm going to add that back. So I think that now it looks much better. Maybe this could be a bit thicker in terms of height. We can make it higher like this, and we can also mark some more important edges right there. We can also select the top part, scaling it a bit to try to make it more like a vase shape. And here I scaled it using the mirror, so I'm going to bring that back. And maybe I can scale that down and to push it in the center to make it thicker. And I need to compensate with the mirror each time. I need to compensate the size of that. So maybe I can remove this edge loop so it looks a bit better. Maybe this one was too much too, so I can remove it. I can press Alt S to scale along the normal and slide some vertices here and there, just to compensate for my shape. And I think it's going to be, for what we have right now, kind of okay. So let's push this a bit using the slide tool. Let's do the same thing for this edges right there to create a better transition right there, sorry. Let's do the same thing right there too. Trying to follow this loop a bit better, and this is going to be okay and fine for us. Okay, so we've added this part. Maybe it's too thin here, so I'm going to scale using Alt S along the normals right there, like that. I can add some more cuts here and there to just create bevels like that, to add some ornaments again. Like this, you can see it always adds some details. It's from from far away you're going to notice the details, so it's okay. Okay, so now what we can do is we can we can of course mirror this by pressing by adding a new mirror modifier. I'm selecting the middle empty, and let's put that before the subdivision surface. Okay, so don't forget to save, otherwise you're going to be really sad when Blender crashes. It doesn't crash a lot, but when it crashes you still have autosave, so it's okay, but yeah, anyway, it's always good to save. Okay, so before adding the keys, we are going to work on the top part of this piano. We are going to first, I think, add a plane that will go a bit forward. So let's duplicate this one by pressing Shift D and pressing G and Z. We can make it go a bit toward the front like this. And I think from this point of view, I'm also going to, for this part, I'm also going to push that forward and to select this loop and push it back, and maybe I can scale it down also on the y-axis, and adding some cuts here to maintain the geometry, even though it doesn't matter. So in this case, I'm going to select the recently added plank. I'm going to make it to push it forward, and I'm going to select the top part and push it down like this. Okay. This is going to represent the top part of it. Maybe this is this piece is maybe too high, so I'm going to select the top part and maybe going to lower it down. I'm going also to select this edge and press S, Y, sorry, and 0 on my numpad to flatten this piece. Maybe I can do the same thing with some other loops there. So it's much more, not this one, but those other ones are fine like this. And I'm not very happy with the way this profile looks, so I'm going to push that toward the inside like this, and I think it looks much better like that. And of course now I will have to push that a bit forward to make it join a bit better at this location. So okay, with this plank what I'm going to do is I'm going to level it with the top part, and I'm also going now to duplicate it, pressing Shift D, and I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees on the x-axis, so RX90, and I'm going to push it inside, and I'm going to press GX with those vertex selected to push them to the side. And what we're going to do in this case, actually, you know what, we can actually duplicate this object. So I've deleted the object, I can duplicate the top part here, and this will help us go faster with the things that we have to do. Because in fact what I need to do in my case is just add another plank on top, or let me think, maybe in fact I'm going back on what I thought I was going to do. Maybe, you know what, I'm going to push that back, and I'm going to add something that will lock the keys. So I'm going to go back with that, select both mesh there together. This will enable me to go into edit mode with those two objects, and I can then push everything back like this. And instead of doing what I was going for, I'm just going to add a piece. So this piece, I'm going to add it a bit to the back, just to maintain this tiny part. I'm also going for this piece to extrude it by pressing Ctrl and right click, and I'm going for a rotation like this that is going directly inside the mesh, but also from the front I'm going just to lower it down so it matches with the rest of the geometry. I'm going to press Shade Smooth and selecting everything, Shift N to make sure that my normals are okay. And I will add a subdivision surface. And as you can see, I'm also going to select everything, remove the faces from the side, and also removing the face from the bottom is going to help us, and also removing the face from the back is also going to help us. But before doing that, I will need to add a cut right there to maintain the geometry from this part, from this point of view, and I will add one cut for the back, one cut for the front, like this. And in fact, I don't know why, but in fact, I can select this part from the side and press X delete, because we're never going to see it. So only a plane is going to be alright for us. So here we have this plane. Maybe it's too thick, so I can scale it on the y-axis, and maybe I can try to have a much harder transition right there. So let me add some edge loop like that and make a harder transition for this part. Okay, so this is going to add some thickness to the back of the keys. And what we can do on top of that is we can now add the part that will protect the keys on top of it. So if we think logically, we can also start with, for instance, this geometry. If we think logically, this should cover this section. So maybe we can start, in fact, from this geometry. So we are going to select this loop cut, pressing Shift D, and we can press P to separate this into another object. So now we have another object containing only a loop like this. So what we can do is we can extrude this by selecting everything, pressing E and X to push that back to the center, and we can use the clipping option to the center. So this is going to create just the beginning for the closing part of the keys. Of course we want to modify it, so I'm going to first delete those parts from the back. I'm also going to add some loop cuts to maintain the side like this, and I'm also going to fix this mistake here. I don't know why it's not working in the center here. Oh, maybe the normals are not correct, so I'm going to press Shift N to reconnect everything. Oh, and merge too, sorry. So like this, it should be fine. And for this part, I am going also from I'm also going to try to, so I'm going to up it to make it open, sorry. So I'm going for something like this, but in reverse it's going to be much more opened. Something maybe more like that. And in order to do it properly, I'm first going to go back with the default, and I think I'm going for a much thinner part. So what I can do is I can delete finally this part. I can press Alt S to shrink everything down, and I'm going to select this cut in the center and pressing X and edge loop to remove it. So I want a much smoother transition on this side of the piano, of the key, sorry. And maybe I'm going to push this a bit higher, and this a bit lower like this, and this also a bit lower. So this is going to be alright for us. I'm going to right click and add the shade smooth option. Let me select this line and press SX0 to make it go back to a flat piece. And here, in order to make a nice transition, I will have to do some some work. So one thing that I can do to help see the objects better, I can go in the viewport shading and click on random. This is going to add random colors for my objects. So this is quite nice. And each time you rename the object, so let's say this is going to be something else, it's going to, each time you add a different name, it's going to add a different color. So I can find a random name until it works for me. So in this case, what I want to do is I want to create a small offset. So I'm going to add another cut like this, but I'm going to add again another cut that will go in front here, in here to this one, sorry. And then I'm going to extrude those edges. So from the side, it's going to be something like that. And I'm going to make that a bit to the top, and selecting the back piece here, making it much lower will do the trick. And as you can see, I've created a small cut right there. So I'm going to push that inside. And for this cut here, maybe what I can do is press the V key to rip it off, or press Ctrl B and V to use the vertex option for the bevel. So I can press Ctrl B and V to bevel only this vertex. And I will add just a dot, by pressing Ctrl R, I will add a vertex there. Ctrl R, I will add a vertex there. And I'm going to select those two vertices and join them by pressing the J key, like this. And here, as you can see, this is not quads anymore. So what I can do to fix this is maybe I can add a small indentation there, and I can select those points and join them. The only issue I have with this is it's going to destroy a bit the geometry, the flow of the geometry. So what I can do instead is maybe I can add just another cut right there and join those edges, and it will work much better for us. So I've created this small indent just to represent the idea that something is joining to the back. So I can maybe select this whole geometry, and pressing right click I can use the flatten option that is going to try to flatten the geometry right there. This is going to be fine for us. And now what I want for sure is to select this geometry, press Shift S, cursor selected, and I want to rotate this piece along the cursor, so I can go here in the pivot option and select 3D cursor. And now when I'm rotating, as you can see, it's rotating around this center, and maybe I can move it, push it in front a bit like this. So this is going to be all right. Maybe this is too big, in fact. So from the side view, maybe I can scale it down a bit, try to scale it down a bit, do something more like this. And I'm going to select the center part, move it down to the inside again. No, I still need to do that because the keys are going to be protected like this. Maybe it's just too high, in fact. So maybe here I can lower down the geometry like that. So going back there, using the 3D cursor. Remember that it will have thickness, so we can think about the thickness right like that. So something like this is okay for me right now. I'm going to lower down this part a bit again. And maybe I can push. So let's go back, sorry, with the original orientation. Maybe I can again here try to create a nicer curve that will work better when we'll open the thing. Okay, so something like this will probably work for what we have to do. And I'm going to add what we call a solidify modifier. So I'm going to add this modifier right after the subdivision surface. This is going to take it into account, as you can see. And I can now apply the solidify modifier. And I can also remove the faces that are inside. I don't know why it added some faces inside. And I can add a cut like this and like this to thicken this part. And one thing that will probably help the geometry, the rest of the geometry, is also, let me just before that, let me scale, select this part and press G twice to push that a bit higher to unclutter this part, something like this. And I think that for now, these parts, I can push it back a bit, try to reselect this section, move it a bit forward, and I think that from now I can fake the way it works by creating a fake opening below here, adding some edges. It's really fake, but it will work from the distance like this. I'm not going to add the I don't know the term in English, but the things to put the music sheet on. But I'm going to lower down this. I think there is actually there is a two-part motion that follows the sides when this is opening. So maybe I can scale a bit the geometry like this, and maybe, you know what, like this. For me, for now, it's going to be fine. So one thing that I want to do now is to select both objects like that, deselect everything and select the top part and make it much more higher like this. And again, maybe I can lower down this part again, making this piece less important in terms of size. And this is going to be fine, at least for now. Okay, the center of this object is not well placed, so I'm going to select this center, pressing Shift S, going down to put the cursor to the selection. And I can press right click, set origin to 3D cursor. So now the cursor is centered on this object. And one thing that I want to add on top of this piece is I'm going to add here some ornaments before finishing the piece. So let's first save, and let's do that. So we are going to create some patterns on this front plate, but before doing that, I'm going to select, go into face mode and insert here a face by pressing I and pressing B to select it. Or you know what, just before doing that, I'm going to isolate this face. It's going to be much easier. And I'm going to, in fact, I'm going to only, maybe I can do it by adding a cut there to maintain this border, pressing I to inset and pressing B to take into account the mirror modifier. And I'm going to push this plate a bit higher like this, and pressing the slash key to make everything come back. I can push that a bit more to the top, scale it again on the x-axis too. Make sure that this stay flat, of course. So this should stay flat and not move at all. So we can right click and press the flatten option. And I can from now, you know what, let me Ctrl Z and add some more cuts that will maintain everything. So Ctrl Z, I can add some cuts here and there in the front, not in the back. Here and there. I can select this face again, press I to inset. I still have the option boundary that is there. I can extrude now, can inset and extrude back inside. This is going to create us a nice ornament. I can press Ctrl 2 to add automatically a subdivision surface. I can increase that, and now I can also add some cuts to maintain the borders like this. So this is not the best topology ever in this case, but for what we will have to do, it's going to be okay. But one thing that I want to add on top of that is also some ornaments that will be made of steel. So to do that, I'm going to simply go on top of this surface, and I'm going to add a plane, rotating it 90 degrees, and I'm going to add a mirror modifier. So, but before doing that, I'm going to press Alt G, so the origin of this mesh goes back to the center. So now I can move it up in the Z-axis, and I can also enable mirror modifier with the clipping option. So up the vertices like this are going inside together. So what I want to try to do is to experiment with ornaments, as I said. So I'm going to just think about this geometry as a ribbon, and I'm going to try to make some nice shapes like this by pressing Ctrl and right click. This is just a try, nothing too serious. Let me go back to the median point for the transformation pivot, which is the default one. And I'm going also to add a subdivision surface to see the result with subdivisions. So I could also use curves for doing that, but right now using this technique is okay for me. It's manageable, at least for now. Maybe I will try to add a cut right there, and I will try to extrude this now. I don't know what exactly I'm doing for now, because I don't have any references, which is bad. Actually, you should take references, but it's hard to find those kind of patterns online. Maybe by looking at some Art Nouveau or some Victorian style, maybe. So, I'm not sure if this is going to look right, but let's try. Let's give it one more chance by adding some cuts around this, creating some fake leaves. This is just a try, huh? If you don't want to add it, feel free to skip this part. Maybe here I'm going to add a cut, select this bottom part, and maybe I can start another part like this. I think this is too thick. So I'm going to press G twice to lower down the thickness on this one. I'm going to scale everything so it fits inside this circle, and I'm going to use the proportional editing by pressing the O key to tweak a bit this shape. selecting this edge, pressing Control left click. Maybe I can make this edge a bit shorter. Trying to do something like this, maybe. So no, it's not looking right, not looking good. Maybe down here, creating a spiral. Something like this. Maybe I will have to add some cuts to maintain the geometry right there. This is just a try, but again, I'm not sure if I'm happy with that. Just to experiment and test. And I prefer to show you what I'm thinking about when doing my scenes, rather than skipping this part and not showing you my thought process. I think it's really important when trying to explain something to show every steps, even the mistakes. And I'm not sure right now if it's a mistake. That's why I'm still continuing and I'm still trying to push the shapes. But at least you're going to see exactly everything that I was doing for this small scene. So let me push that inside and creating a nicer shape language. Maybe here I can also create, by pressing again Control right click, I can create a nice pattern like this, a symmetrical pattern. Okay, this is a bit thick here, so pressing G twice to lower down the thickness of the edge. I think it can be okay. I don't know what you think, but it can be interesting. Maybe I'm going to leave it. Maybe I can add some here, another cut like this that I can shorten by using G twice again. And from here and there, I'm going to add some other start of cuts that will fade down like this. So here it's going to fade. Here it's going maybe to try to follow. So I'm going to add another cut. Maybe here it's going to try to follow this shape again. But not from there, maybe from there. And not that thick. And maybe we can, instead of doing that, we can create a nice wave. Not like this. Not like this. It's hard doing those kind of stuff because you need to find the right balance. And it's not something that you can overestimate, because if we decide to keep it, it's going to be very present in terms of the shape of this piano. So maybe I can bring that a bit forward, and maybe from there I can start another one that is finishing the curve. What about that? No, it's not that great neither. What about that? Yeah, maybe that is going to be more interesting. I can cut it sooner like this, creating a better shape, better S shape by extruding the tip and scaling it down like this. When doing ornaments like this, you need to find very elegant curves. So maybe something like this can be interesting to add. Again, I need to control the thickness here and there to my shapes. trying to avoid wobbly shapes as much as possible. So I'm removing some cuts from here and there, trying to follow the flow. So this is going right into this one, so maybe I can lower this, trying to find the right balance of this curve. Moving that, I'm just selecting using Ctrl B and quickly moving using G. I'm not liking the fact that this curve is too much apart, so I'm going to rotate all this pattern like this. From the top, maybe here I can be more precise with this curve. Here I can also create a rounder volume for this curve. Something like this. Maybe here I can taper the curve a bit sooner. And same thing for this. Just creating a much more precise curve. This curve is leading into this one. Let's do a better job doing that. If you want, you can also create a sketch before of the thing, if you're not very comfortable with doing it right away in modeling. Maybe I can add a small here cut, finishing the geometry like this, completing, sorry, the geometry. And here I'm going to lower down that, creating a much rounder curve. Same thing for that here. Adding some cuts there to shorten a bit the transition right there. And I think, you know what, it's okay for what we have to do. So I'm going to validate this shape, and I'm going to put it near the box. So that, by the way, the box, I can right click and shade smooth. I can also add one more cut to add more strength to this border, that I can put a bit a bit closer to the shape. And I'm going to select everything here and maybe scale it down a bit so it fits better inside this shape. And remember, when you scale something in object mode, you need to apply so it corresponds to the default shape. Otherwise, it's not going to be well proportioned. So okay, now from what we can do is we can add a solidify modifier. So I'm going to add it. And I'm going to extrude it like this. And I can put this inside the wood like that. And if I want, I can also increase the amount of subdivision surface. I can also let's add 3 levels, and this is going to be I think pretty fine for what we have to do. Okay. So now we have one part that is left to do. Of course, it's the keys, and for that we are going to model the 3 types of keys that we have on a keyboard. So let's get started. Okay, so now we're going to add a plane, and this is going to be the base for our key. So I'm going to add a cut in the center, remove the other side, add a mirror modifier, usual thing. I'm going to press Ctrl 3 to add a subdivision surface with 3 level viewport. And I'm going to scale my whole plane like this, and also be sure that clipping is enabled so the vertices are being merged in the center. And now I'm going to extrude this part of the loop just to create a nice outer edge for my key. So you can see that here I can extrude. Let me lower down everything. I can extrude my key like this and create the basically the edge loop for my key. So for now I'm doing it very broadly without any care, but just for having the geometry. This is fine. Let's push that more toward the center. And I can push that a bit higher. Let's press slash, numpad slash in order to enter an isolate view. And let's, for the end of it, just let's flatten this on the y-axis, SY0. And let's just add a cut right there. And this cut is going to be the base for another extrusion, sorry. That is going to be constrained on the x-axis like this. Okay, so we have everything that we need to create this key now. So you can see it's a bit round on the edge, hence the fact that I've decided to create an edge loop. But here it should be much more tight. So I'm going to add some edge loops like that, and I'm going to push that a bit more. And here again, I'm going to add some edge loops and trying to be sure that this is flat. So select this SY0 on the numpad to flatten everything on this side. And here maybe we can add some cuts also to make it less obvious that it's round. But this is everything that we're doing here is just to add a bit more life to the geometry. Of course, you can go with a box easy, do the thing, but here it's more realistic doing it like this. So we have to fill the inside. In order to do that, we're just going to extrude this, for instance, toward the inside part until it snaps. Let's go in edge mode. It's going to be much easier. I'm going to extrude that like that. Here I can add a cut. Here I can select the corner, press F. With the F2 add-on, it's going to extrude. It should extrude fine. I can add another cut right there. Select those edges, press FF. Select this corner, press F using the F2 add-on. Snap back this vertex to the center and select this face, fit it. And you can do the same thing with that. Maybe let's add another cut right there to fill the geometry. We can add another cut right there, maybe another one right there for the top part, like this. And here we're going to select this corner, snap it, create a face by pressing F, snap it to the center, select everything, press F, like this. And for the rest, you can simply select the cut and press F. Okay. So here I think it's not straight. I feel it's not straight. So let's push it back like this. And let's also add one cut there to maintain the geometry and few in the center just for the sake of it. And maybe we can select the side here and press SX0 to flatten this part and to be sure it's flat. And we can reflatten the top part to be sure it's flat again. And maybe we can select some edge loop inside and maybe right clicking using the smooth vertex option. You can smooth the geometry in order to make it more relaxed. We can do the same with all the inside, in fact. Pressing Shift R, you can repeat the operation a lot of time, multiple times, sorry. We can realign some vertices here, some cuts by selecting them and pressing SY0 to flatten the curves, the edge loop, sorry. Something like this is going to be fine in our case. Okay, so this is the first key that we are going to do. This is going to be the center one. That is going to be the most, I would say, complex key from all the other keys. We are going to maybe let's extrude it right now. I think we can do it later maybe, but let's do it right now. I'm going to extrude everything now like this. And I'm also going to, from this key, I'm also going to reselect the bottom part, the bottom edge loop like this. Oh, apparently I have an issue right there. You can see that I have two vertices merged together. So let's select everything and press merge vertices by distance. Should be alright after that. And let's be sure that the thing that is inside the loop that is inside, let's be sure that it's proper. So we are going to select it like this. And finally, I'm not going to select the top part, so you can just, for the top part or the bottom part in this case, we're going to rotate everything back later on. For the top part, I'm going to deselect this edge too. And I'm going to just select this part and press Shift-E to duplicate it, E to extrude it, and I'm going to extrude it like this basically. And this is going to create the thickness of the key. But of course, we'll have to add some edges here and there to maintain everything, and I'm going to push that down. So of course now it's rotated 180 degree. So we can flip it by pressing SZ-1 to flip it on the Z-axis. Make sure to recalculate the normal by pressing Shift-N, and everything should be alright for at least the first key. So if it's too large, maybe in this case, because it's very subtle, you can scale it using in object mode, but we are going to see that as we go with this geometry. Okay, from the side, I also want to be sure that the top part here is more straight, so I'm going to add a cut right there. And I want to be sure that the rotation pivot for this key is around there, because when I rotate the key, I want to be sure if I'm selecting, I have a small keyboard here, I want to be sure that the pivot point is basically where it is. And actually, I'm seeing that on my keyboard, it's a bit backwards, so it's a bit more, it's something like there. This is going to be important later on when we'll work on the animation. So let's scale that down. Okay, and let's make the height of the key a bit higher like this. Let's make the top part a bit more important. Okay, and now I need, of course, to watch my proportions. In this case, maybe I can scale it again on the Z-axis, on the X-axis, to make it less important. And one thing to note is that, of course, we'll have some hole here that will be there to maintain the key. But before creating the hole, we need to know how many nodes we are going to have. Usually it's 89. But I don't know if we are going to be so much precise with that. We are just going to add the n of keys so it works well, okay? Visually at least. So, but before doing that, we need to duplicate this key by pressing Shift-E. Let's put it on the side, and we are going to press slash, and we are going to apply the mirror modifier, and we are going to remove one side of this. And we are going to also, let's delete this because we don't need it for now, the bottom part. And also you can remove the bottom part like this, just so we can work freely with our geometry. And we are going then to regenerate the faces by using the F2 add-on for the beginning. And in fact, you can also just extrude this on the right, on the side like this, adding the geometry back, and something like this will do. And what we need to do too is also take into account the roundness for the bottom. So what we can do is we can select those vertices and merge them at the center, so it creates the loop back. But as you can see, we are left with fewer vertices, so I'm going to push some vertex using the slide key toward this part, toward this section. I'm going to flatten the bottom like this, making the keys a bit rounder. And basically I'm going to incorporate the geometry much nicer like this. Okay, and of course I'm going to select the side, deselect the center, so you can press B, and using the middle mouse button you can deselect. And I can press SX0 to make that flat. Let's push that geometry downward a bit. Let's slide this up. Make sure to slide and not to just move. Let's make that flat, and let's add another cut right there. So you can see that here the lower point is there, so we need to put the lower point approximately to the other side, to this location. We want to make sure that we have this part more close to the outside edge, so we have a more tight corner right there. And let's flatten this shape, this loop cut here, and put it on the side. Basically, we don't care about the inner geometry right now. The topology is not really important for this part, at least. But maybe we can try to flatten this by pressing SX0. Let's try to flatten this again, because it looks much nicer, and using G twice we can place it to the side. Let's reflat this. Maybe using the other corner to make it more balanced, and selecting both corners and pushing them a bit higher like this. Let's try to flatten again those curves like this, so it's more logical. And here I'm going to ease the transition. Like this. Even though it's not very important, let's clean that like this. Okay. So I think that we have another key that is ready. As you can see, it's a bit, needs to be a bit larger. So we are going to increase it in object mode and apply the scaling. So maybe not that much, in fact. Maybe just select in edit mode the inner part there. Maybe just extend this a bit more. Okay, now we need to repeat the operation for the thickness. So let's select both of those keys. Let's go in edit mode with this key. And let's extrude approximately the same height. Something like this. And then let's select the inner part. Shift E. Oh, I forgot to deselect the top. So deselect the top before. Okay. Shift E, and I can extrude down like this. As you can see in this case, it seems to be very problematic because the normals are not being recalculated. So press Shift M and let's shade smooth both of those keys. So we have two keys right now. So the last key in terms of shapes that is missing is the sharp keys, the black keys. So to do that, we are going to start from, I think we can start from a box actually. So let's start from a box, putting the key where it should be approximatively. So let's just put this key right there so we can see how much space do we have. I think it was too... I think this key can be a bit thinner actually from this side. So let's remove one edge loop there. Remember to take also the edge from the bottom there. Let's remove that in edge loop mode, and let's select everything. Oh, I've missed something here. So yes, in the bottom, remove this edge loop too. And now let's select everything there and push that inside a bit. This side should be approximatively equal to the other one, like this. But if you look at the keyboard, you can see that in this configuration, this key is not equidistant to this distance here, is not equidistant to the other one. Okay, so hence the important correction there. But the keys should be approximatively equal, so this and this side. Maybe we can even put this a bit larger. And press Ctrl A and apply the scale is really important in our case. So let's put the black key in the center, let's scale it like this. And from the side, we are going to push that forward until it ends with the other one. Let's add by pressing Ctrl 3 subdivision surface, where let's remove the back and the front. The bottom and the back, sorry. And in this case, we are going to select the top and we are going to scale it a bit on all axes and also on the x-axis even more. Let's select the back, SY0 to scale it and push it a bit to the back. And let's now add a loop cut to maintain the bottom part, to maintain the top section, and to maintain the side sections like this. And this is going to create the shape that we are looking for. I'm also going to add, of course, one in the front like this. Let's move that to the bottom, and this should be all right. Even though I can select those edges and I can round a bit more from both sides the key. Okay, so maybe the steepness of this curve is not good, so maybe I can remove this edge loop. Maybe I can select everything here in front and use loop cut flatten, but I want to make it steeper like this. Let's scale it to compensate. Let's scale it in Z to compensate the loss of the height, and let's add back the loop cut for the front like this. I think this is going to be enough for this this key. Maybe it's a bit wide, but we can deal with it later. Maybe I can press Ctrl plus to select the other faces for this one and maybe scale them inside a bit more like this. And I think it's too sharp in the front, so I'm going to slide this edge back a bit, and selecting everything and shade smooth should do the trick. Okay, so let's press Alt H to make everything come back, and now we are going to duplicate the keys to create the good orientation, to create at least one octave for our keyboard. Okay, so to do that, we are not going to use the array modifier. because the pattern is not even. Usually I will, for myself, create a small script in Python for doing this kind of stuff, but I don't want to go into scripting in this tutorial, so we are going to do this by hand and then after duplicate everything. It's going to be fast, don't worry about that. Before that, remember to save. You can also save by increments by pressing Ctrl+. This is the first iteration that I've done. And before going further, I want to be sure that my keys will fit. As you can see, they are not fitting, so I'm going to put them correctly like this. Scale them at least correctly, sorry, like this. Can make them a bit more pronounced, and something like this will probably do the trick. And maybe this is too, this is not the right scale. Let me find the right scale before moving on, because it's really important, of course. So maybe I'm going to scale them a bit more like this. And maybe, you know what, I'm going to scale everything a bit on the x-axis. I know it's not good to do that because we are losing some smaller proportion, but in our case it's going to be fine. Okay, so let's apply the scale to be sure that every keys are now on the in the proper scale, basically. And we are going to adapt maybe some of the mesh later on, so don't worry about that right now. Okay, so let's do an octave. Meaning that all the keys that are forming one big pattern for the keyboard. Let's go on the top view, pressing / in order to cancel to isolate, sorry, the selection. This key, we are also going to duplicate it, and we are going to press SX -1 to flip it on its axis. But you can see that now in the items we have a minus in front of the scale, so what we can do is press Ctrl+A and apply the scale. So now we have a perfect mirror of this key. So this will be useful for the rest of the placement. Okay, so for now we will create this, which will represent all the keys that are that should be the base for the keyboard. Now what we can do is we can select this key and press this time Alt-D to create a duplicate, but in instance mode. So now when I'm selecting this key and modifying it, you can see that the other one is reacting to. Okay. So with that, what we can do is continue working on the rest of the keys, but I'm seeing that I need to increase the gaps between the keys. So this is the right time to do that, actually. So first thing, you can see that this key is not leveled with the other one, so let's do that. And you can see that this section should be much wider. And also from the top. Let's do that from the top instead. I'm going to press Alt. I'm going to press S and Shift Z to scale. So now it's not going to work. So let me scale it by hand by eyeballing it. Something like this. Maybe like this, and I should do the same thing for this key. So if I'm looking at my selection, I need to scale it a bit more on the x-axis. Can do the same thing on the y-axis a bit, just to compensate. And here I'm going to do the same thing. It's not very proper modeling what I'm doing, but it's going to be all right for what we have to do. Just going to eyeball it. If I had more time and this was not a tutorial, I would spend more time correcting that. But for now, this is fine. Okay, so let's bring that key closer to the other one. This one too. And let's see. So the gap is still a bit too much, so to fix that I'm going to maybe in fact the gap is okay. In fact, I don't know, maybe it's okay. In fact, you know, I think it's okay. Let's compensate the gap for this key. So no, in fact it's okay. It seems alright, I think. So now what we have to do is to add the other keys. So we have this one. I'm going to press Ctrl D, shift it like this, placing it right near to the other one. In fact, I could have selected both of those keys. GX, pressing Alt D again, it's really important. Not pressing Shift D. We don't want to lose the. Oh, sorry, I forgot to select this one. We don't want to. So I'm going to do the white keys for now. We don't want to lose the instance of those keys. So hence the fact that I'm pressing Alt D. So now I want to duplicate this one like this. In fact, let me just check one thing. If I'm pressing Alt D, X and 1 and 0. So duplicating Alt D, X 0.5 should duplicate the key with Alpha, and then I can readjust it a bit like this. You can see that the gap between those keys is not good enough. So I will have to scale some side. Some of the side. So it matches approximately the size of one of those keys. So let me select one of those keys and duplicate it by pressing Alt D right there. I really need to find the right size for this one. And as you can see, this will of course change everything for the other side. So here this is too wide. So I'm going to push that back to compensate for that. Here I can duplicate this one, press SX-1 like we've done. Push the key back. But I don't like that I've lost the size of this key, so I'm going to push this back a bit to have approximately the same size for the first one. Sorry. So let's remove this one. Let's duplicate again this one, putting it on the other side, pressing SX-1, adjusting for it like this. We now have, of course, the issue here that I didn't blend. So let me hide this geometry. Let me remove the bottom part. Let me extrude it back. Pressing everything, Shift N, to be sure that the normals are still right. Selecting this bottom part, this lower part, I can scale it and make it fit with the rest. And again here, maybe the top part is too wide, so I'm going to scale it a bit like this. And I think I'm close to doing fine with that. Maybe this is still a bit, this should be still a bit wider. I'm going to scale this note. So just first I need to scale one of them in order to re-extrude it later on. I still need to find approximately the same width, so I'm going to push them one on top of each other like this, going back, pushing back the key like this, duplicating it, pressing SX -1, applying the scale, pushing this key back. Something like this is going to be okay. Okay, so now what we can do is continue by selecting this, duplicating in instance this time, and I can select this too, pressing Alt-D, GX, doing something like this will be fine too. And now I need to add one more of this too, Alt-D, and this should be the end of one octave. Okay, I'm still not happy with the gap for those keys. I still think it's a bit wide, but let me check with one key down. On the x-axis I can lower down the key. Maybe it will be fine, in fact. I can try just to select every keys like that, selecting the bottom. Maybe I can make them larger with individual origins, so it will scale individual keys. I can push all of those keys, all of the section of those keys by pressing Ctrl L. I'm selecting the linked part and I can push them back to their top part. And for this key here, I'll select the top one, not selecting the inside, and push it a bit more like this, so it blends perfectly with the rest. So maybe like this we are good to go. Okay, of course for the black keys I will here have to extrude down once more, adding a cut there and maybe a cut below, so when we go down with the key we don't see the part doing wrong, basically being a hole. Sorry. So let's press slash to go back, select the keyboard, and for our ease, for making it easier, sorry, we are going to create a new collection. So let's press M, new collection, and we're going to call that keys, and press OK. And what I want to do now is I want to duplicate this. So I'm going to press Alt-D, pressing X, connecting it quite right. So again, let's try again. Alt-D, X, and you can press Shift if you want to be more precise. It will lower the speed of the mouse. And why I'm doing that so precisely, it's that now I can press Shift R. And as you can see, I can duplicate the amount of keys that I need. So let's add keys like that. In fact, I'm not going to add the other, the last octave. I'm going to select every keys that are part of this collection. So I can select one key and press Shift G to select the collection objects. And we can see that here I have 72 keys. And we are going to go for 88 keys for an upright piano. So here we have 72. Let's add back the octave, in fact. Oh, I don't have any undo anymore, sorry, so I'm going to add 1 octave more. So let's go back from the top. Alt D G, Alt D X, and let's adjust for it, something like that. And now let's select one key. Let's go into the collection and let's see how many we have. We have 84 objects selected. So we can add 1, 2, 3, 4 keys. It will be too much. So maybe we can go. It depends on the style of the keyboard. There are some keyboards that have 61 notes, I think. Some that have 88. But with 88, we need to finish by a C key and start with a C key. And start with actually a D key, I think. So what we are going to do is we are going to add some, whoa, do a barrel roll. We are going to add 3 keys before. So those 3 keys are going to be added before. So Alt D, and we are going to push them like that. But of course, you know that this key should be a reversed key. So in this case, we are going to select one reverse key, press Alt D, and slide it right there, making sure it's at the right location. And for the end, so we have here, let's select everything that is in the collection. We have 87, and we need one more actually. And the one more that we are going to add is a full key. So we will have, in fact, we will have to add one more key. And usually, so I'm going to duplicate this type of key. And usually, you know what? So I'm going to duplicate this one, but not an instance, just Shift D. And we will have to model to change it a bit, because this is going to be a full key. So let's enter in edit mode, and let's, for this one, we are going to delete everything from there to there, in fact. And we're just going to select everything in X-ray mode. So we select the bottom 2, and we are going to extrude and go right to the top, like this. And we don't have actually to extrude. We can add some cuts in both sides, and we can push this cut to the back so it's straightened up, so it's straightened the back there. Okay, so as you can see, the keyboard is quite wide now, wider than what we have. So we'll have to make some proportion adjustments to that. So let's select all of the keys by pressing Shift G and everything that is in the selection. You can see that the piano keys are now 88 keys, which is all right. And in fact, we need to go into each pieces. So let's select everything that we can for this piano in edit mode, and let's select all the side in X-ray mode, and let's GZ. We cannot do that because of this piece, because this piece is has 2 mirror modifiers, so we need to push that even more. So let's push that even more, and let's reselect everything. Let's hide the keys for now, or just go there. We are going to restrict the selections by activating this icon, and we are going just to restrict the selection for all the keys. So now when we select, you can see that we don't select the keys. And we are going to enter in edit mode for this one, this part, and we are going to push by looking at the cylinder. It's the most important thing. We are going to push everything toward the side. Now my keys are, it's too much, so let's select all the keys back. I'm selecting one key and pressing Shift G collection. And in fact, I want to be sure that all my keyboard is centered. So I will add just a plane, a temporary plane, that is of the size of the keys. Approximatively, it's not important that it's perfect for now. And I will select all of my keys by pressing Shift-G collection, selecting then the plane here, and I'm going to press, you can see that I have an offset of 1.34 meters. So actually we are not at scale, we need to change that later. And I'm going to press G, X minus 1.34 and enter. And you can see that now the plane is at 0, should be at 0, actually you have some precision issues, but all the keys are at 0 too, are centered in the center. So now what we're going to do is make sure that we have a small gap on each side of this piano. Let's move back the center key here. You can see that we have a small gap here. Usually it's a piece of wood, and then we are going to select everything else but this piece. So deselect this piece and select this piece, and then we are going to redo the same thing, G, X, and move that back. So now you can see that everything should be working quite fine. At least it's much better than what we had. I think that maybe the piano is a bit wide. Actually, it depends on the style of the keys that you're playing. Some will think it's a bit wide. Maybe the piano is a bit wide. Let me check. Let me see what we can do about that. We cannot, for now, we cannot scale everything. Of course, we are in individual origin. Let's go back to median point. Sorry, we cannot scale everything and just apply the scale because we have multiple objects that are sharing the same mesh. They are instanced, and I don't want to mess my volumes, my scale. So the problem is that if I'm selecting everything, it will still be bad, and I will have to replace all my keys, redo all my keys, at least copy all my keys back. But in fact, I still think that my keys are the good size in terms of placement. Let me check. Okay, one thing that we can do for now is that actually selecting everything there and make the piano a bit more high like this to add thickness to the better proportions to the whole piano actually. So I'm doing that, and I will move that back a bit, and then I'm going to select everything and level my piano back on top of the rest. Okay, so let's go with that for now, and I'm going to adjust everything if it's not right later on. But what I want to do is now progress with the rest. We are going to with this piece we are going to add a cut right there, another cut right there, and we are going to delete this center part. But let me just press slash on this key, slash on my numpad, sorry, and let me also remove some of those faces from the back. Why I'm doing this? It's because I will have to extrude this part. Let me press back the slash key, sorry, and we are going to also remove some of those faces from the back that are not going to help us. And I'm going to again isolate this object, and here I'm going to create a hole by extruding the hole like this. Okay. The issue I have now is that, of course, here it's round due to the subdivision surface, but one thing that I can do for sure is pressing Ctrl B to create a bevel like this, a bevel like this, and I can also add some loop cuts on the side there to maintain everything. One here and also one there, but we won't see it until we go into vertex mode. And now here the cool thing is that I have enough to close this geometry and to make it actually better. So you know what? I'm going to remove this dot, in fact, and I'm just going to join the geometry like this. And for the side, I'm going to need to add one more cut, and I'm going to join it like this. I will need to also add one cut here to select those both of those vertices, select this one and this one to join it, and do the same thing like this. And we've constrained our geometry there. It should look all right, I think. In fact, I'm not very convinced to the bottom part, so you know what? Let's delete this edge too, and this one too. Let's remove this edge loop, not the edge, sorry, just the edge loop. And let's here select the corner there and press F to generate a face using the F2 add-on, and let's push this dot, this vertex, back to the center. And now we have, if I select this face and this face, I can press F, and we have a better face loop that is going around to the center like this. Now what I can do is close the geometry here, and I will have, at least to my opinion, I will have a much better geometry. I can push that a bit further down and add back the cut that will straighten everything here. And of course I can also press SX0 to straighten this loop, and I'm going to straighten this too by pressing SX0. And as you can see, if I'm pushing that closer, it's creating us a better looking geometry right there. I can also select all this part and pressing SY0 to flatten everything like that. And now pressing Alt H to make my keys come back, you can see that I have a hole that is logical because the keys are not floating into the air. What we can do too is for this part, this piece, we can also close the hole. So let's select one edge, extrude it to the center like this, and let's add some loops on this plate, on this inner plate like this. Push it to the side, pressing the dot key to see it, to focus around it. Let's press G and X to push it again closer to the face, and let's select this edge, press F to join. You know what, before doing that, I'm going to select this edge again and pressing Ctrl B to bevel it. This allows me to quickly fill the thing, and I can fill by pressing F everything back. Everything should be okay for now. I can select the inner side and pressing GX to be sure that everything is being sliced in the center. And here I have something that looks weird. Yes, in fact, you can see that you have I have sorry, an edge that is not filling because I have a face in the center. So what I can do about it is try to select this face, remove it. So no. So maybe what I can do is just lower down this vertex. Try to select this face. I cannot actually select this face. So the best way for In a situation like this, the best way is to just remove the whole loop, sorry, and double click to select the edge loop that you want to extrude it on the x-axis back and until it snaps to the center. And now you're sure absolutely that nothing is going to be blocking you. Okay, so I think that we have a very big gap for the hole in the front due to the subdivision surface. So maybe we can push that up like that. And on the side, maybe we can do the same thing. Okay. So now we will have to add 2 blocks here that will do that will fill this part of the geometry. So this is going to be really easy. We are just going to add a cube right there that we can scale. We can just adjust the geometry right there like that. Scale it until it matches with the size of the keys. Let's make it a bit more volume. Let's make it a bit more important in terms of volume like this. And now we can also apply the scale because I've scaled it in object mode. Pressing Control Space, I can minimize this viewport again. And of course, I'm going to remove all unnecessary faces. So the back and the front, I can press X and faces to delete them. And I can select this edge, pressing Control B to bevel everything like that. And in this case, I'm going to try to follow the same bevel, but a bit flatter like this. Something like this will do the trick, I think. So let's add, by pressing Ctrl 2, subdivision surface. You can see that it seems I have an issue because of the n-gone that is there. So here I will add some cuts to finish the geometry, to complete the geometry. So pressing slash, I can go into isolate mode. This time I can press the K key to enter into the knife mode, and I can press C while being in knife mode to validate the cut straight, and then pressing E. So let me do that again. K, I click there, pressing C, enter to validate the cut, and let's do it again. C to constrain it to the side. Here I can add a cut, pressing J to join. I can remove this side, extrude it back, and recalculate the normal by pressing Shift N. And again, I can remove this and this faces, so it looks better like this. Let me add another loop cut to maintain the geometry back there. And from the side, I can also select everything while Alt Z is turned on, like X-ray is turned on. And I can press SY0, sorry, to flatten this edge loop. And from the front, I can add a cut and pressing Ctrl B with only one loop. By scrolling the mouse wheel, I can tighten the borders like this, and I can of course add the shade smooth option. Let's press slash to go back into the view with all the keys, and maybe it's too high, so let's scale that. It should be approximately the size of the keys, in fact. So let's scale that in object mode and then apply the scale, and let's use a mirror modifier before the subdivision surface along the center like this. Okay, so this was quite intense, but we still have something to do. Of course, in order to finish that, we will have to work on the back side here, because the keys cannot float like this. They are maintained by a piece of they're stuck pushing along a piece of wood. So what I can do is this piece, in fact all my keys I can select them, so let's select just one key and press Shift G collection. Let's press tab to enter into edit mode, and let's select the back and pressing GY to shorten the key, the back of the key, sorry. And now we are going to select this piece, add another cut right there, and add another cut right there, and add another cut right there, and this will allow us to create a gap for the keys. Okay, so let's add another cut to maintain the volume. But in fact, I want to select my keys back, and I'm going to do exactly the opposite things that I was doing. I'm just going to push them back. It will be much better like this. Okay, and for the geometry of the top, like this, let's push that down so the keys are going inside that are just like going inside that thing. Maybe we can push that back a bit and create a rounder shape there. Maybe we can also add some cuts here and there to add a small slope. No, the slope is not good. But maybe we can bevel this, slide this a bit to the top and bevel this and add just one cut. And maybe push that forward so it creates a small, a bit more detail. And we can add a cut like this to sharpen the thing a bit more. So something like this will add some details that are good to see. And I think that for the black keys, actually we can close them from the back. So let's select this edge, press F, F. So before that, let's select this edge, press F. Let's add one loop cut there, one loop cut there, and close the gaps like this. Same thing for the bottom, close like this. Add a loop cut there, add a loop cut there. Select the side, select the center, sorry. Add a loop, close the face, add a loop cut there, and that's all actually. Like this. So let's press slash back to go back, and just in case for the black keys we have closed the back. Okay, we need to add the pedals for the sustain pedal for the piano. So we will add only two in our case, and it will be I think it will be enough for this kind of piano. Okay, so let's do that. So to create the pedals, we'll add some holes in this plate, but just before I realized that I've messed up with this plate here, so let me push it back. Like this, and let me just take this part and push this part back. Okay. You probably saw that since a long time, but I messed up right there. Okay. So for the pedals, we are going to select the lower part, and we are going to add some geometry by adding a cut there, and another one there, and another one there, and making it lower. And we will inset this by pressing I and pressing B to connect it down, but actually this is not a plane, so we will make it a plane actually. So let's select the front plane, press Ctrl I to select everything else, and press X and delete the faces. We only need this to be a plane for now. And again, I'm going to press I, and using the B key, I can use the boundary option like this. I can delete this, and I have two holes in my lower part, and I can adjust this to make them a bit wider. And I can also at this point use the subdivision surface. So let me add a subdivision surface, Ctrl 2, and let me add some edge loops to maintain the sides and the top. I can push that further inside the rest of the body. And I think for there I'm going to also to add a cut near the bottom, selecting both new cuts like this. I can also scale them on the Z-axis to make them straight, okay? So everything is aligned. So now on top of that, after everything else, I can add a solidify modifier, a solidifier. And I can also use shade smooth, but you will see that shade smooth in some situation is not reacting well. So what you can do is go in the normals and use auto smooth. It will try to maintain the smoothing for the rounder part and try to maintain hard edges for hard edges actually. So let's increase the solidify modifier, and it will be much better like this. Okay, so for the actual pedals, what we're going to do is to model them starting from a plane. So I'm going to put my cursor somewhere in the way, and I'm going to just from the top use a cut to divide this plane in two. I'm going to press slash to enter in numpad slash to enter in the isolate view. I'm going to add the mirror modifier, and then I'm going to add a cut right there to create a nice round here, a nice round end. Use clipping. Also, this is going to create a loop cut, a nice loop cut that is going to define the shape of the pedal that I can push like this. I'm going to press S and Y and 0, and then I'm going to add a cut there, fill the gap right there, and let's fill everything using the F2 add-on and pressing, in this case, F again, selecting the corner F and selecting the corner and F. And now I can straighten everything using the techniques that we've seen since the beginning. Nothing should be new right now. Maybe I can add a cut there to increase the thickness of this. And I can extrude everything down, making sure my normal are alright by pressing Shift N. Let me select back the bottom part, scaling everything from the top. I can scale, but I will increase the scaling part on the X-axis to make it more important on the X, but you can see that it will weld some points here, so make sure that none of your points are going to be welded together. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to select some of the face from the top, creating a much rounder volume. Selecting this face, pressing G twice to slide it down, and then I'm going to press Ctrl 2 to add a subdivision surface modifier. Okay, so now I'm going to apply the mirror, selecting everything, and I can press right click. I can use the in vertex mode, sorry, and I can use the smooth vertices option, and pressing Shift R can repeat the operation many more times, sorry. I can scale the bottom part and flatten it back and reshape everything. For this part, I'm going to remove the geometry and flatten it on the Y-axis by pressing S and Y and 0 on the numpad. Maybe I can use the proportional editing by pressing O, scaling a bit the radius using the mouse wheel by pressing G. And using the scale option, I can press S, X, and scale the rounder part of the pedal like this. Okay, let's add the shade smooth modifier. Not modifier, but the shade smooth option. And also I'm going to add a cut right there to sharpen the bottom of the pedal. Okay, so let's press slash to come back, and let's scale this down, and let's put it in the hold section. So we need to find the right scale, something like this, and I am going also to still using the proportional editing, I'm going to also make it making float above the ground, because of course you want that when you press this, you want it to have some space below, so it goes on the ground. So when you do, so of course I'm also going to shift this. So when you do something like this, you want it to touch the ground. So maybe this is going to be fine, and I'm going to rotate it like this. So when I'm cancelling, when I'm pressing Alt R, to cancel the rotation, you can see that it's going flat on the ground like this. So let's change this hole so it takes that into account. Make it actually higher like this, and let's push the pedal a bit toward the front, and let's adjust this geometry a bit more like this. And for what we will have to do, I think it's going to be alright. I can rotate it a bit toward the exterior part, and I can also add a mirror modifier and mirror it for the other one like this. So I think that with this part being done, we can also maybe on this part, we can also select this edge, and let's add some details around it. So maybe with some bevels we can extrude something. Oh, I'm not liking it, so I'm going to revert that, but maybe I can select this and Shift D and extrude this part. I can select this object and press P to separate it into another object, and I can remove the solidify modifier. And maybe I can press Alt S to scale a bit everything more. And from the side, I can, and with X-ray turned on, I can remove the face from the bottom and remove the face from the back, and I can realign everything. So selecting the back SY0, selecting the front SY0, and maybe I can add one cut in the front, one cut in the inside, like this. And you know what? I'm going to apply the no, not now, sorry. I'm going to just for now increase the render and the level viewport for this one. Okay. So let me check. Here it looks fine. It looks all right. Maybe for this piece we can maintain the side too by selecting the whole piece there, and by pressing I to insert it. And while we are there, let's do that also for the inside there. So let's press I and set it to maintain the border. Pressing Alt H to make everything come back. And it's a good time to save, I think, and to move on something else. Okay? So now we've done the modeling of the piano. We maybe will adjust it. We will adjust adjust the modeling part of it as we go. But for now, I think this is going to be enough for what we have to do. And we are going to try to shade this. And then after we'll have to model the hand and to do all the volumetric aspect, the rigging and the animation. So this is all for the modeling part for now, at least for now, for this piano. Let's move on. So the next step will be to unwrap the different pieces for our piano and to create different materials for it. But just before, let me just try something that will maybe help the proportions. I'm going to select everything and just make the base a bit longer. Maybe this is going to help us with the modeling aspect. Let's just select the top part again, and once more, let's try to push that a bit higher. Maybe something like this is working better, don't you think? Let's try to even push the bottom a bit more. So I'm selecting everything using multi-edit, multiple objects edition. And yes, I think it's much better with more height like this. So let me push everything back. And finally, let's start unwrapping this piano. So in order to do the UV unwrap, I'm going to, so just to be clear with you, I'm not going to unwrap every piece in the most perfect way ever. I'm just going to unwrap it so we will be able to tile texture around the objects. So I just realized that behind here I forgot to add some to change the height like this. And after seeing the side, I can also select this part and push it a bit toward the back to make the piano a bit more more thick. Okay, so now we are going to isolate this top part by pressing slash on our keyboard. Let me re-enable the shortcuts. And I've enabled an add-on called UV squares that I will link in the description. This add-on is pretty cool because it will help us squaring the UVs for our different parts. So for this part, I'm going to go in the UV edit mode. In this workspace, I'm going also to enable random colors like this. And then I'm going to isolate again this piece, and I'm going to mark the seams for the corner. So I'm going to select one corner edge like this, clicking on mark seam in order to separate it from the rest. I'm going also to select the borders like this and pressing Ctrl E mark seam. And if I unwrap this thing, you can see that everything is unwrapped but a bit skewed, and we don't want this. So we are going to try to find a better way to unwrap it. But before doing that, let's try by pressing N, going to UV square and to select everything, and let's click on to square by first selecting maybe the islands. So I'm going to select this island, and I'm going to use the grid shape maybe, or to square. It's not working the way I planned. Let's make sure that we have no issue with our normals by pressing A and by Shift N, by pressing Shift N. Also, I'm going to temporarily remove the, in edit mode at least, the subdivision surface to see everything, how everything is going on. In this case, I think it's because the top part is just skewed a bit, so it creates this this non-realistic, I will say, non-straight, sorry, face. So what we can do is we can apply the mirror modifier right now. We can press L in order to select the UV islands, but you have to be in face mode to do that. And I'm going to press U, and then I'm going to use project from view. So now we have a straight projection in this case. Okay, so let's do something very similar actually for the rest. Here we can either unstretch it by hand, and I think for this I'm going with that. So I'm going to extend the UVs like this, or maybe I'm going to try again with the 2 grid by shape, and apparently in this case it's working well. So let's do that for this piece. Make sure that the pieces are going to be are to this scaled, sorry, to the same approximative size like this, and it's okay for this piece. So let's press numpad/. Let's go for this piece, for instance. So this is going to be really easy. In fact, in the modeling part of this piece, we can also, I think, remove those vertices. Let's do that. Let's even remove those faces from the back. It will be faster. And if I'm pressing Alt-H, I need to be sure that I have no holes in this this object. So it's okay like this. So adding also maybe a cut down there to straighten the sides. Let's do the same thing here. The same thing could be applied there too. And I'm going to select everything and press UV Unwrap. And for this one, it's going to be okay, but the only thing I need to do first is to apply the mirror modifier. So I'm going to apply it, unwrap it. As you can see, it's going to be kind of okay, but in fact, in this case, again, I want to try to do grid by shape. It's not working that well. Maybe maybe I can try to only do that with those vertices. It's not going to work fine, so by hand now I'm going to remove the stretch here. Something like this will be much better. I'm going also to push that in the center. It's not perfect science, and in our case it's going to be okay because we are going to apply a wood material. I'm just going to try to unstretch a bit the wood here. So pressing / to go back to the rest, I'm going to select the side parts there. So in this case, I'm going to unwrap the piece by selecting the side here, like that. You know what, I can even go further like this by selecting all this loop here. I'm using Control left click to select from one edge to the other one to select the shortest path behind between those vertices. This is really easy to do and makes life much easier. So in this case, this is going to unwrap on this side. This is probably going to be okay. Let me try to apply my first mirror, and let's unwrap that to see how it's looking. It's not looking great because we still need to. So this is going down, and we still need to cut it somewhere. So we are going to cut it from the back, from there to there, and let's try to unwrap it again. And this is slightly better. We need to also in the UV separate this cylinder part. So let's do that. Let's select the closest cut like this, and for this cut we will try to unwrap again. This is going much better in this case. You can see that the issue I have here is that it's still going not straight enough here, so I'm going to try to straighten the thing again here. Apparently I have an issue with some stretching somewhere. So let me press face mode to select this part. By the way, I'm always pressing Control space to zoom in the windows. It's something that I do a lot. So let's unwrap that again. So in this case, it's doing fine. This part is doing fine. This part here, this part is not great. So for this part we have an issue, and the issue is that it's looping around. So of course we will have to cut it somewhere. So let's cut it in the inside. Usually I'm putting the seams where on the model where there is less chance to see the seam from the point of view that I want to focus, sorry. And here I'm going to try using the 2 grid shape, but it's not working great. So in this case, you know what, I will go for the full sides, UV sides for my mesh. So I'm going to add some cuts here and there, selecting everything, hit U, unwrap, and in this case, maybe I can try to use by grid shape. It's not working that much in this situation. So maybe what I can do here is going from the side, pressing 3 to go in face mode, selecting this face and the other one too. And then maybe from the side, let's use U and project from view. And in this case, you can see that it's working much better. I have the shape, the expected shapes, so I can do that. Again, it's not an issue if you're not painting directly on the grid, like that. We are going to find a way to pack the UVs later on. So let me select this part. You can see that actually I can unlink those islands, which is preferable in this case. Let me just scale them back in the square like this. Let's press numpad / let's pick another piece. You know what, one thing that I can do maybe is mark the pieces that are okay. No, let's continue like that in fact. So I'm going to press / to unwrap this piece. So in this case, I'm going to select the border like that, maybe till the end, pressing Control E to mark the seam. Going to finish the seam like this, not with edge crease but mark seam. Going to select this border, mark it in order to unfold the back. I'm going to select this part, mark it, and I'm going to mark this edge too. Let's look at what it looks like. It's pretty fine actually for this part. What I can do right now is apply the mirror modifier and unwrap everything. You can see it's working quite fine for us. Right now it looks pretty squarish. Now let's unwrap this piece, numpad /. For this piece, I think we're going to go with the same idea. So let's unwrap it by default to see how it looks like. As you can see, it's very linked together. So I'm going to add seams on the sides, and like that, I think it's going to work perfectly. Maybe for this one now, I can press Ctrl L with some parts of the UV selected to select the island. I can press to grid shape. I think it's okay for this situation. So right now, everything is doing fine. Let's press numpad / to go back. Let's go with this UV, with the UV of this piece. So for this piece, we are going to, maybe I can separate the inside right there by adding a cut. I can also cut here and vertically like that to have this piece as one giant piece. Maybe I can cut like that too. Let's look at the result like this. It's a bit skewed, which is not ideal in our case. So here maybe also I can add one cut down the inside like this. It's going to separate a bit the thing like this. And for the bottom here, it's too much skewed like that. So let's try to use the by grid shape. In this case, it's working fine. But before doing that, we need to apply the mirror modifier and try again with the whole thing. So here I'm going to use to grid shape, which is apparently working fine. Same thing with that, to grid shape, working fine too. And with that one, let's try to grid shape again. No, in this case, it's not working well. So for now, I don't think that the distortion is too bad. Let's go into vertex mode and rotate it up just a tiny bit, like that, on both sides, and it's going to be all right. Let's press numpad / to bring everything back. Now let's unwrap this plate. Simply select it, apply the mirror modifier, select it, and press U and wrap. Even for this one, we can even project from view. So let's project from view like this. U project from view, sorry. So this is fine. Let's Alt H and let's go back into, let's make all of our objects reappear. We have a tiny box here that we can unwrap too. So numpad / select everything and press numpad period to go to focus your view on this one. Here maybe I can, by the way, slide down a bit those edges. Looks much better like this, I think. And let's double click those edge loop, add them, add seams and unwrap them. Works like a charm. Let's unwrap this piece, pressing numpad /. So this piece should be, if I'm pressing Control A to apply the mirror, this piece should be already pretty good to go. Let's try to add, to align it with the UV square add-on. Numpad / to go back. Let's now unwrap this small piece here. This is going to be pretty fine too. We are probably only going to unwrap the corners like that. Like mark seam. Let's see. Yes, something like that is going to work for us. Maybe for the pedals, what we are going to do is cutting them in half is going to be fine for us. So let's do that. U unwrap. So we have good UVs for that. For this part, I'm going to unwrap it. So press everything, press A to select everything, and numpad period to go in this view to focus on the object. Let's add a loop cut right there. And maybe in this case, for this part, which is a box, by the way, I can remove this face. Let's keep it for now. But I'm going to, for sure, I'm going to separate the cylinder aspect, the cylinder part from the blocky part. So I'm going to select an edge right there, or the edge that touches the ring, the seam, and pressing Control left click to go down there and mark seam. And for the box here, I'm just going to unwrap for now every corner like that. This is going to probably be good enough for what we'll do. Let's select everything and press U and wrap. You can see it's working perfectly. For the cylinder here, what I can do is in island mode, I can to grid shape. This UV square add-on actually works pretty fine with cylinder shape, cylindrical shape, sorry. And now we also want to unwrap this. So I'm going again to apply the mirror, select everything, press U unwrap. This should be perfect by default. And for the keys, I'm going to select this one, pressing numpad /. For the actual keys like that, for the bottom, I can just unwrap it. It should be fine by default. And for the rest, I can mark a seam down, and I can try to unwrap the corners to unstretch this part. So here, let's try like this. First, let's remove the, by the way, the back face for this key. And let's try to unwrap the key like this. So it's not perfect, but let's try to align it by grid. It's not working, but I think for what we will do with the material for this key, it's going to be all right. So let's go for this key now. It's a simple box, so we can just unwrap the corners like that. Nothing very special in this case. Of course, I need to unwrap this. So this key is pretty fine. We can go very quick for this because we honestly we don't care about too much about the stretching of the UVs in this case. But of course, in this case we are still going to remove the faces that are not visible. We could also remove the faces from below, but from below the key, but in this case it's going fine like that. Let's mark the seam for the bottom and UV unwrap this key. So apparently in this context, apparently we have much more geometry. Let me check with this one. No, with this one also. It's just that I didn't unwrap everything, so let me re-unwrap everything. So this one was done. Now we need to do this one. So let's select this loop, unwrap it, press Ctrl A on top of the mirror modifier to apply it. Apparently I cannot. Oh yes, I cannot because my bad. I cannot because it's being instanced. My mistake. Anyway, it's going to be fine for us for now. Let me just unwrap everything like that. Also putting edges to the corners and removing the back part like this. I don't think apparently I can. Let me check. Apparently I can remove the modifiers for the key, but I cannot apply it. So if I find a way to select the I cannot of course select the keys, but okay, for now it's okay. Let's skip the mirror modifier. Let's unwrap everything. So it's fine like that. I will try to do something, but because I don't like that, I will try to go. So in the object here, you can see in the object data panel here, you can see that you have 21 objects using this mesh. So I will press the 21 button to make it a single user. I'm going to call it mid key, for instance, or something like this. And now I should be able to apply it. So now I have this key that is okay. All right. And what I can try to do is for the other keys, at least for this one, just as a test, I can try to shift click to the other one and press Ctrl L and use object data. Let me check. Now this one should be alright, and I can remove the mirror modifier. So as you can see, I've linked the geometry of one object to the other, so now I can fix my issue. So again, let's select all the keys that are the same shapes. Sorry. Let's shift click this first one let's press Ctrl L, and let's copy the object data. So now when I move, when I edit this, all the other keys should come with it. Yes, and I'm also going to try to press Ctrl L and link the modifiers. Maybe this is going to remove the mirror. Yes, it's going to remove the mirror. So Ctrl L is going to be the solution for this issue. You are going to create a unique instance like we've done by going into the mesh data. This is actually what corresponds to the actual geometry, the mesh of the object. You make it a single user by clicking this number here, which corresponds to the number of objects that are using this geometry, that are linking this geometry. And then you can apply the modifier on your single object, and then you can transfer back the geometry by linking the geometry back to the other one. Okay, so now we are good to go with at least with the UVs. What we can do is we can unwrap, so we now have the keys that are working in mirror, or at least as one object. This one was unwrapped, this one was unwrapped, this one was unwrapped too, but this one was not. So let's go with this one, the last one. Marks him. Let's just unwrap the bottom part to see. Yes, it's okay. And for the top part, it seems to be okay too. So I can unwrap everything and maybe mark here a seam. And everything should be all right in this case too. So we have good UVs for everything. I think we've done everything. Maybe not the back plate. So for the back plate, what we can do is just apply the mirror, select everything, unwrap. Oh, apparently not. Oh, it's because it has a thickness. So let's select the inner faces, delete them. Let's select the top faces too, that are not doing anything for us. And we can even remove this edge and select this plane, unwrap, and then you have it. Let's press Alt-H and numpad / to make everything come back. And now we are ready to save first the object, a new version. And we are now ready to create the different shaders for this object. But before, I want to make sure that the objects have approximately the same scale. So in order to do that, I'm going to create a material that I'm going to call UV, and this is going to be in the shading. I'm just going to add a checker texture that I'm going to plug in the diffuse, and I'm going to go with texture coordinates, and I'm going to use the UV like that as the vector. As you can see, it's representing the UVs in a nice way. I'm going to scale the UV by, for instance, 10 or 20 or something like this, maybe more, 30, maybe 50, something like that. And I'm going to select every object, and finally I'm going to select the object that is using this UV material, and I'm going to press Ctrl L and copy the material for all the other objects. So now you can see that, let's go back in the UV editing, and pressing Z I can go into material preview. So now you can see that all of my objects are using the same material, but now what I need to do is I need to establish good proportions between all my shapes. So I'm going to select these shapes, the shapes that are not following the same approximative size of my UVs, and I'm going to try to adapt the UVs so they match the scale approximatively with the rest of the piano. It's not very crucial that everything matches perfectly, but you can see that just a bit of correction like this can help make the texture wrap correctly. So This is not again something mandatory, it's just to help just a tiny bit with the scaling. So let's do something approximately like that for this piece. Let's select the keys, this part. Let's scale that. Let's select the keys, scaling them down. In fact, we are going to use procedural materials. We are going to use textures, but we are mainly going to use to do our work in shader, in the shader. But we still are going to use the UVs as reference points. Here you can see that I can try to rotate a bit this piece, just to realign it a bit, to try to make it a bit straighter than what it was. You're not obliged to do, again, it's not mandatory to do this, it's just fine-tuning the UVs for better use later. Okay, so in this case I can scale them a bit more, so you can see that everything looks fine except the last one. Let's scale that down. And by the way, I don't think I've applied the mirror modifier for this one, so apply it and re-unwrap everything. Looks much better now. I can use the island selection to select the islands like this. Okay, something like this looks fine. Maybe this could be a bit lower, a bit smaller, sorry. And also the pillar on the side. Can make it with the good scale like this. Okay, so, oh, by the way, two other objects. So this one can make it like that. And this one I can make it like that. Should be okay like that. Let's save everything, and now we are going to start shading this this object. So for doing this, I'm going to use textures that are coming from the textures.com website. You can create a free account, and you have credits that you can use for free, but you won't have the biggest resolution possible. But I've downloaded some textures. I'm going to put the links into the description. Feel free to use them too, and this is going to, I hope, work well on this piano. So the first material I want to create actually is a wood material. So just let me change this name of this material name to clay, and we are going to just remove temporarily the UVs, not temporarily, but definitely the UVs, and I'm going to lower down this color, make it just like that, just to see what objects that we need to see the objects that we need to work on. So the first object that we are going to work on is really easy. In fact, it's this one. We are going to click on this button to make a single material for this selected object, and we're going to call it metal, and we are going to select a very bright, very dark color like this, and we are going to put the metallic to a maximum, and this is going to be fine for now, but we are going to come back to that later. So for the wood material, I'm going to again select an object that will have wood. I'm going to press on this 18 button, and I'm going to create just a single material for this object. I'm going to call it wood, and this wood is going to be I'm going to put a default color for now, but in fact this is going to be using a texture, okay? But the cool thing is that now I can select all the objects that will possess wood as a material, and so I think all those ones are the one that should have wood, and I'm going to click select on the object that has the material currently, and I'm going to press Ctrl L and link the materials. And as you can see, I've linked the pieces that should receive wood. So now I'm going to import the textures. So the one I will be using is a simple wood, so you can drag it from outside into Blender and just link it like this. So as you can see, we have wood that has been applied to our piano. The only thing I want to do now is to find in the UVs the right orientation. So I think I'm going for an alignment like this for this one, and for this one I will rotate 90 degrees too. For the rest it's quite fine. Maybe for this section, especially the bottom part, I can rotate them. No, in fact it was much... Oh yes, maybe. I'm going to rotate them like that. And for the rest it's quite okay, it's quite fine, I think. So for now this is the material that we'll be using. But one thing that I want to do is to add a texture coordinate here and plug it to the UVs. But I also want to add a mapping node. So with the mapping node in the middle, you can just dropping it on top. You can control the scaling of the texture. So we're not going to add too much scaling, but something like this is okay. So I've reduced a bit the texture. So now in this shading tab, we're going to go into render mode. Putting the cursor there, we can also add what we call a spotlight. And the spotlight will be too weak for us, so we're going to put it at something like 5000. And one thing that I want to fix just right now, because I think it's the good time to do that right now, I'm just going to add a cube. And just as a reference, the cube in terms of size is 2 meter. The size is 2 meter by 2 meter by 2 meter. So we need to change the scale of our object. So let's do that. So usually, and that's what Google is saying, it's on the x-axis, it's approximately 1.5 meter. In height, it's about 135 centimeters, and from the depth it's 60 centimeter. So sorry, it's not the same. Let me do it again. On the x-axis it's going to be 155 centimeters. On the y, so on the depth it's going to be 60 centimeters, and here it's going to be 135 centimeters. So this is approximately the size of the piano. Okay, so let's press Alt G to put that in the center. Let's remove the light. In fact, let's go back in solid view, select everything but the box here, and we are going to scale that. But as you can see, we need to first go into median points to be able to scale everything, and we are going to scale everything to the right scale. So something like this. It's a bit shorter than a real one, but I think it's going to be alright like this. So I'm going to place it in the center, and right now if I'm focusing on it, selecting everything, focusing on it, it should be alright like this. So we have the right scale. We need to apply the scale if we can, but the issue is that we of course now have some issues with the the different modifiers that we've created, so we need to compensate for them. So apply the scale for this one, apply the scale for this one, same thing for that, same thing for that, etc, etc. I cannot do it for every object just because I have some of the keys in my context that are not that are linked, sorry. So in this case I can also use the same tricks, the auto smooth option, and let me press Shift N just once to be sure that the normals are pointing in the right direction for this object. So for this one I can apply the scale too, this one too, I think I've done that already. So this should be fine, more and more fine, but here we have an issue, of course. We cannot do that for this object. So we will have to use the same tricks than before. So this one I cannot apply it, as you can see everything is using the same material. So what I can try to do is I can select by pressing Shift G all the objects that are part of this collection. By the way, you can see that there are some objects that shouldn't be there, so this one and this one, I'm going to press M and move them back to the scene collection, or at least to the collection which is which we can call a piano, for instance. Okay, now we have everything that should be that should concern the keys here if we hide this collection. And again, what we are going to do is select everything there, and we are going to go with we are going to press F3, sorry, and we are going to say user, make single user, object and data. So all of those objects now are single objects, okay? They are not sharing anymore the same mesh. The proof is that if I'm moving a vertex, nothing is following. So now I can press A, select everything, and apply the scale. So now, as you can see, if I'm selecting an object, everything should be at a uniform scale. And now what I have to do is to rename, for instance, this key. I'm going to call it black key. This one I'm going to call it L key. This one I'm going to call it LR key for left, for L, the L shape but in reverse. And this one I'm going to call it M key for the mid key. And this is not the object, this is actually the mesh. So what we can do is for this key, so we are focusing the shapes that are the same. The shapes that are going into the same direction. Okay, I think we are okay. What we can do is here we can change the object by selecting back the object that we want to copy. So this one, the L key, and pressing L and object data. So now if I'm moving something in the original key, as you can see, it's being replicated to the other one. So I can press H to hide those keys. They are done. So we can do the same thing with the black key. So let's select the black keys. Those are pretty easy to do. Let's select the first one, press Ctrl L, object data, and now if we move something inside, all the keys are following. Okay, press H, and we'll finish by this key. So this one, this one, this one. select the first one, press Ctrl L, object data, everything should follow, and press H. Now you can select everything but the last one. Make sure you don't have any L-shaped key. Select the first one, press Ctrl L, object data, and the last one is okay. Okay, so now we are back with instances. I can make the collection come back, and we have the right scale for everything. Okay, everything should be normalized in terms of scale. Okay, so let's go back to the shading aspect. In the shading, I'm going to go for EEVEE. I'm going to add a spot light, and you can see that now we even with 10 watts in the intensity, we are able to see a bit of lighting. But we're going for 1000 lighting. You can see that 1000 is blowing up everything. So let's go with a 500 watt for now value, and let's also change the radius and the size. So the radius corresponds to the softness of this type of light. So maybe it's too big like this. Let's go with something like that. Let's change the size so it's a bit lower like this. And okay, so you can show the cone also to see where it's going to cut the lighting. And we're also going to add the contact shadows. So contact shadows, if you're looking, for instance, here, you can see it adds the shadows that are filling that are blocking the shadows that are how can I say that, the shadows that are going to appear when two objects are close to each other. Okay, so this is the first light that we will add. We'll make it a bit yellow because none of the light in real life are pure white. Then we are going to, you can also change the custom distance if you want to change the distance of the light, but in this case apparently it's not changing anything. I was looking for that. Okay, so maybe everything for now looks fine. Maybe the radius could be a bit smaller like this. Okay, so this is for the first light. Then I'm going to add another light on top of that, an area light, and this area light is going to just be filling from the ceiling, and it's going to be bluish. Okay, so something like that. It's very subtle, maybe 200 watts, maybe it's too much, so let's go back with 150 watts. And same thing, I'm going to add contact shadows too for this light. It's going to be working, but very subtly. Okay, so now the other thing I will do is I will work on my wood a bit later, but I'm also going to go in the world settings, and I'm going to add what we call an environment texture. So I'm going to add an environment texture like that, and I have many environment texture. I'm going to pick one that is going to fit with our scene. I will put a link in the description for this, but let me import it from outside. And as you can see, it creates this texture, and it will create an environment light for everything. But it's very it's too much present for me, so I'm going to lower it down, something like this, 0.29, and I'm going to duplicate the background color, the background node, sorry, and I'm going to add a mix shader node in the middle, and I'm going to mix those two backgrounds to add a black background instead. So, but still use the background to illuminate the scene with the indirect illumination, the image-based lighting method, sorry. So I'm going to use a light pass node here, plug the camera as the factor, and as you can see, it's still using the environment for lighting the scene, but here now I have the control of the background of my scene. So I'm going for black shape for now, black color for now. Okay, so let's go back and work this wood again. So I'm going in object mode for the nodes, and I'm going to add another texture that again I will link in the section. It's going to be in the description. It's going to be a scratch texture. So I'm going to add it right now, and I'm going this time to duplicate everything like that. I can use the same actual UVs texture coordinate node, and I'm going to plug that like this. And this texture, if I'm looking at it, it's scratches, as you can see, and this will add more variety to the piano. So more details. So what we can do is now search for a bump node, and we can plug this in the height, and we can go for the normals. And you will see that basically it's going to add some details to this texture, but we are going to invert it, and also we are going to change the scale. So let's change the scale to something like that. And also let's, of course, change the strength. It's too much violence for what we have to do. So you can see it adds a bit of life. It's very subtle, but it adds a bit of light to it. Maybe we can even scale them much more. But I think that like that, it can be alright. So you can see the issue with EEVEE is that the scratches are pretty much pixelated. If you render with cycles, you won't have the issue, but it's just good to know. But for what we have to do, it's going to be so thin and so subtle that I think it's going to be alright. Okay. So let's add a material for this part. We are actually going to create a new one like this. Let's call it petals, and this is going to be something like a very gold material. So I'm going to push the color towards the yellow, and I am going to increase the metallic aspect of that and lower down the roughness. And in order to make it a bit more rusty, I will say, I'm going to use a texture, a decal, and this is a texture that will be added on top of this color. So let me actually use a mix, not a mix shader, but a mix RGB color, color node, sorry. And I'm going to first copy this color by putting my mouse over it and pressing Ctrl C. And I'm going to plug this color, this rusty color on top, pressing Ctrl V to add the color here, and I'm going to multiply and put the factor to a maximum, and I'm going to add a texture coordinate node and a mapping node. Usual stuff, not very complex. Going for the UVs, plugging the UVs here, and selecting the scale of my UVs, and actually I'm going to make them very tiny, or scale a bit the texture like this. Okay, so I will try in this case. So the issue I have with this texture is that it is not square. So maybe I will try to find another texture that will work better. It's going to be stretched actually, and I will have to unstretch it like that. So maybe it's okay. Maybe I can find a mapping that works. So maybe like that. Okay. Let's keep this working like that. I'm going to lower down the factor so it's not that much present, and I'm also going to plug this texture in the roughness, but I'm going to reverse it. So I'm going to use a color ramp, plugging this color ramp in the roughness, using this texture as the input. And what this is going to do is everything that is toward the darks in this color is going to be remapped to this left side of the gradient. Everything that is going to be light is going to be mapped in this side, and everything that is black is going to be without any roughness, meaning very shiny. And same thing when it's white, it's going to be very diffuse and very matte. So I'm going to reverse the thing like this, and I'm going to try to make the dusty part very like that, very matte, and still have some gold behind. Okay, so you can also push the grays a bit if you want to make the non-dust color a bit shiny, and you can always lower a bit also, as you can see, lower a bit the color if you want to make it working fine. The only issue I have with this texture is that it's too much present, so let me try to find another texture on texture.com. So I just paused the video and I went on textures.com and found another texture. I just had to tweak a bit the tiling for this texture, and also to change the gradient, finding a better solution. So in this case it's working like that. And one thing that I can do on top of that is adding a color ramp for the color here, and I can try to enhance the colors. So I'm going to reverse like this. I'm going to push the darks a bit more, so it creates a more rusty aspect for this pedal. The gold is maybe too gold, maybe too obvious, so I'm going to go with a less yellowish color. I think it looks better like that. And one thing that I can add and try to add on top of that is also a bump node that will convert this texture in terms of height to the normal and add some bump. Maybe I need to invert it and to lower the strength. So maybe it won't work that much because of the way EEVEE is computing normals, normals using the bump node. So let's stay like that for now, okay? Maybe I'm going to select now this part. I'm going to try to add the wood material for this one. This is going to be fine for us. Or maybe, usually in this case, it's not wood, it's, I don't know the term in English. Velvet, apparently it's called velvet, but I'm going to go with that. And instead of using any texture and anything, in fact, I'm just going to try to create a material that looks like that by only changing it to a grayish color. And I'm going to increase what we call the sheen. That is going to help us do this kind of stuff of result. And I'm going to add a noise texture that I can put in the sheen. Let me see how it works. You can see it starts to create very subtle here reflections. And I can also go I can also try to add some maybe some dust on top of that, but for now I will be fine, I think, like this. Let me try to increase a bit the roughness, and to let me try anyway to copy those nodes, and to press Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V to add a bit of dust on top of that, because I don't want it should be an old piano. I don't want to let it perfectly okay. So I'm going to grab also the mapping node, Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V to Ctrl+C here, and here I'm going to press Ctrl+V, and I'm going to push the output to the vector node, something like that. Trying to find a good amount of dust for this part. Maybe the green color is not great. Maybe I can push it to the gray like that. Okay, from far away it's going to work. Let's copy the material for the grid there. Let's copy it from the pedals, Ctrl+L and material. That should work by default. And if you're not happy with the scaling, you can still go in the UV editing, and you can change the scaling to make it more present like that. Let's go back to the shading. Or if it's too much present due to the scaling inside of the shader, you can also lower it down a bit like that. Maybe like this, it's working better. You can also rotate it a bit if you want. So maybe something like that is looking fine, at least for me. Now I can go back to the shading tab. I can also select the keys. So this will be the black keys. Let me press this button to isolate it, and let's call it black key. And let's add a very dark color for this key. And also we are going to select the scratches that were created for the wood. So pressing Ctrl+C here in the node view, Ctrl+V here, and we are going to plug this in the normal. And the only thing that I don't want in this case is I don't want the keys to have the same how can I say, the same distortions on the same locations. So I'm also going to offset my UVs according to I think according to the object's position. So I think I have a geometry node in Blender, yes, and I can offset using the vector math node. I can offset according to the position of the key. As you can see, I can add offsets with that are coming from the position of the key in the world. So now I can change the scaling here of the noise to something like 0.01. Maybe it's too much, or maybe it's just not enough. Let's add a bit more. And I think like that it's going to be all right. So some of the keys are very, very present. So I'm going to put the mapping node before, like this. It's going to be more manageable, I think. and I'm going to lower down the strength of everything. Okay, so something like that. Now for the white keys, I'm going to select one and Shift L to a black key to select the material and copy it. I'm going to press the 2 key here to create a unique material, and I'm going to call it white key. And instead of using the same material, I'm going for a very beige material, very beige color. I'm going to copy for the other keys like that. I think we can, even for the white keys, increase the value of the noise. And we can also, in this case, because it's very visible, we can also pick the noise, the grunge texture that we have here. So let's select those nodes here, Control C, go with a white key, Control V, and instead of this color, we can copy this color by pressing Control C, Control V over it, and we can go with the base color like this. You can see that it adds dust on top of that, but we want also to do the same trick than before here with the texture coordinates. Meaning that we want to add some variety in the grunge. So let's duplicate with add the AND node here, and we are going to add the mapping with the position. So same thing than what we have done before. You can see it's creating unique UVs, or it's offsetting the UVs if you want for that. And we can change the scaling for the mapping. Maybe trying to do something like that. And honestly, it's too much, so I'm going to lower down the value just a tiny bit, like that. Maybe I can use the overlay blending mode. As you can see, it's much more visible, but if I'm lowering it a bit, it adds much more variety like this. So this will do the trick for us, I think. We have still, of course, some work to do. We are going to add some grunge on the main wood. But this time we are going to add very precise decals, I think. So to do that, we will use the texture painting part of Blender, but before I just realized that I have one key that misses one material, so let's add this material to this part. And I'm going to try just to lower down the color of this texture, this wood texture. So I'm going to use the RGB curve like that, and I'm going to lower down the contrast curve. Just like that, and maybe lower down a bit. Maybe try to lower down the red a bit. Not too much, but something like that. And then with the factor, I can control how much I want the piano to be dark. Something like this. For me, it's working. Okay, so as I said, we are going to add some painting work on top of that. So to do that, what we want to do is to use texture painting to do that. So let's go first with the sections that are needed. Let me think about it. We are in fact going to create UVs, but we are going to create a second UV set for every part. Let's go with the default name because it's going to be alright for us. And the idea behind what I'm doing is just to have a giant texture and all of the objects that are sharing the wood material. So by the way, I can also select by material, I think. No, I cannot apparently. Maybe I can go here and usually select by I think select by material. No, apparently it's not working. But anyway, I'm ensure that I'm going to be sure that I have UVs, UV2s. Oh, you know what? It's Shift L actually. So Shift L, I can select the objects that have the same material. I'm going to select my lighting and press Shift H to be sure that every wood object here have UV2s, second UV set, which is the case for this, and this, and the back. I forgot to add it. I'm going to go into the material this time, to the material preview, and also in texture paint, you know. And then what I want to do is to select basically everything except the lights, and I will also have to apply the mirror of this one, and also the mirror of this one, and also the mirror of this one. Okay, so everything is fine like that, and I'm going to select all my mesh like that, and because I think I'm on the UV2 and the UV2 are selected for everybody, I think I can in UV editing I can work the way each island is going to be on the mesh on this part. So what I want to do is to first try what we call a packing by selecting everything and pressing Ctrl P, so it's not working anymore because the shortcut has been removed. Now it's called pack island, like that. And as you can see, everything was packed on the UV grid, on the UV square, sorry. And here I can change to add a bit of margin between my mesh, between my islands, sorry. So everything is on the same square regarding the UV2s, the second UVs of the wood. So now what I can do is, if I go in the shading aspect and I bring a texture node for the wood, let's call it texture, and let's add a image texture. Now I'm going to create a new texture of 4096 in terms of size, and I'm going to call it wood dust, and it is going to be pure white by default, and I'm going to press OK, and I'm going to paint this texture across all my objects, and this is going to add some dust on top of the color. So let's, at the end here, let's add a color mix RGB. Let's mix this texture with the rest of our object. Let's put it with a factor of 1, and if we multiply, in this case everything is gone because of course it's white. And in terms of the vector, we're going to use the UV map. That is going to be the second UV map. Okay, so now if I go to texture paint, still go into material preview, and I put black color on this texture, you can see that I should be able to paint on top of that. So it's not going to be seamless with all my objects. This is actually not very this is quite not nice, but it's okay, at least for now. And I'm going to create a brush for my object. Okay, so in order to create my brush, I will go in the I will press the N key here, and I'm going to go in the texture mask, and I'm going to create a new texture. And in the textures here for the brush, you can see that I have my texture, and maybe I'm going to first try to use a mask like this. So you can see that here I see my mask texture, and I can paint it by hand. Be careful with big brush strokes, it can quickly eat up your memory. So yes. So now on the different objects I can paint dust. So usually in the bottom here I'm painting dust, but I still need to work on my on the texture, on the way the brush is working. So apparently I'm not seeing anymore the color for whatever reason. Okay, it's back. I'm going to look at different settings. So maybe I'm going to use accumulate, because in this case it's going to be worth it, I think. It's going to accumulate the brush and the brush paint. Here for the angle, I would like to add some jitter in the brush stroke, so I'm going to add some jitter like that. So it's not working because it's repeating. Let's see. I don't want to be tiled, so I'm going to use random. It's not working great like that. Maybe let's add this random factor. It's not working great either. Let's use the rake option. Apparently it's just projecting the thing, which is not what I want in this case. I think I went with texture mask. The option is more texture. Okay, so in texture here, maybe now I can go with random. Okay, this is looking much more better, much more nicer, and random. Okay, I was in texture mask. Actually, you want to be in texture. That's why I was a bit confused. So here I can, by pressing F, change the size. By pressing Shift F, of course, I can change the intensity. And let's add some dust in the bottom. Apparently I pressed undo and it went back to tiled, so let's go back with rake and random. Rake is just basically following the cursor. Okay, so I'm going to add dust in the lower part of this piece. And in the angles. So for now we can be very unprecise, very rough. And we are going to correct that a bit later. So just remember to add dust, especially in the corners and in the lower part, because it's where the grunge is usually taking taking up the space. Let's select this part and go into texture paint for this, and let's add some grunge here too. Not too much in the center, but just a bit here and there. Let's do the same thing for the other pillar. Okay, let's select this part. Let's add some grunge in the corners. I don't know why it's not reacting properly. Maybe the normals are not in the right direction, so press Shift N to ensure that. Okay, it was this. So now I can make it work a bit much nicer like this. Ensure that the bottom part especially is covered with grunge. And the crease. So here I'm using a mouse. It's not a very good process. Usually I'm using a graphic tablet, but I don't want to switch the monitor for right now for the tutorial, so I'm going with that. Can add some dust again in the where it joins with other shapes. Let's add some giant dust patterns here and there. And over the top here. You can also paint in symmetry, but I think it's better if you don't. You will have better result, much more organic result. And now if you go into EEVEE, you can see the result. Let's go back into material preview. Now we need to select this this part. This is going to receive a lot of dust because of the key and the action, and basically it's where the human will be touching the surface. So I can add dust here to emphasize everything. Okay, something like this, maybe a bit below, even though we're not going to see that a lot. From the back here, I can add some dust also. Let's select those parts. So in this case, I think Shift N is going to work. I forgot to apply the mirror in this case, so let me apply it. And let me also add a second UV map, in fact. So as you can see, it's pretty bad because I've added too much. So I can create a new brush. Here I can create a new brush by pressing this. And I'm going to just remove the texture and the texture mask also. And I'm going to go with white. And for this, I'm going to make everything white again. And because I forgot to apply the mirror, it's going to be the same on both sides, but I think it's still fine for that. This is going to be called normal because it's a normal brush. So let's take the text draw again. Let's add some dust in the corners like that. So now we can go with this plate. Not too much, but mainly on the top here, because of the human the human aspect. This is where the player is going to touch the most the wood. For this one, we're going to go especially in the corners there. where dust accumulates a lot. Don't worry, it's just a first pass. We'll have to do another pass later on with a more rounder brush. So I'm going to add color there, and for the top part, you guessed it, we are going to add a lot of dust. Usually people are placing stuff there. I'm saying dust, but in fact it's more grunge, but you understood. I think. I hope. So let's go back with the normal brush, and now let's, with a much lighter brush, let's tone it down somewhere and try to integrate it a bit much more lightly like this, especially this plate here. Like that, and we are going to still in texture paint, we are going to right click, change the color to a dark black, and we are going to lower down the opacity again, and we are going to by hand create a fake ambient occlusion like that. This is going to push a bit the contrast of the seam between the different wood plank a bit better. Actually, this could be done in symmetry, so I'm going to, for the next part, I'm going to apply symmetry. Like that. Before it turns bad, just save your image pressing Alt-S. Save as image. And now we can go back with the painting. Let me just enable symmetry in the settings. So we are going to go with where is it? I think it's in the it's probably there. Masking, sorry, okay, so it was not showing here, actually it was hidden there in symmetry, so I'm going to enable the X symmetry, and then I'm going to select this, for instance this piece, texture paint, I'm going to add a bit of ambient occlusion for the sides there. Apparently it's not, the symmetry is not working well. Let me add it back. So now it's working. Let's go with this one. You need to enable it for each object apparently, which is pretty annoying, but anyway. So something like this. Maybe here you can cut it a bit with white in a random way, making it a bit more strong, like this. Let's go back with this plate, go in texture paint, let's go back with black. Let's lower down the opacity. The strength, sorry, let's enable X mirror, and let's draw a line here that will create the ambient occlusion, at least the fake ambient occlusion. Let's project strokes from there too. And let's go with this plank. Same thing, we can add our fake ambient occlusion right there along the top corner. I forgot to enable symmetry, so let's do it on this side too. And from the back, it's okay because we're never going to see the mesh from the back. So now I'm going to press Alt S to save this texture right there. It's really important, otherwise everything will be lost. And going back into the shading mode, pressing Alt H to make everything come back. And going back in EEVEE, you can see that now the object is looking much more, it's much better. If I actually remove this texture, you can see it's worth it. It's worth doing the job. You can see how much detail you can add with only a simple black and white texture. So let's save everything and let's continue our tutorial by moving on to some other parts. So the next piece we are going to model is going to be the chair, but just before that, I just noticed that the keys are actually pretty flat. I'm going to add more height to them. So in order to do that, I'm just going to first lower this piece, including the support here, and I'm also going to select this, and I'm going to enter in edit mode and select this bottom part, including the top actually, and I'm going to basically lower that a bit like that, and I'm going to also select all the major keys. So let's do the white keys first. So I'm going to select 3 keys like that, selecting the bottom part, and I'm just going to increase their height. And I'm also going to go with this one, which is again the only one of that kind, just pushing it like that. And I will need to increase the size of this piece too on this side. So let's do that like that. And also I'm going to increase the size of the black keys, but actually what I can do is for now I can just move them up a bit more like that and just push the bottom part really down the keys. So maybe this piece now is a bit too low, so let's reselect everything and actually move that a tiny bit to the top. So let's judge from the front. So let's go with something like that. It looks much more realistic to my opinion. But as you can see, I've messed up because this piece was actually in mirror, but we applied it, so I need to extrude, not extrude, but reshape that part. Okay, I think that with that we can now start to model the chair. So the chair will be a very basic chair for a piano player. So in order to do that, we are going to use different methods, but that you already know. It's not going to be that complicated. So let's start by using a cylinder, and by pressing this pop-up menu, we can just lower the number of vertices. We're going to go with 16, it's going to be fine for us. And we are also going to use the triangle fan topology for the top. So you can see that now it's a triangle fan. And I'm going to scale that piece on the Z-axis, scale everything to match the correct scale of this piece. And I'm also going to press numpad slash in order to go in isolate mode. It's going to be much easier for us. And of course, I'm also going to add a subdivision surface modifier by pressing Ctrl 2. I just realized that I again forgot to enable the keys like that. And let's also press right click in object mode and shade smooth. So with that, now we can add different cuts that will help us define the shape better. And I'm going to select the center vertex for each caps, and I'm going to press Ctrl plus, and this is going to help. This is going to expand my selection to the other to the connected vertices, and I can press I in order to maintain a inner loop like that. So I can inset basically this loop. So now let's add some loop cuts there. Let's extrude that and directly apply the extrusion in order to place it on the same location, and press Alt S. Pressing Alt S, we can extrude a small ring of polygon like that, and we can also flat this selection by pressing SZ in order to make it more round. So another thing that I want to do is to select the top face, and I want to create to push it toward the inside like that, to create a sort of how can I say that, sort of bowl shape, but a very subtle bowl shape. And I'm going to extrude once more and scale this part to finish the curve like that. So as you can see, it creates a more dynamic shape. Maybe I can lower this ring by pressing G twice to create a rounder corner on this part. And now that I have that, I can start to model the feet of this chair. So in order to do that, I'm going to create another cylinder that I can scale. By default, it's going to remember the other parts. By the way, if you want, you can go back in layout or stay in this workspace. It doesn't matter for now, but what I can do is I can go into, I can scale this object, press Ctrl A, apply the scale, and now I can scale this object to the size it should be at the end. And I'm going to add some loop cuts that I can scale. I can extrude on the same place by validating directly the extrude operator, and I can press Alt S to scale along the normal, so I can scale a bit like that. And now basically I can design this piece the way I want. So for now I'm just going for random loop cuts like that. I'm going to follow a bit the same idea that we've done for the leg of the leg support of the piano. So like that, just sliding the edge along. I'm just looking at the profile if it looks right. Then I'm going also to right click, shade smooth, press Ctrl 2 to add a subdivision surface modifier. And here I'm going to add one more loop cut, and let's add one more there too. And maybe this one is too close, so let's push them a bit back. And I can press Ctrl B to add a bevel, and I can scroll my wheel up in order to add a loop cut inside, and I can press Alt S to create a sort of ridge like that. So having that, I can now continue working on the bottom part. So maybe I can add another cut to make it more visible here too. As you can see, it's more sharp, sorry. Maybe here we can also add one more loop cut to create a sort of nicer transition with the top part. And let's go with for the last piece, let's go with a simple extrusion like that will create a sort of bowl shape for the end, like that. So maybe this piece is too tight, so this part is too tight, so let's select it. Let's increase let's move that up, and maybe, oh, I forgot to select some vertices, so let's select back after undo, and let's add a loop cut here to create a more sharp angle, and maybe we can shape the bottom bowl a bit better. One thing that you can do is you can also select everything and press Alt Shift S, and this is an operator that is called the two sphere, and this allows you to create a sphere from your selection. So in our case, it's going to be really useful, as you can see. But for the end here, I'm going to flat the result like that. Or maybe, you know what, I'm going to remove this vertex, select everything, and press Ctrl F to to use grid fill to have only quads, so we won't have any major issues with that topology. And now I can reselect everything and press Alt-Shift-S again, and this is going to help me create a more interesting shape for the foot. But of course it's still a bit wonky, so I'm going to reselect the bottom and press right click and smooth vertices, and I can press Shift R many times to repeat the last operation, which was the smooth. Okay, so I think that with that we have a nice looking shape. I can scale that a bit more, maybe I can sharpen this part, and overall I think I'm going to go also to remove the top faces, so I can remove them right now. And I'm also going to add, let me check, I'm also going to put the pivot point for this shape to the top, so selecting the top edge loop, pressing Shift S, cursor to selected, and then right click origin to 3D cursor. So now the origin is there. And I'm going to scale it, of course, a bit more. Let's see, something like that. And I'm going to apply the scale once I'm done. So the next thing I will do is create another. I'm going basically to duplicate this shape by pressing Shift D, make it lower. And I'm going to, in this case, create a much more interesting shape for the inside. Basically, it will be connected here by a cylinder. This part is where the player is going to sit. This part is just a support piece, if you want. Maybe we can invert, maybe we can remove those edge loops. So one by one, this one and this one, and maybe in this case we can reverse, add some edge loops to reverse a bit the shape, so it looks a bit different. We can scale that piece too, and maybe, so I'm going to press Shift H to remove everything else from the view, and maybe I'm going to select this inner loop. And you know what, I'm also going to extrude one more loop for the bottom, but I'm going to select those two loops. So from the top they are close to each other like that, and I'm going to press Ctrl B with one cut in the center, selecting the one cut in the center. From the side I can scale them on the Z-axis, making them smaller, and as you can see it creates a sort of border like that is going to work for us. So I can add some cuts here and there. And now I'm going to create the central piece. So to do that, I'm just going to select this part, pressing Shift E. I can scale this part because it's a separated piece, but I can also separate it in another object by pressing P. And from there, I can extrude this cylinder to the top, remove this face, select the bottom part, remove this face. Then maybe select everything like that, lower it down, and make sure that the normals are in the right direction by pressing Shift N, and then I can press Alt H to make everything come back together. So as you can see, we now have the central piece. We are going to tweak it a bit more in a minute, but before continuing, I want to place the feet. So I'm going to put one foot there. Maybe it's too wide, so let's scale it down. And from the bottom view, by pressing Ctrl plus 7, Ctrl plus 7, I can just find the right location for this piece. So maybe the inner circle is too wide, so let's select it. Let's scale it toward the inside, and let's place this feet a bit more inside. Now we can add a mirror modifier again, but before the subdivision surface, taking this piece as the center, and we can also, I think in this case we are going to just probably just mirror it again. So let's add them. Let's duplicate by instance by pressing Alt D, and let's put 1 feet there. And in this case, we're going to reverse the axis. Pressing Alt R, I can cancel the rotation, and I need to see in the item section the orientation. So here I'm going to put only minus 12 degree, and here on the x-axis minus 12 degree again. So we have the same angle, but on another axis. So you can see that now the chair is starting to take shape. The cool thing is that because it's instanced, we can still, if we want, for instance, select this piece and shorten the leg. So in order to do that, we press G, but we want to go along the z-axis local. So we press Z, but Z again to go along with the local axis. G, Z again, like that. So you can still model your geometry without any problem like that. So I'm going to extend a bit the size of this, maybe recenter just this piece. So let's do it by hand for now, something like that. Let's go in the side view and make sure that this is approximately centered. So this looks better. And we are now going to add a metallic piece for the center part here. That is going to be screwed to this piece actually. So let's press Shift H with those two pieces selected, and let's add from the top view. Let's select this piece actually, and let's add a loop cut. And we are going to symmetrize this piece. So from the top view, I'm going to select this part by pressing Alt Z, making sure I'm selecting also the vertices from behind. I'm going to delete this part, and I'm going to add a mirror modifier just before the subdivision surface and with the clipping option. So now what I can do is I can select all those parts, and I can extrude them by pressing Alt S, making sure I will keep the scaling right according to the normals. And I will add one more loop cut there, and from this point of view, from the top view, I will select this, and this, and I'm going to extrude that piece to the side, and I'm going to flatten this piece on the z-axis, and I'm going to level it with the rest, like that, selecting the bottom parts, removing any faces, and again selecting the bottom part, pressing S, Z, and 0 to make this piece flat. Okay, so now what I can do is I can maybe add a loop cut near the top to maintain this geometry, this type of geometry. Let's push that into the real piece, and now what I can do is I can lower this part, and I can extrude it, but as you can see with the mirror, I need to push it inside to keep the proportions right. And I'm going to add a piece like that, another loop cut like that. I'm going to extrude, push that down, extrude, push that down. And now the last thing I have to do is to duplicate this piece, right click to make no adjustments in the location of those of the selection. Pressing P, separate by selection, I can have a new object like this. I can apply the mirror modifier, and I can extrude back the center piece like that. Okay, and make sure that by pressing Shift N the normals are right. Make sure that you have shade smooth for those two objects, and press Alt H to see the result. Okay, so of course this piece is too high, so let's push it down. And the last thing that I want to do, that is going to be pretty quick, is I want to add a sort of screw. But before, I'm going to level this piece a bit more to the top, and I'm also going to try to select this piece and the top plane of it, and press I with border, with the border option by pressing B, in order to add an edge loop that will do the board, that will follow the border like that. So now I have a more well-defined piece, and I will place my cursor there by right clicking and pressing shift, and I'm going to add another cylinder, scaling it down, sorry, and I'm going to extrude the lower face like that, removing any faces that are there, so we have a hole. I'm going to select the top part, pressing I to create an inset, extrude down like that, just creating a simple, very simple screw. Doesn't matter how much precise you are with this, because it's not going to be that much visible from our point of view. But anyway, I can shade smooth and press Ctrl 2 to add a subdivision surface on top of that. And let's push that screw to there to level it with the rest. Let's add one cut on the top for both sides, and maybe I can select the inner part, pressing Ctrl plus multiple times to go to this edge loop, and I can press S and Shift Z to scale the inside part without touching the Z axis, and this looks much better. And of course I want to remove one level of subdivision, and even for this piece it's too much for what we have. We can do the same for that too, because it's very far away, so we want to save us some performances in our case. So let's push that screw on the side. Let's add a mirror modifier just before the subdivision surface. Let's take this piece, and I think we are good to go like that. Okay. So we still need to add one big part in the middle and some T-joint, and that will help us to maintain the shape. So for the center piece, what I can do is I can maybe duplicate one like that, remove the mirror, pressing Alt-R, I can cancel the rotation part. I can place this piece in the center, and I can, in my case, just remove maybe I can just remove the lower part like that, and here I'm going to make that center part work better by just extruding and capping the thing with a vertex like this. And of course I will have to, maybe I don't want to cap with a vertex, maybe I just want to cap by grid fill, pressing Alt, pressing the Alt F menu, and I want to rotate it to align it. And selecting this, I can press right click, smooth vertex. By the way, you can press right click and add any function to the quick favorite, and then and call the menu by pressing Q. And you can see that I've already stored the smooth vertices in my quick favorite, allowing me to be much faster with the smooth option. So I'm going to hide this part for now, and I'm going from this view to remove some edge loops. Maybe this one, maybe some of them there, creating a much more subtle shape here. Maybe I can scale that a bit more to create a more robust shape, more solid shape, because it's the centerpiece. I can add a loop cut there and scale it to create an ornament. And this will, I think, look fine for us. And maybe the lower part here is not that great, so I can select it, pressing Alt-Shift-S to make it rounder, or maybe scale it. Select this piece, scale it a bit more. Something like this will work better, I think. So maybe I can remove this edge loop so the transition is much softer, more like a bowl shape. And now I can add the joints in the center. So to do that, I'm going to add another cylinder, and I'm going to remove the top parts, top vertices, and I'm going to rotate this piece 90 degrees, scale it like that, and I'm just going to shade smooth, apply the scale, press Ctrl 2, but in fact I just want 1 in this case, and I'm going to add some loop cuts, and those loop cuts I can bevel them, but I need to go in edge mode to do that at once. Select this, shift click, Ctrl B, like that. And for this piece, and this piece, I'm going to press Alt S to scale it down. And then I can maybe add one more cut here, or one more cut in the middle of everything. Selecting them, pressing Alt S to make them a bit more prominent. And from those, for the two external sides, I'm going maybe to scale them on the x-axis, making them close to each other, and it creates a bit of variety in the shape language that we use. So let's add other cuts like that, and I think that with that we're good to go. We just need to plug this piece where it should be. So let's go from the top. Let's put it like that. Actually, it's a bit too weak. So what we can do is maybe in fact remove the loops that I've just added before, those ones. Or you know what? I'm going to just select everything and I'm going to press S and Shift X to scale everything on the ZY axis. But anyway, I'm still going to remove some loop. Maybe I can remove one loop there, and maybe this one too, to create a less weak shape, sorry. And maybe I can also remove the center loop there. Like that, I think it's much better. So going from the bottom view, I can make sure that everything will connect correctly, and I can press Ctrl A to apply the scale. For this piece too, I'm going to apply the scale. This one too, this one too, this one too, everything basically except the instances that are already being applied. And you know what? I think that the angle for those pieces is too low, so I'm going to go with -20 to see how better it is. So -20. I think it's much better. So now we can go back with this piece and scale it in edit mode, like that, and place it more the way it should. And then we can add, of course, now a mirror modifier, but before the subdivision surface. And let's pick this object as its center. Let's press Alt D and let's rotate. Let's rotate 90 degrees, and let's place this correctly, but now on the y-axis. So something like that from the bottom view. Make sure that it is approximately centered, and like that I think I'm okay. The last thing that I want to do in order to finish this piece is to select the inner side, like that, duplicate this part, and pressing S Z -1, I'm going to reverse the shape to mirror it on the Z axis. I'm going to press P and separate this piece as a new one, and I'm going to recalculate the normals, and I'm going also to scale this piece on the Z axis like that. I'm basically going to create a cushion, sorry, for the piece. I'm going to remove the center vertex and going to press double click to select this loop, pressing Ctrl F and grid fill, and I can realign the grid fill like that. Pressing Alt Shift S, I can try, but it's not working very well. The sphere to sphere method, but in fact I'm going to select those loops and pressing G many times, G twice, sorry, to actually compensate for this shape. So let's select the bottom shape now, the bottom loop now, and let's integrate it with the rest to create this piece. Okay. So that's all for this this piece in terms of modeling. Maybe I can scale those pieces a bit more, so it's more robust, like that, and maybe I can scale a bit this this top part like that. Okay. So what I want to do now is to unwrap everything. So in order to do that, I'm going to go in edit mode, in a UV workspace. I'm going to select my my chair, putting it in front of the piano. We are lucky because I think we are with a scale that is looking okay. And again, pressing for the pieces that we've changed in terms of scale, pressing Alt A and scale is better. Same thing for that. No, we cannot do that for that because they are instanced. But now we are going to extrude everything. It's going to be really simple. So the first piece is I'm going to press U unwrap like that. Then selecting this piece. As you can see, it's pretty much already unwrapped, but we can do, I think, a better job by selecting those edge loops. Mark seam, selecting one seam somewhere that is going to cut the cylinder in half, and mark seam. Pressing A unwrap, U unwrap, sorry. For the inside piece, it's going to be so easy. We are just going to add one crease, U unwrap. For the so let's hide the pieces that we've done. So for this piece, we are going to separate the cylindrical part by pressing Ctrl E mark seam for this part, and we are going also to, from the inside, so we can press Shift B to put the camera where we want to focus. Sometimes useful because now you rotate around the point that you've focused. And I'm going to select those edge loops, mark seams. Let's cut that too. And for the center part, we are going to cut that too by adding a seam. And we are going to apply the mirror modifier. And if we select everything and unwrap, you can see that it's working pretty fine there. The only thing that we can do is with those parts is maybe select this and, oh, the UE square add-on was not saved apparently. So let's use the 2-grid method, and you can see it works perfectly for this case. So this is looking fine too. Here I'm going to unwrap it the same way as the top piece. So let's do that by adding a seam, not this one. So this, pressing H, so this screw was not unwrapped, so let's unwrap it too. Add a seam there. We can go really fast with that because we actually don't care about the stretching, etc. We just care about like having basic UVs for that. Like this, it's going to be fine. I can use 2 grid shapes in this case. Okay, so this could be unwrapped, but I miss one loop cut there. A U unwrap, perfect. So this is done, this is done, this is done. Now I need to unwrap one of the feet. So I'm going to put the seam inside so it's less visible to the other one. And from the side view, I'm going to just cut using the circle select in X-ray mode and using my middle mouse button to deselect, to paint a deselection if you want. I can deselect some parts there, and I'm going to select the lower piece. Or you know what, I'm just going, because it's very to the bottom, I can just select some more and unwrap the piece like that. It's going to be fine, I think, for us. Let's try with 2 grid. No, it's not working in our case. So for this piece, what we are going to do is simply select a slice underneath, adding it like that. And for this one, same thing than the other piece. Let's select one edge. Let's deselect some edges, press Ctrl E, mark seam, select everything, U, and wrap, and we are good to go, I think. Oh, actually, I would like this piece to be aligned. So let's rotate it, and let's select, in fact, a loop that is aligned, and deselect every other vertices, edges like that, and use Ctrl E, mark seam, and unwrap this piece. Okay, so I think that we've unwrapped everything. The only thing we need to know is to make sure that the scale is going to be alright, and also we need to add this to the UV. We need to add UV tools for the wooden parts. So I'm going to come back with the clay material for all those pieces, selecting last the one that has the material, pressing Ctrl L material, and back to the shading part. Let's press numpad slash to unhide everything, and apparently I've also lost the keys, and press Z to go in material preview, and here just for a moment I'm going to add a checker texture, and I'm going also to add texture coordinate for the UVs, and I'm going to add a mapping node, and I think that we were with something like I don't remember the scaling, but it's let's say 1.83 or something like that. 1.83. Okay. So what we can do with that now is go into the UV workspace, go in material preview, and we can try to maintain the same scale for our different objects, but approximatively we don't care about this to be very precise. We just care that they are approximatively the same size. It's going to be okay. For this one, for instance, could be a bit smaller. This could be a touch smaller. Same thing for the screws. Something like that. Okay, I think this is fine. So what we can do now is we can, for the wooden pieces, we can add a new UV map. So let's add a new UV map. So this is going to be wood. This is going to be wood. This is going to be wood. These two, we already have it because it's instanced. We can add one for this, and we can add UVs for that too. So for the piece that will be sharing the wood dust, make sure that they are located somewhere that will be free in terms of space. So we are going to do that. Actually, if you want, you can still copy the material and it should work, but for us, I think we have some space near the top, and we're not going to add that much dust. Even maybe we are not going to add dust. I don't know for now. I'm not sure for now. Just put them where we have white space. Like that. Those pieces and this piece too. Scale it down. Okay, let's just check quickly with all those pieces selected what we can do to make sure they are not that much overlapping, we can do something like that. I think we are okay like this. And let's, for those pieces, let's shift click this wood and let's copy the material by pressing the Control L key. And you can see that overall the scaling is too thin. So what we can do is we can go back in UV map for this piece, and we can try to adjust for the right scaling. So let's scale that down. Let's do the same thing with the first UV map for this one. Same thing for that. Go back with this UV map. Scale it down. Same thing for this part. Let's try to adjust for a nice size. Let's go back with this one. Do the same. Maybe here we can scale it a bit less. So like that, for me it's working alright. Then I can maybe copy the metallic piece for the pedals, Control L, and copy that. But the thing that I want to try to do here in this case is I'm going to press the 3 key and call this metal, and I'm just going to change the color to a more dark color like this. And then I'm also going to make sure that the other pieces are using the same material for this part, like that. And for the top, I'm going to use the velvet texture. You can see that the velvet texture material is not the best, so we are going to use another texture from texture.com. Used to be called CG texture, by the way. And we are going to use a fabric texture that adds some grain to this velvet texture. So let me import that by first selecting this top part. Remember to save a new version, it's important. And I'm going to go in the shading part here, go into EEVEE, and I'm going to import this texture. This is going to be very subtle, but this is going to add more variety to the shape. So here we have some grunge, but I'm going to duplicate this node, just put this as the color, and here I'm going to put as the first value the color one. You will see it adds the velvet color, the velvet texture if you want. It's not a velvet texture, but it's more a fabric texture if you want. And then here I'm going to use the hue, the color maybe modifier, and then I can choose a more distinct color. Maybe in fact I can just use multiply, because in our case we want to still change the value of the color. So something like this is going fine for me. The only thing that I don't want to be that much important is the dust. So let me remove the dust a bit, like that. And I'm also going to try to use this texture. So let me plug it with the UVs, by the way. And I'm also going to try to use this texture to change the normals a bit. So it's starting to get a bit messy here, but I think it's going to be okay. So let's add a bump node by pressing Shift A and search for a bump. Let's plug the bump in the normals, and let's pick this texture as the height. You can see it adds a bit of variety, but maybe we want to invert it. Let's check no, let's not invert it, but of course we want to lower the strength. So it should be very, very subtle like that, and you can see it now. It looks better. So let me go for this. Maybe in this case the UVs are too small. So let's select that and scale them a bit. It's working a bit better, I think. And I don't like the fact that this is stretched, so I'm going to try to use the grid to grid, and this is working much better, as you can see. Okay, so let's go back with this piece. I think we are fine with that, I think. Let's go back in the shading part. Maybe I wanted to find a better color for this. More greenish, something like that. And yes, we just need to level this piece with the ground, and let's press M and add a new collection, and let's call this chair. So everything will go in the chair. And also I've noticed that I've added some things in the collection of the keys. So if I'm removing the keys, no, only the keys are there, so this is good. Okay, only the piano is there, and only the chair is in the chair, and the rest is for the scene. So, okay, so I think we're in good shape with this this project. The next thing that I will do is to actually model the hands of the pianist. So let's take a break and let's do the hands, and we'll see how to rig them, how to animate them, and how to later on also rig the keyboard, and we will see how to add some shading to those hands. So let's get started for this next part of this tutorial. Okay, so I've created a new file, and we are going to model the hand in this new file and bring it to the other scene later on. So in order to model the hand, what we are going to do is we are going to start using this cube. By using this cube, I'm going to scale it on the y-axis, and from the top view I'm also going to scale the wrists side, and we are also going to maybe make it less high like this, and from the top view I can add 3 loop cuts like this in order to create the opening for the fingers in this direction. So we are going to have the pinky finger in this direction, and we are going to have the other fingers like that. And you can see that if you're looking at your own hand, you can see that the fingers are creating from the bottom, from the palm view, you can see that the fingers are creating an arch, sorry. So make sure that you have it in your modeling, sorry. So now we are going to add some cuts right there, and we are going to smooth everything like that. This is not the perfect topology for now, of course, but this is going to be a start for the fingers. So what I want to do is I want to select in edge mode those loops, those 3 loops, and I want to bevel them using Ctrl B. Now I'm going also to add 1 cut in the middle like that, and I'm going to scale it along the normal. And this will help us define here the openings for the fingers. So right now we can already delete that, and we will have a start for something at least. So I'm going to select the opening of the fingers, and I'm going to scale them on the z-axis, and a bit on the x-axis too, like that. And from the bottom view, I'm also going to push this inside like that. This is going to create, using the proportional editing, sorry, so I've pressed the O key, and this is going to help me define the more general shape of this hand. So one other thing that I want to do is I want to scale those inside part a bit like that, and I want those inside parts to be more toward the back side of the hand, and I want to push them a bit more forward like this. So this hand will be facing down, and we can reference our hand from our left hand. If you are right-handed, you can reference your own hand face down, face up, sorry, palm up to model. This is going to be really useful. So one thing that I want to do on top of that is I want to extrude the base of the thumb. So in this case, what I'm going to do is to find what geometry will be nice to do that. But before doing that, you know what? I'm going to add some cuts on top of that to divide the fingers even more. So here we'll have 8 vertices, sorry, to extrude, which will define a good enough shape for the fingers. And what I want to do from now on is to define the opening of the thumb. So in this case, I'm going for that geometry. I'm just going to remove the vertex here, and I'm going to open this a bit wide, and I'm going, as you can see, to shape the opening for the thumb more or less like this. So this is going to be important for us because this is going to define where the thumb is pointing at. I'm going to use the proportional editing steel, and from this view I'm going to rotate it a bit, and I can right away I can extrude the base of the thumb like this. Okay, don't worry if it's messy, it's going to be everything. We are going to correct everything as we go. I'm going to add one more cut here to maintain the geometry there, and from there I'm going to select this part, this inner part, and from the side view I'm going to extrude it. Maybe because it starts to be a bit annoying, I'm going to reverse this hand at 90 degrees. And now for this finger, what I want to do is I want to extrude it approximately the same size of the palm, and I'm going to scale that down. So from the top view, I'm going to also close this shape, so you can do that very quickly by selecting everything and pressing Ctrl F grid fill. And then I'm going to add one cut in the center, pushing it a little bit toward the back, and then one other cut like this. If you look at the hand anatomically speaking, the first phalanx here where the knuckle is going to be tilted in this direction. Then we are going to have this direction and this direction. So maybe this one is a bit straighter than this. Basically what you're looking for is to have something like this, and here the fat pad, and then the thumb is going to be like that. So let me remove the annotations. And what we want to be sure is that this is aligned, so we are going to use the loop tool flatten option. Same thing for this one, flatten option. And we can also make the finger a bit rounder and a bit flatter on the top like that, and we can start to shape this finger the way it should be shaped. So if you look at the finger from the side, from the front, sorry, you can see that it's more flat toward the top and it's rounder toward the bottom. So you can select those vertices and push them like that. I'm using the Control key to select the shortest path, and in this case, as you can see, I'm starting to shape my finger. So I don't want this to be rotated too much. So from the top view, I'm going to compensate for that. And one thing that you want to do with fingers is you want to taper them down. So I'm going to taper them like that. So the base is much wider than the end, than the tip of the finger. Okay, so based on that, I'm also going to rotate this a bit toward the inside, and this one, as I said, I'm going to rotate it just a bit like that. And I want to select the center part, the centerpiece, and I want to move it up and move the last part a bit down, and I'm going to add an edge loop there, and I'm going to flatten the finger and to create the curve for the bottom here. So for the nail part that we are not going to model, I still want to push it inside like that, but we are not going to model them because we are going to do some shading that is going to let us remove a bit of detail. So don't bother you, I don't want to bother you with modeling the nails. So here we're going to add one cut. Maybe we can scale this a bit down this one too, on the x-axis especially, here too. I think that the finger should be from the top view a bit wider. So let's select it and scale it on the x-axis a bit. You can see it's a bit skewed, but we can correct this by hand, no pun intended. Let's right click and flatten this loop and rotate it a bit and make it wider here. And we are also going to add one cut down the bottom here, and I think this is going to be we are going to be in a good position now for creating the different how can I say that, the different cuts around the fingers or on the phalanges. We can select them and press Ctrl B and scroll the mouse wheel up once in order to select the inner loop that was created. We can push it a bit like that to create the creases, and we can also slide the top part for the knuckles like this and slide the knuckles like this. So you press G twice to do that, and maybe you can select the knuckles and push them a bit higher like this. Okay, we are going to also add another cut there, and for the lower part we are also going to create a crease like that, and everything that is going to be there is going to be basically fat, so we can push that along the normals, and this is going to work pretty well, I think. So if you add a subdivision surface modifier by pressing Ctrl 2 or Ctrl 1 if you want, only one level of subdivision, you can see that it starts to take shape and it starts to work. But I still want to be I still don't want to have the subdivision surface in edit mode, so I'm going to remove it while editing. I can also add the shade smooth, and you can see that when I uncheck this option, I'm not seeing in edit mode the result of the subdivision surface, which is pretty good because we don't want to have it in this situation, in this case. So let's continue. We are then going to duplicate this finger right there, and you can see that you can push it a bit toward the top, but you can see that with the natural curve that we have, the finger is going to naturally go a bit higher than the index finger, but we can still increase that difference. And from the front view, I'm going to push that finger. I'm going to duplicate while I'm here the other one like this. So this one is going to be rotated a bit more, and it's going to be shorter than the index finger, but a bit skewed like this. Let's also rotate this loop so it projects in the same direction. Let's rotate a bit also the knuckles to adapt with the direction of this finger. Let's select by pressing L this part, and then for the last one I'm going to scale it as everything actually, and I'm going to rotate it and push it to the side. I'm also going to lower down a bit those faces to adapt. You need to in your case, because it's your own model, you need to, if you're following along with me, you need to just correct things here and there. But of course, you're not going to do exactly the same thing that I'm doing. So you need to adapt with your model. So now I'm going to connect the fingers. It's pretty easy. You select 2 loop cuts, you press Ctrl E, bridge edge loop, and you can do the same thing with that. Ctrl E, bridge edge loop, and again, Ctrl E, bridge edge loop. And we will add, 1 cut there, 1 cut there, 1 cut there. Select those cuts and press Ctrl B to bevel them, but remove 1 cut. So we have the same geometry, the same amount of geometry here. And then we can then model and adjust everything. So one thing that is anatomically wrong that I've done in my case is that I shouldn't see this from the bottom. Actually, if you look at your own hand from the bottom view, palm up, you can see that the small wedge shape that you have in the middle of your fingers is higher from the bottom view. So this is going like that, and from the other side, this curve will be there, and you see the opening like that. Okay, so we are looking for that. So, but before doing that, I'm still going to create the crease that was created at the bottom here, like that. I'm going to model the things like that. Just going to adapt for the new geometry that was created. Don't worry, we're going to tweak things here and there and polish everything as we go. But in order to do what I've said, I'm just going to use the proportional editing, and I'm going to push that in front. So same thing here, push that in front. So you can see that this is going to create from the back this wedge shape idea, and you can even from the top part, using the proportional editing, you can even emphasize it a bit more like that. So in this case, I also want to compensate this knuckle, and let me also, so those few vertices will represent the knuckle. So this, and this. So as you can see, I'm trying to model them the best way I could. So it's not exactly the knuckles, it should be a bit back. So let's change our mind, and let's use those quads to do that instead. So I'm just going to, using the proportional editing, I'm just going to model this idea. And at this point, we have a good looking hand, I think, for a start, but it misses a lot of things. So we need still to work on it. So let's use the proportional editing in order to shape the back of the hand. If you look at the back, it's mostly flat, but you see the tendons. We are going to select the knuckles there, the center at least, vertices, and we're going to push them a bit toward the top. And let's also push the tendons that will go along with them. And let's adapt the geometry here to make it more logical, flowing logically, like this. So from the back of the hand, we are for sure going to remove those vertices, those vertex, and I'm going to smooth everything like that, scaling it up a bit because it's where the wrist is going to attach. And now from the bottom view, I'm going to create nicer shapes Basically, I can also, in this case, select the bottom part and press and add some smoothing operations to relax the shape a bit. And I'm then going to add the finger, the thumb finger. So for the thumb, I'm going to duplicate only one phalanx, like that. And I'm going to shape it in this view right now. So it's going to be, I'm going to extrude the base of the thumb like that. And this is going to be wider on the top part. The knuckle is going to create a wider shape like this too. And then here we can also maybe add one more cut just to have a vase shape. And the finger is going to be rotated on the y-axis approximately 45 degrees, something like that. This is going to push forward, and from the side view this is going to be lower like that. So let's connect this. You can see that the opening is not very well placed to welcome this thumb. So what I can do is use the proportional editing, but in connected mode by pressing Alt-O. As you can see, it will move only the the connected topology, and I can adapt this part so it fits with the thumb. Maybe from the bottom view we can select the finger, and maybe we can rotate it and spread it a bit more, and maybe we can rotate it by pressing R twice, again a bit more. Let me check. Depends on the type of ends that you're doing, of course, but something like this for me looks much nicer. And let's connect this loop with this loop by pressing Ctrl E and bridge edge loop. So you can see that now the thumb is connected. We need to do a lot of work to incorporate it properly. So the knuckles, the base knuckle of the thumb will be around there. So as you can see, the thumb is pretty much too long. If I'm looking from the front, it should go with the first phalange. So in fact, it's pretty okay. Make that move a bit forward. But here I'm going to add to use the circle selection, and I'm going to smooth a bit everything so everything is relaxed a bit more. And using proportional editing, I can push this forward a bit. And the knuckle for the thumb, as I said, is more toward the bottom. So I'm going to, using still the proportional editing, I'm going to push the knuckle more toward the bottom again. And I'm going to try to go to shape this finger with proportional editing from many views, many different angles, which is pretty important. When you're modeling, you really need to watch your angles. So here I'm going to push more the geometry more toward the top. Maybe the thumb part here can be more aligned like that and more rotated. Here, using the proportional editing, I can make it wider, and I can select one vertex and scale to bring the geometry a bit together. You can see here it's a bit hard to see the flow, so you can by hand, without the proportional editing, you can try to adapt the different vertex that you have. And here I'm going to bring the geometry toward the top to unstretch a bit this part. And here I'm going to do the same thing, unstretch this part. Maybe I can select this section and press and add a one smooth operator. and this is going to help me define a bit better the angles, as you can see. And I remember that you don't want to lose the flat top of the finger. So in this case, I'm going to try to flat this part. Just looking at my thumb right now to see how it reacts in different angles. I've modeled tons of hands, but I still need reference for this. It's normal because it's such a complex object that you need to look at a real one, and the cool thing is that you have one on yourself. I'm going to push that a bit higher to create the nice shape, the nice connection between the fingers. If you think that it's too much, you can also still add some loop, that it's stretching a lot, you can add some loop cuts in between, and then selecting those loop cuts, and maybe, you know what, maybe a bit more. So let's pick that, not those ones, but a bit of the inside like that, and a bit of the top. We're going to smooth once, and we are going to scale along the normals by pressing Alt S. Okay, this is much better, I think. We've redirected the flow much better in the thumb area, but I'm still not very happy with the way the thumb looks in this orientation. So let me tweak it like that. You can also select some faces and press Shift 7 to go in top view from this angle, from the angle of the thumb, of your selection actually. And I'm going to scale that. So you can see that the thumb is flowing toward the inside of the hand like this. This is looking much better, I think. You can slide this to even out this geometry, and then I can press 1 to go back into my normal view. And let's select the thumb, and using the proportional editing in connected view, I'm going to, even with those edge loops, I'm going to make the thumb much higher. As you can see from the back view, if you're looking through your hand, the thumb shouldn't go too much to the bottom. So we're going to make that work better like this, and I'm going to compensate the geometry here and to redirect the flow a bit toward the inside. And here I'm going to straighten the top of the thumb. I'm going to go for one more loop cut, I think. Let's correct the flow here. Connecting the thumb is always the hardest thing, or at least connecting it correctly is always the hardest thing that you will have to do in the modeling of the hand. The rest is quite okay to do, quite easy. So let's add one other cut, and this cut will help us define the inside of the thumb a bit better. Here, something like this. You can see it starts to look right now. I can increase this part, making it a bit more thick, a bit more inflated. Let's do the same thing with that part. making sure it flows nicely with the rest. It's a bit stretched, but it's normal at this location. So let's increase the volume of the palm here. I think it's starting to look okay. But one thing that is not looking nice is that when you are stretching your hand and you're looking from the other side, it's too thick. This part is too thick. So I'm going to lower the finger base from there. And I'm going also to thicken the other muscle connecting to the pinky finger. This is looking much better, and this is a mess, so I need to readjust the topology right there. Make sure you're spending time to push and pull vertices and to look from every point of view possible. You're doing 3D, so you really need to watch around your thing. Okay, so maybe for those parts here, I'm going to push them to push this a bit forward, like that, and I'm going to go with the proportional editing, and I'm going to inside to create the crease for the inside part of the end, like that, and selecting those edges. I can also maybe make those come back forward and make them down and push them down a bit to create the cut that we have usually in the top of the hand, like this. Depends on the type of hands, but in my case it's like that. It's like that. And from the side view, I can slide this vertex and just try to find the right curve for the palm of the shape of the hand, like that. It's just, again, I cannot teach you a lot of things in this situation. It's just learning how to see the volumes together. As you can see, the hand is pretty squarish. It's too much squarish actually, so I'm going to use a big proportional editing brush, and I'm going to scale to the inside everything. And usually the middle finger is connecting more with this finger. I don't know the name in English, sorry. So I'm going to select it, pressing O with the connected mode, and I'm going to make them bring them together a bit more, like that. I think I can also make the pinky finger a bit shorter. So let me select it and push it back and bring it closer to the other fingers. And let's push the side of the end of the hand a bit inward. And I think maybe I'm going to scale a bit in object mode everything on the x-axis, and I'm going to apply again the transformation by pressing Ctrl A. And let's smooth this part. Let's push it a bit also along the normal by pressing Alt S. Okay, things are starting to look nice. You can also, if you're more comfortable with sculpting, you can also sculpt your shapes, and then later you can do a retopology. But I think that for what we have to do, it's going to be fine modeling the hand directly. So I'm doing that. Let me cancel what I'm doing. I'm offsetting the knuckle too much. So here I can scale down the opening for the wedge, And I can also try to find a way to collapse this part to remove a bit of geometry. So I'm going to select those edges, pressing X, I can collapse the edges. So the cool thing is that now I can collapse this and also this, because it goes along those edge loops. So you can see that I can collapse that also. And on the other side, I will try to do the same. So I'm going to collapse this, and basically I'm going to finally collapse those edges. And here you can press Ctrl and double left click to select the ring across the edge loop, and I'm going to collapse that too. The last one that I need to collapse is this one. So let's select everything toward the bottom and press X collapse. And you can see that now what I have is a way to, here I can add some edge loops that will try to connect everything, not to connect everything, but to, how can I say, to finish the inside with quads. But in this case, apparently it is not working the best way as possible. So I'm going to just add, I'm just going to remove one cut here, the face here, adding my cut there. For now it's going to be okay. I'm going to add the loop cut that will go across everything. As you can see, I've messed something, so let me go back there. So one thing that you can do is, if you want, is you can connect like that, but it's adding too much geometry there. So usually what I'm doing is this. So I'm adding my topology like that. The issue I have with that is that now I cannot do the same thing here. So if I'm removing the face here, what I want is something like that, that connects back to the center. But to do that, I will have to do something more or less like this. But you can see that I'm missing something in the center. So usually I'm adding a cut in the center to do that. And here I compensate like this. But if you want, and I think this is going to be okay, you can keep the triangles for this. Because in fact they are going to, as you can see with the subdivision surface, to be converted to quads anyway. So if we go with on the wireframe, it's not that visible, but let me apply the modifier. You can see that they are going to end by being quads. So the deformation will be probably really good. And I would like to say something about topology and quads. A lot of people are fearing triangles because I don't know why. In fact, it's not are fearing, sorry, triangles. I don't know why, because triangles are, when placed in the right zones, are your best friend actually in a lot of cases. The best modelers that I know are using triangles everywhere, but in a very controlled way. And this is really important to learn, especially when you're beginning, to place triangles at the right locations. Even if you look at the best in the industry, such as, for instance, Pixar, you can type Pixar wireframe on the internet, you will see that they are using triangles from time to time. And this is, I don't know why people in many courses are teaching beginners or teaching people not to use triangles. For me, it's more logical to say use triangles, learn to use triangles, instead of saying triangles are bad. It's like if you all are not able to draw humans, for instance, and you say, oh, don't draw humans. You see what I mean? Don't draw figures, because you've just didn't learn how to place triangle or how to draw figures. So in fact, I'm really encouraging you to put triangles where they should be. So for instance, behind the ear, when modeling an ear, you can have triangles. In this situation, it won't be bad. In a lot of situations, actually, it won't be bad. And so yes, so we've finished modeling. Not finished, but we're quite finished with this hand. We're going to model a bit of the wrist, actually. So I want to, from this view, I want to also make some corrections to the pinky finger, making it more aligned. One thing to note is that usually the pinky finger is curling toward the inside. So usually when drawing a hand, you have this big shape that is pointing up, and the apex of the curve is at the middle finger. And so those two are usually close. The index is curling inside, and the pinky is curling inside. So usually you have this kind of pattern that will reveal itself. So in this case, I'm going to arc the pinky finger a bit, not too much, but just a tiny bit, and I'm going to do the same with the index finger, just a tiny bit. Just to be, it really needs to be subtle, but it needs to be felt by the viewer. Okay, so let's move, push and pull again some vertices around. Okay, so from this view in the front, maybe we can select this edge, make it go down a bit to compensate for the roundness. Here it's a bit wonky. So let me push that. The thumb is actually looking alright, I think. Maybe we can add a crease at the base. So to do that, we are going to push one edge forward. You can see it starts to create a crease. So basically a crease is just one edge forward and the other down. It's a small bump. That's how you model creases. You can also model creases by selecting two edges and adding a bevel. Adding a bevel inside like this. This gives you access to more geometry localized. So you can see in this case you can create creases like that. I'm using this technique when I want to model wrinkles in the closes. So let me push, using proportional editing, this center line a bit toward the thumb, actually, because it shouldn't be that far. So like this, it's going to be fine. And I'm going also to add more, or maybe not, maybe it's okay like that actually. Okay, so let's select those loops and let's press Alt S to scale them down a bit. And from the side, I think it looks right. Let me check. Maybe this finger, you can select it by pressing Ctrl+ like that. Control minus will go to the opposite side. Maybe I can make it lower a bit and rotate it a bit like this. And from this view, I'm going to rotate it a tiny bit toward the inside. Let's go from the top view. Make sure that the index finger is higher than this one. It's not the case, so I can select this finger and push it a bit backward. And also make sure that this edge reaches with this knuckle. So the pinky finger should reach with this, approximately aligned with this wrinkle. Okay, so we start to have a hand that looks decent. Notice that we are not going to create the nails, as I said, because this is going to be a floating ghost hand. So we won't have to model the nails. We won't see them. So what I want to do is go from the bottom part, and I also want to try to push the fingers closer to the inside. So let me try something. I'm going to select the finger part along with this edge loop. So let me select everything like that. And I'm going to try to scale it a bit down. And from the wrist section, I'm going to scale it also like this. So let's now select this knuckle, push it a bit higher. I still want to maintain the arc that we have there. And I'm also going to select the inner loop cuts for the finger and make them slide toward the inside a bit more. Not that much for this finger, just a bit, just to make it a bit rounder from the bottom. So let's do that with this one. The other ones are pretty okay for me. Okay. So maybe one last thing that we can try is to add one smooth operation, but for doing that, what I want to do is adding it, but I want to tone it down to maybe 0.1, just a touch, just to remove a bit some imperfections. And I think that we are good with at least this part of the hand. Let's check from every angles. Maybe this finger can be a bit from the side, a bit pointier. We can maybe also select this whole line, and pressing Alt S, we can, without the proportionality, we can push it a bit, making the fingers more round, just a tiny bit like that. Let's push this curve from this view because it needs to go down. Okay, so I think we're okay with this this hand. As I said, we are now going to extrude the wrist. So in order to extrude the wrist, it's going to be easy. You just select the loop and you extrude it. We're going to extrude it twice, but we are going to make it wider on the Z-axis. And we are going to push it a bit further, maybe add 2 edge loops on top of that, and select the wrist part, and let's smooth that 1, 2 times. From the bottom, I'm going to select the outer edge of the wrist, and I'm going to scale it on the x-axis, and I'm going to shape the wrist. From the side view of your hand, you can watch the curves that it is making. Usually it creates a bump on the top here, and so you want to make that. And the wrist is a more boxy shape, so you can box-like shape. So you want to push the edges a bit toward the outside, and you want to try to make that box-like shape for that. So of course it's not perfect, we have more work to do. So the first thing that we're going to do is to maybe scale that a bit down. Let's scale the bottom like that. Okay, let's add some more cuts there. And we are going to divide a bit more the hand from the wrist. And we are also, from the top view, going to make this part more toward the inside. And we are going to add the knuckle of the, I think it's the ulna. So here, to do that, we are going to select some edges. And because the hand is pretty flat, it's going to go on near the top. So what we can do is we can select this whole loop, this diagonal of loops. We can turn it diagonally like this. And what we can do is we can just press I to mark the end of the ulna on the side of the pinky. It's really important that it's on the side of the pinky. So let's do that. Let's shape everything like that. Let's remove this vertex, we don't want it. Let's push that back. Let's select actually the end of the wrist, and we can flatten everything. And again, we are going to collapse maybe those edge loop. This will create triangles here, near there, but it's going to be okay. And I'm going to press X and collapse. So as you can see, it creates a shape that nicely blends with the wrist. Actually, it's looking to be right like that, and you can see it creates a small bump, but maybe the bump is too high compared to the rest of the hand, so let's move it down a bit and let's make it a bit shorter like that. You just have to push and pull again. It's not that complex, it's just that you have to put the time and effort with it. So let's slide this edge loop, and now the idea for the wrist is to try to have even spacing for the edges that are flowing through it. So let's move the vertices from the bottom. We're going to make this wider. Like that. We have a tendon from the bottom view here that is flowing through the near this part. I think it's the extensor digitorum, if I'm not wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's called like that. And it's more a bump than a hole. So we can add it like this, and it's flowing through the rest. So what you can do is you can just select some vertices there or faces and add one smooth operation. So you can see that it is working neatly. Maybe it's too much, so let me just select everything but the knuckle. Yes, and let's smooth a bit. So something like that. And maybe I can also select the whole wrist, and usually the wrist in fact should be more directed to this direction because the arm is flowing right there. So I'm going to make it more coming from the top, but still creating a small step between the hand like this. It's going to divide a bit better the hand with the wrist. So something like that is going to be fine for me. And as you can see, we have probably finished with this model, and we will go with the rigging phase of this hand. Let's finish by pushing and pulling some vertices around again. And at some point we'll have to call it done, of course. But because we are not going to spend time doing the UVs, I can spend a bit more time on the modeling. We're not going to UV unwrap it because we are not going to texture this end. We're going to use a shader for creating the ghost effect. So something like that for now. Okay, maybe the whole palm area is a bit too long. So what I can do is select the wrist, press O to select the proportional editing, and I can lower and I can push the wrist in toward the center. Okay. So now let's close the wrist at the end. By pressing Ctrl E, we can use the grid fill option, not saying Ctrl F, sorry, grid fill. And I'm going to increase the span number, something like that. And I think this is looking, in fact, fine by default. Okay. So let's extrude once more, and let's smooth that so it looks less. Or no, let's keep it like that. And let's from this point of view we can just adjust a bit the shape, but I think it's okay like that. Okay. So the last thing that we can do for this back part is to create an inset and scale the inset to maintain the border of the wrist. And maybe I can remove this edge loop because it was too much, and I can slide it near the top and add another edge loop to maintain the border like that. So we have the hand for our pianist, piano player. I don't know if the word pianist in English exists actually, but in French it does. Piano player. I think it's piano player in English. I don't know. I'm going to just before smooth a bit here because I don't want that much crease between the hand. Let me go back. Let me do it by hand like this. Something like that, and maybe I can pull a bit the back of the hand a touch more. Yes, something like that is going to work fine. And I just realized that on this side I need also to create a much nicer shape for the flesh part of the pinky side. Bring it inside. So yes, okay. The hand is a bit flat. I'm not liking that. So I'm going to here create a rounder shape, making sure the thumb is connecting correctly. Looks nice too. Looks nice also. And okay, so I think we are going to save because we forgot to save actually. Let's call that hand.blend with a capital H, and let's go with the rigging aspect of this end. Okay, so let's get started for rigging this end. So now we are going to add the rig for this hand. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to be sure that the hand is mirrored. So in order to do that, I'm going to push it in edit mode to the left side. This is going to ensure that the origin is still at the center. So now we are going to add a mirror modifier like that on the x-axis, and we have both hands that are on both sides. And now what we can do is we can rotate the hands to level them with the x-axis like that. So now we are going to put the mirror modifier below the subdivision surface to ensure that it is calculated before the computing of the subdivision surface. We can apply it, and then what we can do is we can rename this object. So we are going to call it hands mesh, or maybe hands geo for geometry. So now I'm going to use an add-on that is part of Blender in order to rig this character. We're not going to do everything by hand. I'm going to go in the preferences, and we are going to choose the Rigify add-on, so you can enable it like that. And this enables you to, when you press Shift A, to add an armature, and this armature will be already pre-made with controllers for animators. So you can go into armature and select the human meta rig. So the human meta rig basically is a way to rig a character in 2 steps. So the first step is to lay out bones that are there to lay out the proportion of the object that you're trying to rig. And then we are going to generate the controllers based on this layout. So make sure that the rig is at the proper size. So 1.98 meters is okay for the scale of a human character. And then we are going to adjust the hands so they fit with this scale. So let's do that by eyeballing them. So, and one other thing that we are going to do is rotate them 180 degree on the z-axis, 180 degree. And we are going to also apply the rotation by pressing Ctrl A. And we can also apply the scale, but before we need to put the hands in the proper location, but we applied the mirror modifier, so we cannot do that like this. So let me just find the right scale for the hand by eyeballing them based on the meta rig. And then we are going again to apply the all transform, and then we will move the hand, but we cannot do that like that again because the mirror modifier is not there anymore. I was planning to, let me find the right scale again, maybe something like that. And I'm going to select all the bones that are not part of the arms. So I'm going to remove the clavicle, I'm going to the collarbone, I'm going to remove the rest of the body except the arms and the hands. And I'm going then to try to fit my geometry in this pose. So before continuing, I'm just going to lower down the armature in edit mode a bit on the z-axis, and then I'm going to select my hand and the geometry of my hand, and I'm going to place it on the armature. But in order to do that, still by using symmetry, I can click on this option, and as you can see, because the mesh was created with mirror modifier, I can still rotate it and it will apply the symmetry on the other side. So I can try now to adjust the hand so it fits within the wrist. I'm trying first to align the wrist not taking into account the orientation of the different fingers. So something like that will maybe work. I think it's going to be okay. And I am going to make sure the rig is always in front by enabling the in front option in the viewport display panel. Let me scale a bit more the arm, the hand again, the geometry again, and let's apply all transform again to make sure the scale is uniform. And then we are going to put the fingers inside this geometry. So to do that, I'm going to select each bones, but before I'm going to enable snapping using Shift Tab, and I'm going to use the volume option, which will gives me the ability to snap each bone inside the geometry. It will try to estimate the position based on the volume of the geometry. So I can select each joint, as you can see. Sometimes you have to take both joints when they are overlapping. So in the case of the metacarps and in the top of the finger, you can see a case. And here I'm just doing this in order to basically quickly set up the position of the bones. So it's not the final version, of course, it's just for me just the layout, and it's going to make us save some time when we are going to adjust for the final orientation of the fingers. So let's make sure that they are a bit more aligned, and we are going to make sure the wrist joint is inside. Seems fine right now. So the thumb is a bit off, as you can see. You can tweak that. And we are also going to adjust what we call the roll by pressing Ctrl R. This is the alignment of the bone on itself. Let's adjust the rotation like that. And I think for the thumb for now it's okay. We are going to align those bones to the same orientation or on the same axis. So to do that, I can do it by eyeballing it if I want to, but there is a much more precise option. You can press the Ctrl-Alt-A shortcut, and the bones that you are selecting are going to align to the active one. So this is a nice method for creating perfect alignment for bones. And you can see that now I'm trying to do an arch for the fingers, and this is really important doing that, because Reedify will rely on this curve to generate the different controllers. So make sure that the arch of your fingers, the arches of your fingers are working perfectly. So you can also adjust the metacarps a bit like that. Let's try to push this joint a bit to the inside. It's okay if it's not 100% precise, because later on when we'll generate the rig, we will be able to see if something is not working well by just moving the controllers, and then we will have a quick method in order to regenerate the rig. So don't worry about any very subtle precision issues. So again, making the arc for this finger. So make sure to keep the joints that should be together actually. And from this view, we can push the tips a bit more inside to create a more important arc for the fingers. We can reuse the Ctrl-Alt-A shortcut to align the bones, and then we can rotate them, but there is a neat way actually. You can use the normal transform orientation, and if I enable the gizmos, you can see that the orientation is aligning the transformation, the gizmo to the orientation of the bone, and I can press R and X to rotate the bone around its X orientation, around its X-axis, sorry. So this is a pretty neat way to align precisely bones. I'm going to push that inside and trying to rotate them. Using Ctrl-Alt-A, I can align them, I can push them back inside, like that. Okay, make sure that both of those joints are welded together. Okay, so I can push that bone a bit toward the top part, because, so let me remove the gizmo before, because I don't like them. Actually, gizmos are pretty slow, I think, for me. So recreate the arch like this. Take into account the metric, those bones are, it's pretty important. The palm bones they are called the palm bones in the Rigify. And here I'm going to try to lift some of those bones a bit toward the top part of the hand. I'm going to select, make sure that all the bones that are overlapping again are stitching together, or being stuck together, sorry. And now I can adjust the bones. So you can see that those ones are not, so I can press the S key and press 0 on my numpad to scale them back, to weld them back together. So now it should be okay. So maybe this is too high. Let's lower it down like this and push it a bit toward the inside. This is representing the knuckles, and this is the wrist location. It should be alright, and because we enabled the X symmetry, you can see that everything was mirrored perfectly. So now we are, I think, in a good shape to try to generate the rig. But before, I'm going to make sure that the base of the thumb is at the knuckle, the right knuckle, and I'm also going to enable the axis of the bones by going into viewport display and enable the axis, and you should see where on which axis the bones are rotating, and in this case it's the X-axis, and it should be well aligned like that. Okay, if it's not well aligned, you can always change the roll by pressing Ctrl-R, and you can try to find the right balance for the roll. The roll is pretty important when you're doing rigging, because when you will animate using your rig, everything should roll around should bend across along the perfect axis. And now I'm going to press the generate button, and you can see that now the meta rig, I can hide the meta rig actually, and because I'm not going to use it unless I want to do changes on the rig. And you can see that you have two objects, the rig and the meta rig, and the rig is the object that you are actually going to use and to manipulate when animating your character. So make sure that you don't bind the meta rig to your object, and you bind the rig to the object. You can see also the alignment here is not perfect, so it means that when generating the rig, some bones of the meta rig were off. So we are going to try to find the right orientation for them. So I'm going to try to find a better arch for my bone and regenerate, and you can see that it's a bit better for the rig, but for the other fingers it's quite bad actually. So let's fix the arch of the finger and also the roll. Maybe it's because the roll is not great. Let's regenerate. You see it corrected a bit the thing, but it's not perfect. Maybe one thing that you can try to do but it's not always working. You can try to recalculate the roll by pressing Shift N, and in this case I want to try local X, but it's not working perfectly in my case. Maybe I'm going with the let's try with the global x-axis. It's not going to work neither. So in this case, I don't think that this is going to work. Maybe we'll have to do it by hand. So let's see. Let's change a bit the roll and test by regenerating the rig each time. You can see that Rigify is keeping the meta rig, the relationship with the meta rig. But in this case, the big bones are representing the roll of the finger, the global roll of the finger. So we still want those bones to be aligned perfectly. So we'll have to check that. Basically, I'm looking at the controllers with the squares at the end that are representing the controllers that will bend the finger. Maybe I can use the active bone I can recalculate the roll based on this bone. Maybe this will help a bit. This is not helping apparently. So I can try to rework maybe the arch of the fingers. Let's try. You can see that they're still off, and again this is really important, so we will have to find how to correct this issue. So maybe the arch is not well defined, so let's try that again. Basically, Rigify is trying to find this arc to create the finger, and as you can see in this case, it's much better because the curve of the finger is much more defined. So let's do that for the other fingers, and we can also hide the rest of the bone using Shift H. And make sure the curve is still working well. You can see that I'm in normal transform orientation, which helps me to move the bones along their own axis. In this case, it's much better for this finger. Let's do the same work for the other one, pressing Alt H to make everything come back. Let's isolate this chain. Making the arch more defined. Let's use the Generate Rig button. You can see I fixed this one. Sometimes it's a few offsets that you need to add to get the controllers right. So in this case, I'm going to lift the center part, and I'm going to regenerate. It's still off, so maybe I can change a bit the roll and push that to the top, making sure again that the overlapping joints are selected together. Let's go with that. You can see it's close, but I need to make it perfect. So let's lower this part of the finger. Let's try to regenerate. In this case, I need to push the arc a bit more, maybe lowering down the metacarp, the palm bone, and I think that like this, it's going well. So the thumb is still not working right, so I'm going to rotate the rolls so it's aligned perfectly, and then I'm going to change also the position of the center one to accommodate for the arc. And I'm going to try to regenerate, and you can see that it's now pointing in a much better location. And as you can see, when I'm scaling those controllers, it will curl the fingers around themselves. So that's why it's really important to have this working properly. So let's hide the meta rig finally, and let's bind this geometry to this rig. So in order to do this, we are going to select first in object mode the mesh, then we shift click the rig and not the meta rig, remember it's really important, and press Ctrl P and with automatic weight. And before testing we need to put the armature modifier before the subdivision surface, and you can see that by default Blender is doing a pretty amazing job separating the finger and weighting the finger. So those controllers are the controllers that we'll be using for making the animation of the fingers. And you can see that we can try to bend each finger and to see how it reacts. Maybe we will have to do a bit of weight painting work, but not that much, just a touch with some parts, but overall it's like pretty perfect by default. So I can also select this controller, which is the IK controller of the hand, of the arm in fact, and you can see that I can rotate it and the arm is coming with it. I have a twist in the wrist that I probably will correct using some weight painting, but in my case it's for an automatic work it's pretty fine. Let's try to pose the hand forward, pointing forward, like it will be the case when we'll be animating. And you can also, by pressing N, you can access to the rig layers, and you can disable the tweaks, and you can also disable the F keys, because we are going to only use I key in order to place and animate those hands. So going back into pose mode by pressing Ctrl Tab, we can also have the tweaks for the fingers. You can see it's pretty useful in some cases if we want to do minor tweaks. So in this case it looks pretty nice, and we can also, by selecting the mesh, check the preserve volume option on the armature, and this is going to try to preserve, as its name suggests, a bit the geometry. You can see on off it's trying to keep a bit more the volume, so for the knuckles it's going to be much better. So pressing Alt S, Alt R, Alt G to reset every transform. We are going now to, maybe we are going to add weight paint to our character, but before, let's try to do a pose. We are going to create a fist pose in order to see if everything works fine, and maybe to add a bit of weight painting. Let's try not to rotate, to move those bones, but only to rotate them and scale them. So let's do a fist shape like this, or a very bad shape like this, but it's for our purposes. We can press Ctrl C and Ctrl Shift V to mirror the pose. You can still see that the wrist is a bit too much twisted, so I can select the elbow joint, and I can rotate it like this, just to make the arm a bit less twisted, or the wrist a bit less twisted. But I think that we are probably going to need a very tiny amount of weight painting work to make it a bit nicer for the wrist, especially the top part of the wrist. So for doing that, I'm going to go in the layers for the Rigify. As you can see here, the volume is well preserved, but it's not enough. So I'm going to go and try to find the layers where the bones are deforming. So it's not that one actually, because it's called org, as you can see in the top left of the viewport, but we are going to, I think it's those ones. So you can see the names of the bones are def dot something, meaning deforming. So we are going to enter into weight paint mode. So in order to do that, we are going to add weight on this bone. So we'll select first the mesh, then we shift click, so we first select the rig, then we shift click the geometry, and then we can select the bone that is concerned, and we're going to correct that small problem on the side later on. But before doing that, I need to check the auto-normalized option to be sure that the weights are balanced correctly and normalized. I need to activate also the visibility for 0 weights in the viewport overlays, and then I'm going to enable vertex group X symmetry and disable normal symmetry. I only want to add a mirror for the weights vertex groups and not for the bones. So let's disable subdivision surface and also enable the flat rendering for the viewport so we see better. And as you can see, using the default draw brush, I'm going to add some weights for the second part of the twist of the forearm. This is going to replicate everything on the other side, and I can also use the blur brush to blur the transition. You can also press Ctrl-click to select another bone in pose mode, and we are going to smooth also in this case the transition between the wrist and the top twist. We can also fix a bit the transition there by simply adding a bit of blur, but not too much, like that. It won't matter that much because again we are going to have a volume shader on top of that, or a ghost shader. And then we are going to go back with the controls, enable them back, pressing Shift for selecting multiple layers, and we can make back the other arm controllers like that. And we can select then everything by pressing A in pose mode, and I can press Alt-R, Alt-G, and Alt-S, making before the subdivision surface go back, and Alt-R, Alt-G, Alt-S. I forgot to press Alt-S, but as you can see the wrist is turning much better. Of course we could have make it a bit better, but for what we are going to do it's going to be fine. Alt-S again, Alt-G, Alt-R, and we are now ready to import this rig in our other scene. But before doing that, I will check that the scaling is okay and it seems alright. So let's import this rig in the other scene. So before importing the rig in this scene, we are going to create the rig for the keys and the pedals for the piano. This is going to be a pretty complex task, so I've created a small script that we'll be using, and I'm going to explain everything in the script just in case you want to understand everything. And if you don't want to follow the script or you're not comfortable with coding, I'm going to explain what the script is doing, and you can do it by hand, but you will have to spend a lot of time rigging every keys on the piano. So for this task in particular, I've decided to create a script. Even though it's not going to automate everything, and we could have automate everything according to the fingers, for instance, when the fingers are colliding with the keys, this would have been too much complex. But in this case, we at least need some bones that are attached to the keys, and in order to animate later on the keys. So, and we don't want to animate each object separately, because in Blender, if you don't use an armature, your animations will be spread in many actions, and of course we don't want that. So we are going to select one key, and we are going to press Shift G and select the objects that are part of the key collection. And we are also going to select the pedals. And before doing that, I've noticed that the pedals are not separated objects, so we are going to put the mirror below and apply it, and we are also going to separate those pedals into separate objects. So let's press P and separate by loops part. So now we have two objects that are separated like that. We are also going to put the pivot point right there for this one. So let's move the cursor there, and let's set the origin to the 3D cursor, and let's do the same thing for this object. Okay, So now that we're ready, we can select again the keys, Shift G. Let me add the shortcuts back. And we are going to select the pedals too. So now we are going to go in the scripting tab, and we are going to isolate our selection by pressing numpad/. And I'm going to paste the script, and I'm going to explain everything. So let's create a new script, by the way, and let's paste it. And the idea behind what the script is going to do for us is just automate a simple process. The process is going to be the following. We are going to add an armature that you can see here. So this line 10, is going to add an armature. And we are going to store it in the A variable. Then we are going to enter in edit mode, and we are going to add in this loop, we are going to add bones. And for each key, we are going to add a bone in this new object. And the bones are going to be named by the same name of each keys that are named actually cubes for now, and maybe we can change that. So you know what? I'm going to select all my keys and press F2, or even more, I can batch rename like that, and I'm going to batch rename by creating a new name, so set name, and I'm going to call that key, and let's press OK. And now I have all that keys. Oh, sorry, Control F2, and it's not a suffix, it's a new name, so key, and OK. So now all my keys are labeled like that. So all the bones are going to be named the same way as the object that they are going to control, and the keys are going to receive a constraint. So you can see we are placing the bones, we're just making the head of the bone at the location of the key. And we're also making the tail, which is the tip of the bone, at the same location, but we offset it on the z-axis right there. So then we are going to go back in object mode, and then we are going to add constraints on each key that are going to be copy rotation constraints. A copy rotation constraint is a constraint that simply will copy the rotation of another object onto the object where the constraint is being applied. So in this case, we create a constraint. We say that the target is the armature stored in the A variable. We say that the subtarget of this constraint will be the object name, and remember the object name is exactly the same name as the bones. So in fact here we are saying that the bone will be this name, but because it's the same of the object, it actually should match. And we are also going to say that we want to copy the rotation in local space for both the target and the owner. So don't worry if you don't understand everything. I'm going to show you after we've executed the script everything that was set up for us. So after that, we are just storing the bone in pose mode. So it's like that we can access the bone in pose mode. So B will represent the bone in pose mode. And we are going to change the type of rotation to be XYZ. By default, when you add a bone, it's in quaternion type, and this is, in our case, a much complex type to use for only a single axis rotation. And just after, as you can see, we are going to lock the rotation on the Y and the Z axis, but not on the X axis, hence the false here. So this is X, Y, and Z. And this will enable the bone to only rotate on the X axis in the direction of the key. Then we are going to lock the location. We don't want this bone to be moved. We could also add the lock scale, but it's not important in our case. And then what I want to do is to limit the rotation. And in order to limit the rotation and to specify an angle, a maximum angle that the bone can reach, I will add another constraint on this object, on this bone. And this so the first constraint was applied on the object, but this constraint will be applied on the bone, and it's a limit rotation constraint, and it's going to be in local mode, and we are going to use the limit on X, meaning the rotation will be locked on the X-axis to the maximum X value of 15 degrees. And because the Blender is registering angles in radians, we're converting this using the radians function that comes from the math module, and you have we imported the radians model. So if you don't understand everything that I'm saying, don't worry, I'm going to show you the hard way. I mean the time-consuming way, but I'm going to again show everything that was done. So maybe before doing that, let's rename those two bones and call them pedals, like that. And let's select everything back, and let's execute the script. So you have here the run function, and it works like that. So now if I'm pressing numpad / to go back, you can see that I've added bones here that are actually set up with all the constraints. So let me show you how it works. So when I rotate a key, you can see that it's locked. I can access every keys. It's locked here, and I can actually decide how far it goes. Maybe it's going a bit too far in this case, so maybe I'm just going to change the key to maybe 6.5 degrees, so I can go back using Ctrl-Z, and here instead of 15 I'm going to put 6.5 degree, and let's restart the script. Okay, it's a bit short for the black keys, but it's going to be okay, I think. Usually we don't press the black keys too much. Like that, it's going to be fine. Okay, so you can see that basically we have an our object being constrained. So let's go back in layout mode, and let's see what it has done for us. In the constraint panel here, you have for each key a copy rotation that will match the bone that was created by the script. So in this case, for instance, it's copying the rotation of this bone. And if we rotate it, it works. And you can see that also if we select this bone and we go in its constraint, but for the bones, you have a limit rotation that was set to 6.5 on the x-axis and in local space. You can also see that the location of this bone are locked, and we are not also rotating on the y and the z axis. So everything should work fine like that. I've also added that for the pedals. So if I'm selecting the pedals, you can see that we can move them. But in our case, I'm going to offset maybe the pivot points. So let's find, or maybe in fact it's okay, I think. It's going a little bit below the ground, but yes. So in this case, we are going to constrain the pedal to maybe 4.9, and the minimum angle will be much more than this. So we can go up to something like minus 10 will be all right. So from minus 10 to 5, let's say 5, this is going to be the constraint. So let's do the same thing for the other one. So minus 10 to 5. Let's cancel the rotation, and you can see that this pedal works too. So this is the small adjustment that we have done for this one. From the side, you can see also that if you want a better access to the keys, let's say the white key and the black key, you can also change the orientation of the white key like this in one shot. And because we set up the constraint to be in local space, you can see it will still work perfectly. So you can also after all, define how you want to align the keys. So maybe we are going to put the black keys like that and the white key to their tip. And maybe in fact for the white keys, you know what? We are going to push them much more forward, and for the black key, we can push them to the top like that. Yes, it's looking much more logical. And you can also, if you want to, you can also tweak some of the shapes, and that's what we're gonna do. But before, let me also put the pedals close to me like that. So this is working better, but we are going to change the way the visual of the bones are displayed. So we are going to go in the armature setup, viewport display, and let's change the bones to the B-bone type. As you can see, it's pretty wide. Let's select everything and press Ctrl Alt S to scale the boxes. And I'm just showing you that, but it's important to note that it's only for the visuals. It's not affecting the way the bones are working, okay, in our case. So now we have I would say not a perfect rig for the keyboard, because of course we could have automated everything, but we have a good looking piano setup for animating by hands some specific keys actually. So now if I want to, for instance, create a chord, let's create a C major chord. Let's select those keys, and you can press R and C, R and X, sorry, and you can actually create the chord. So this looks pretty nice, and we'll have to, of course, animate that. And of course, you have the pedals too that you can work with. I don't know if we are going to animate them, but at least we have this rig. So let's rename this rig. Let's call it piano_rig. And we are ready to import the other mesh. But before, I need to clear a bit the view. All those lines are not really interesting for us. So we are going to go in the viewport overlay, and remove the relationship lines. And we are also going to display the whole object, the whole rig object as in the viewport display as wireframe, like that. And we are also, I think, going to put it in front. The issue I have with that is that it may be a bit too visible, so let's let it block the shape for now. And I also want to select the pedals and press Ctrl Alt S and scale them on their y-axis. It's just the shape again, it's nothing else. So now we have better looking shapes like this. Okay. So let's save this by pressing Ctrl Shift S, a new version. Let's press plus to add a new increment to our file. And let's finally import the hands. So in order to bring this rig to the other scene, I've just renamed the collection to be hands rig collection and the rig hand rig. And I also realized that it will be quite useful to have a spine in this rig in order to control the rig a bit better and not having stretch behaviors like this. So in order to do that, pretty easy. You just open the meta rig, you select the meta rig, you enter in edit mode with the meta rig, and then you only the meta rig. Okay, and then you go in the armature section there and you select in the rigified buttons, you select a simple spine, basic spine like this, and you click add sample, and you can see that it adds back a spine. We select both arms, select finally the spine, press Control P to parent the meta rig arm to this bone, and then we regenerate the rig. Make sure that the rig is visible and not hidden, otherwise it's going to create another rig, and we click generate rig. And as you can see, now we can hide the meta rig, and we have on top of our rig we have a spine with all the controllers. So the cool thing is that now, let's say that my piano player is going to be is going to have a sit down position. I can without any stretch lower down the pelvis and put the keys like that. So it will be much more useful. And if I want to rotate the pelvis, I can do that too. Okay, so that was just a minor adjustment. You can see how powerful meta rigs are with Rigify. And let's save this file, and let's go into the other file, Piano 5, and let's press F4 and let's append the file. And this file is going to be hand 1. You go in collection, you select the hand rig collection, and you click append. And we are going in this case to select the root, and we're going to rotate it 180 degrees on the z-axis, so RZ 180, and this is going to flip everything to the other side. And what I can do is I can push this rig a bit further, and here I'm also going to re-enable the shortcut keys, because when I'm switching file, those are not enabled by re-enabling. And here I'm going also to hide the meta rig, and I'm going to put the actual pelvis of the character where it should be, so something like that. And I'm going to select my hands and place them on the keys. And you can see that maybe the rig is a bit the scale is not maybe the right, so what we can do is we can adjust the root so it matches with the scale of the hand. Okay, so let's create a simple pose just to test the hand rig like that. For instance, let's make him or her do a C chord. So we're going to put the thumb like that. We're going to rotate this controller, or maybe put the thumb like that, rotate this controller, and also make it curl by scaling the keys. Then we can make the hand a bit higher like that. We can lower down the thumb a bit, and you can curl this finger, rotate it. Remember not to rotate, not to move those controllers. So here 1, 2, 3, this one is free, and when you're making a chord like that, and the pinky finger is going through the key. And later on, when we will animate, we'll go on each key and make the contacts, the contact position. Again, if it was not for this tutorial, I would have created an automation for this, but we don't have. I would like to still make this tutorial accessible, so this for now is going to be okay. So in this case, we have a hand pose like that, and the other one is flying around, and you can see the arm actually working. This is pretty cool, and we are good to go like that, I think. Maybe we can bring the torso a bit to the front to relax a bit the wrist. And the cool thing is that the fingers stays where they are because we are in high key mode. And if we render everything, you can see how it looks, how it will look. It's a small preview. You can remove the gizmos like that, and we have a basic idea of what we are going to create. But in our situation, I'm also going to I'm also going to create a shader for the hands, so they're not white like that. We are going to create a volumetric shader, but in order to do that, I want to first animate the whole sequence based on the music. So I'm going to import a music track. We're going to animate everything, and then we are going to create the shader to actually polish the final look. But I don't want to consume too much memory with volumes during the process of animation, and just for now this is going to be much more visible and much more easy to manage like that. Okay, so let's animate that in the next section. Okay, so now it's time to animate the scene. I'm going to import a soundtrack that I've recorded in Reaper. It's another software, but this tutorial is not about Reaper, but I'm just going to show you how the track looks like. So we are going to play it, and we are going to analyze it in order to be able to animate it more seriously. So this is the track. Okay. And it's basically the signature is 3/4, and if we put the metronome, you will see what it means. It's like a valse. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3, and you have the finally with the scale at the end. So basically what we want to do is to get to something like that with the gloves or with the hands. And just one thing to note is that if you're using MIDI, it's a good idea to have a visualization like that, so a keyboard like that, to see the notes, or to record yourself playing, or to find some references where you can see the player playing the actual song or the actual clip. Maybe you have a friend around you that plays piano, or you play piano. Maybe on the internet there are some clips. Make sure you have the rights to use them, to use the reference if you want to share it with the rest of the world. But yes, basically I'm going to import this track into Blender. So the first thing to do is, of course, open a video editing workspace. I'm going to use the video editing like that, and I'm going to import the track. I'm going to display the waveform, and I'm going to put my cursor close to the end and press Control End to end the timeline so it ranges correctly. Like that. So we have the track, as you can see, playing, and it will play also in other workspace. The only thing that won't work is we don't have, in this case, the scrubbing. So we are going to enable the scrubbing in this case. So to do that, it's in the playback, you go in scrubbing like that, and you can see that we can hear the sound. If the volume is too low, and it's my case here, you can put it a bit higher, so something like that. And now we can start to animate. Oh, so okay, the basic thing to remember when animating a shot like that is to be very meticulous about the workflow. I mean, you need to work in a very iterative manner, meaning that we are first going to put the main keys where the fingers are being shaped on the chords, and finally we are doing it on the right hand. And after that we are going to add in-betweens, and then we are going to polish the animation. Okay, so let's go in the animation tab, and let's remove everything that will cluster our view. So what I want is, I don't want the piano, I don't care about it, I only want the keys, I don't want the chair for now, and I want the rig. Okay, and also I don't want the light and the spot. I only want the piano rig, plus the keys, plus the hand, sorry. So here in this collection, I'm going to bring the rig back, and in the final view here, I can go into material, in the material preview shading by pressing Z. I just realized that again I forgot to enable the shortcuts, and I'm going also for my hands, I'm going to add a default material that will be something like red or maybe orange, just to see my hands a bit better. Let's make it blue because it's more fun. Okay, so we will start when the first chord starts, and I think that at the end of the animation and at the beginning we will add a bit of animation, and this animation will be just the hands appearing like a magic trick, you know, like poof, like that, and at the end they will disappear like that too. But for now we don't care about that, we are just going to offset the full animation later on. Okay, so let's cancel the pose for the hands, and let's also press N, and in this case in the rig panel we're going to deactivate the face, the torso, just keep the finger, and we're going to deactivate the leg even if we don't have them, and we are also going to deactivate FK, and this is, I think, good enough for what we need. Apparently the torso here is still there, I don't know why, but anyway, doesn't matter. Okay, so let's hide this part too, and the stretch too. Okay, in this view also I want to disable the relationship lines, and I want to start animating this. So the first keyframe I'm going to put is where this first chord starts. Again, if you're using a MIDI software, you can have on the other side of the viewport, you can put your software to see what are the keys, what are the actual keys. Usually it can show also like that, so depends on what you're doing, but in my case I'm going to basically mark those octaves, and I'm going to simply put the fingers like that. So we are going to do the few first chords together, and then I'm going to go in time-lapse mode because it's going to be a bit time-consuming re-explaining the same thing again and again. So I'm going also to hide the root, and I'm going to also go in the piano, and I'm basically going to reset everything there. So let's select the hand, and for the first chord I'm going for the right hand. I'm going to enable it on D. So it's probably, when I played it, it was probably the thumb, the index, and the ring finger. So the thumb was probably on the C, on the D, sorry. So let's shift the hand like this. This was probably on the D. I'm going to rotate the thumb down. Then on the E key. And also what I want to do is to make the gesture when I play. So it's important for me to think about the gesture. So I'm going to ghost in the hand, in the air, like air guitar but air piano. I'm going to ghost exactly the motion that I was doing. So I was doing something like with a round palm, So for me it's important also to lift this hand to make it more round like this and come from the top. Okay, so the thumb is taking the first note there. Let me bring that forward a bit. So the thumb is taking the first note. It's extended a bit. And the middle finger is elevated. So we can do that, like this. And you see we need much more rotation in this hand. So let's add more rotation so we can scale that. Maybe this one is going to point up, so I'm going to rotate it on the x-axis, and then maybe the angle is still too shy, so I'm going to increase it like that, and again I'm going to rotate this finger straight, and maybe I can push back the hand there. Okay, let's curl a little bit this finger, but we don't want it to touch the key, and let's turn it to the side a bit like that. Let's have the ring finger go. So we have the thumb that should go there. Let's turn the hand a bit toward the side so it can touch the actual keys. And let's push it forward a bit more. And as you can see, it will take time. So this key, the ring finger, is going to press on this key down. And one thing to note is that for the tip, we don't want them to be as curled as that. So we're going to undo this a bit, and we're going to try to just like that, curl the end of the fingers. So in this case, let's release the pinky finger to the side. This one is going to be closer, and let's move back a bit this hand. And if we can't reach the keys, it means that from the top view maybe we need to rotate even more and do something like that. And we will adjust the arm, making everything come back. We will adjust the orientation of the elbow, but if you want to, I prefer to have a pull instead of this controller. So in this case, I can make it close to the actual pose, and I'm going to push this a bit forward like this. So okay. So I'm reaching for the E with the thumb, with the E with the index. The thumb will be the D, and the ring finger will be the E. Maybe I can lift it a bit more. Let's pick the pinky and just make it turn a bit like that. Okay. So this will be the first hand that we'll do, and we are going to, of course, tweak it later, and we will have to do the opposite key. So for now, the opposite key will be a simple pose with the middle pressing the exactly one key to the left, to the right, sorry. So let me also here toggle the target for this one, like that, and I'm going to make the bottom of the finger a bit more flat. I'm going to push the hand toward the inside. And you know what, I'm also going to copy the same pose in mirror, but for the wrist, only for the hand, sorry. And this will help me position the things correctly. So this is this finger targeting this key, but it's going to rotate around its y-axis, more like this. It's going to be more open to the inside, and I can scale those fingers like that. And usually the pinky finger for Pianist, they are a bit offsetted like this. And we can also make this finger a bit extended like that, and this finger should be flat. So press RX to rotate those parts, and let's push the hand more inside, and let's scale this controller so it does not touch the rest. So here is a first key, so I'm going to select everything and press I and add a location rotation key frame. And before doing that, I'm also going to create keys that will be lifting into the air, and that will be lifting the hand into the air. So I'm going to press Alt S, Alt R, and Alt R, sorry, like that. And I'm going to extend the fingers and join them together. Maybe the thumb is going to be extended a bit more too. And I can curl a tiny bit the hands. And I'm going to select everything and paste it on the other side in mirror, like that. As you can see, we have a slight issue because I need to copy the pull targets too, and apparently the pelvis is offsetted, and this is normal. So in this case we are going to just turn something like this. We cannot copy perfectly the keys. So this key will be the first one. I'm going to insert it, and let me also hide back everything that won't be useful. So hold those parts. So you can see we have the first pose, and it's not the best one, but we are going to work on that as we go. Okay. So maybe this finger is very straight. Let's push it back. So remember to be very subtle with the location of your fingers, because usually pianists are very close to the keyboard when they play, and yes, basically will take time. And one thing that I will do is on the bottom you have the timeline in the workspace, and I'm going to enable auto key like that. And I'm going for the next chord. So I will do the next chord with you, and then the other ones I'm just going to do them alone, and I'm going to go with you with the final few notes that are going to be harder to animate. So something like this. Here we're just going to shift the hands because in fact we are going with the a C, then we're going with D with this finger, but we can turn it a bit. So let's reorient the hand a bit. Let's scale this finger. Then we have, so we have the D, the C, the D, and we have finally a G. So this one. Oh, I think I forgot some part for this chord, sorry. So we have this, but do we have the yes, I forgot to put correctly this one. So no, so okay, so this is working fine. This is D, E, and the 2 key under, so this is going to be this key, so I can lift this finger. Basically I can cancel the rotation for this key, and I can turn my finger like that, rotate it a bit. Let's forget doing rotation movement like grab. Let's only do rotations, and I'm going to press on that key down a bit, so the thumb is pressing. The issue I have is that the thumb is not large enough. Maybe I'm not approaching the keys correctly. Something like that, and now maybe I can bring the thumb a bit forward, rotate the whole hand. So let's see. Okay, so in between we'll have another key, and this will be usually it's a high key like this. And it's going to prepare the attack. So for now I'm going just to place the key in the air, and I'm going to relax the fingers a bit. So let's select every fingers, let's unselect those parts, let's cancel the scale, let's select those controllers, scale them a bit, Alt R, Alt G, Let's scale that, and let's make a nice round shape for the hand. Okay, I can delete this key. This is going to be lifted a bit, so let's lift it right after the chord. And let's duplicate it like that. And here for this key, I will even rotate more the pinky finger. And also I will mark the keys that are actually the chords. By using the R key, I can place them as extremes, like that. Okay, so let's duplicate this keyframe. By selecting everything, I can add a full key for this and duplicate my keyframe in the drop sheet. Okay, this is the first idea, and now in here I need to change the bass. So the bass is going to be simply, in this case, we were with in this case it was this note. Now it's going to be, oh, actually I've made a mistake. It was more this note, because we're just descending. So let's change that. Oh no, in fact it was okay because it's the middle finger. But the issue is that this finger is going through, so let me lift those fingers. Like that. Maybe we can curl a bit more the hand. Like that, and I'm going to copy all that pose and I'm going to reapply it there, 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 and at the end what we're going to do is, I don't know what I've done here. I have a frame but I cannot access it. This is on the rig action. I cannot delete it. Let's press Alt I to delete the keyframes in the scene. Okay. Oh, I did something wrong, sorry. Okay, this was the keyframe actually. And now going back in pose mode for this one, I'm going to paste the same shape, but this time I'm going to also move the hand one key down, like that. And you know it, we are going to copy this pose. Let me remove those twigs. We are going to copy this pose and we are going to paste it to the reverse pose. There. And we are going to paste it again, but in mirror. So what we can do is actually copy the frame to the other side. Something like that. Okay, so basically I'm going to do the other chords alone. And when I'm finished, we are going to come back together. So okay, we're now going to do the final notes for the hands at the end. So just let me remove the end note there. Just this one, and I'm going to show you the result. And then we are going to animate or block the final keys. So for now it looks like this. And we need to do the final notes. So for the final notes, from here, from this key, for this hand, I'm going to bring the thumb to probably to this key. I don't know if it's too much, but let's see in terms of animation if it's too much. So I'm going to bring the elbow inside, and I'm going to extend the thumb to try hitting this pose. And it starts on the A actually. So let me rotate this finger so it doesn't go with the other one. And let me extend this pose, and you can see that here we probably will have to work with other bones, but let me see if the gap is too much. We can make the hand a bit higher like that, and the intermediary. And I want also to have those fingers I want the palm to be a bit more curled and rotated like this. And I really want to hit this key with the thumb. So let's try like that, and let's try curling the thumb a bit, and let's rotate it like this. Maybe this one can rotate back at this position. Maybe I can use actually I think I will have to shift in this case the torso, otherwise it's going to be a bit hard to get. This pose, this thumb is actually going to hit the first note, and the right hand is going to hit the other one, and I'm going to curl gently the fingers to create a gradient. So this is the first hit, and then I'm going with one with the index finger. I'm going to hit the next note. This will be a sharp, so I can take the same I can hit the same with the same, probably the same pose. I can hit this key. So it's a C sharp. And the thumb is starting to go under there to grab the next key. That will be a D. So we can start to see. Let me remove the curl Let me cancel the motion here in the scale too, the rotation in the scale. Maybe I can turn a bit the hand, and like that, and you can see that the finger is ready on this note, and also on the D, right under, like this. So hit the C sharp, hit the D, and while you hit the D, the index finger is going to lift up. So at this point I can press the D key, but I will shift a bit the hand, making the D key come back a bit and scaling it in order to change the rotation. I really need to find the right angle for this note, and it can go down a bit while this is uncurling and starting to reach for the next key. Let me just turn this hand a bit. I still need to make those fingers a bit lifted to the other side, so maybe I need to again turn maybe the whole hand more. As you can see, I reach the notes, but I'm going to, in this case, also put keys on everything to ensure it is not moving. So this one will be a keyframe, an extreme, this one will be an extreme. I press R again. So with this one now, it's going to be I think, if I'm looking right, I'm tilting my head because the keyboard on Reaper is sideways, and I think in this case it's an E, yes. So I can hit again a new pose. Now I need to turn the hand so the thumb is released a bit, and now the index finger will hit the E, and I can shift everything like that. And I'm starting to release the hand. And starting to grab the last note. Here I don't want to see a shift in motion, so maybe I need to push this in between the keys a bit more. So this is the first one. This is the second one, the sharp. I think I missed one. I have the D. I have I forgot the A. So the A is there. Dun, 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 dun. And the last one is A again. So I think I need to shift all those keys because they are now not on the right note. Let's shift that again. And let's insert a key for everything there, and let's add an extreme. And for the last one, let me fake it in the air. I'm going to reach it with the middle finger, I think. So let's console the motion there, and let's apply the right rotation and rotate the whole end like that. Can release a bit the rotation of the finger there, and I can press I and insert another key for the extreme. And I'm going to grab this keyframe, and I'm going to finish with the first keyframe just to ease into something else. So if you look at the first frame, I think I forgot to add a location, rotation, and scale key. And here, instead of going there, I can make it more toward where it was heading. Okay, let's watch that, and then I'm going to enter in time-lapse mode to polish everything. Okay, so when the hand is coming, I need to shift those keys. So yes, maybe something like this is going to work. Let's try. I think we still need to maybe shift the whole block for the end. So it's and maybe at the end we can stay a bit more on the piano. And maybe with this key we can start to to find the in-between between those two keys. So one thing that you can use actually is what we call the in-betweener. So if you so to find it in between, it's called pause breaker, and it's located, where is it located? I don't remember. It's in pause in between. Okay, so we can grab basically this whole pause in the center, and we can go in pause, and then we can go in between and pause breakdown. It's called, the shortcut is Shift E. So basically it allows us to create a key in between those keys, and actually it will be much better to shift that like that and to start to open the shape. So even this one I can use Shift E to break it down a bit more. No, maybe not this one, but... Or maybe yes, maybe we can try at least. Let me break it, but not 60%, let's break it like 10% or something like this. And this creates a more natural motion, and it's still the same extreme or close to 2B. So let's try again. I think this is starting to look nice. We have some, of course, poses that are not working well, but we're going to work on them in the time lapse. So I'm going to polish everything, and basically it's just adjusting the poses and the keys. So see you then. So I finish one more pass on the animation. I'm going to play it for you and just going to explain some little thing that I've done that you may have missed from the time lapse. As you can see at the beginning, I just added some intro for the ends. I plan to make them pop from the air because we are going to use later on a volumetric shader for the ends, so they look a bit like ghosts. And in order to make them appear, I will make the shader come to fade in with this kind of animation. As you can see, the ends are just pushing forward, and at the end I will have the same thing, but the end will come back, and already at this position they will be fading out with the volumetric shader. So I'm going to play you to play the whole thing, and then I'm going to animate the keys according to the finger placement. So I'm going to guide you with how to do that for the first few keys, and then I'm going to enter in time-lapse mode because it's going to be very repetitive. One other thing that you need to notice too is that I've moved the chest just for the wrists of the hands, and this is going to add this in this pass of this animation. This is going to add a bit more life into the hand gesture. One other thing to note is that I've tried to remove the robotic aspect of some gestures, so the chords are not, when the player is pushing the keys, the hands are not staying still. They are moving a touch back on the y-axis, just like if the piano player was grabbing the keys down. So maybe something like that will add a more organic feeling. And also I've worked a bit more on the shape of those bones, so to make more how can I say, more floating hands. I tried to add a bit to remove a bit the straight lines of the motions of the hands, and I've tried to add a bit of gesture again with arcs in the animation. So I'm going to play it for you. It's not perfect, we have still some work to do, but it's I think a good step forward for the final project. So let me play it for you from the top view. You can see that we still have some issues with some of the timing for this hand and some poses that are not that great. Especially when this finger is going down, in this case. So let me fix that before going with the rest of the keys. So it's approximately there. So apparently this key is not staying where it should. It's probably I need to fix it a bit more. So let's do that with the whole rig selected. As you can see, it's floating, and we don't want that. And in this instance, we should have actually maybe more dispose, in fact. So small bug in the shape. So I'm going to select this hand, copy those keys, or basically I can switch them, because I think it was was more intended to be like that, without the sliding there. That is too much. So let's use the in-betweener by pressing Shift E, and let's move back to the original pose a bit more. Or maybe let's duplicate this pose and shift it back, so like that, so you can see the sliding that I was talking about. So let's fix it for now like that, okay? Or maybe I'm wrong actually. Let me undo. Maybe I'm wrong in terms of the key of the finger placement. Let me check. No, actually I was right. So I'm going to go back the other side. Apparently I've made it too far, sorry. So let's reselect those bones. Let's press Ctrl Shift V, Ctrl V, sorry, to paste. Ctrl V there too. And let's move back the hand back a bit to slide it on the key. So I think like that it's probably looking right. Or at least a bit better. And what I can do now is I can start animating the keys. So let me save that before, and in order to animate the keys, I'm going to first hide the rig and enable the, so I'm going to just hide just the rig inside, and I'm going to animate the different keys. So in this case, I'm going to select the piano rig, going to enter into edit mode. Apparently I cannot select it. Let's right click and select it to make sure it's selected. Apparently I cannot use it, so why am I locked there? Okay, so I just restarted the file, so enabled the file, and now apparently I can work with it. Okay, so you know what, the rig actually is a bit too visible to my opinion, so I'm going to go into viewport display, and I'm going to go with the stick, or just pressing, going back to B-bone but pressing Alt Z, so the rig is not in using the X-ray mode. So I'm going to hide this rig, pressing Ctrl Tab there, and I'm going to create the first few keys with you, and the rest, as I said, I'm going to go with time-lapse. So for the first note that is going to be pressed here, those two, I'm going to select those keys and the thumb too, and I'm going to lower down the keys as much as possible in this case. And as you can see, we will have to adjust some things. And one thing to note is that I'm going to create a full key. So I'm going to press Alt R, Alt G, Alt S around, and I'm going to mark it as something like let's say an extreme. And all the keys are going to be how can I say, marked around with those two keys, so it can go back when the hand is moving up, something like this. So in this case, I'm going to copy again the key, the default key, Now I'm going to move that one down, that one down, and I think this one too. And we will have to go with the contacts later on. So sometimes it can be tricky. It's just because the gizmos are not having a lot of orientation. Something like that. As you can see, for some keys I need to go very deep. Actually for each key for now I'm going to go the deepest way possible. And I'm going to each time place the key surrounding them. Making sure they are correct. And also one thing that I forgot is I really need to key, in this case, maybe everything. So let's do that. It's not really important, but actually in this case it will work better. Let's release the key there. So in this case we have this key and the thumb and the pinky going down. Select everything back. Make sure that you have the keys. So at this point I'm just going in time-lapse mode because the process is exactly the same. You just create one key that represents when the piano key is down, and outside this key on the left and on the right you create the state, you add keys where the state is released. So I'm going to do that for the rest of the song actually. Okay, so let me show you the result of the animations for the keys. So I'm going to go approximately there and show you. As you can see, I've polished a bit the timings between the different keys, making sure that the keys are following the best idea of the fingers, the best timing according to the fingers, and making sure that I can have the best collisions possible with the current animation of the hand. Now what I want to do is I want to switch focus a bit to iterate on the animation for the camera that will be basically showing the scene, displaying the scene, and I want to work a bit on the shaders for the hands, and I'm going to walk you through basically the setup of what will become the final scene. I'm switching there because I think that sometimes it's good to have a fresh vision, to have a fresh mind when you are seeing something progressing on another level, and especially when you're working alone on a scene or on a project, it's always good to iterate on many things at the same time, to take breaks from one job to another one, and it helps you bring the piece together. So you don't want in your animation to have the best modeling ever, but the animation that is like not at the same level, and the opposite is true too. You don't want to have a very good animation but with very poor lighting or very poor shading. So we are going to work a bit more on the shading, especially for the hands after that, but let's first animate the camera and set up a better lighting for our scene. So I'm going to save a new iteration of this file, and I'm going to go into the shading mode and then going to render that in this viewport, and I'm going to select this spotlight. And just before that, actually I want to remove this light to create a more dramatic lighting with this spotlight, and I want to offset a bit the spotlight to create a more visible shadow being casted on the piano. Let's go also in the color of the light, and let's try to emphasize the power to something like 1000, and you can see it already looks much more interesting in terms of lighting. And we are also going to hit a bit the light on the chair. You can see it adds something a bit more interesting, and maybe I can also increase a bit the size, and for now this is going to be okay. Make sure that before doing that you don't have auto key, so I can go back in the workspace for animation and remove the auto key, and now the lighting is, I think, okay. So now we are going to set up the camera for this shot. So we are going to add a camera. So in order to do that, you can start by shooting what you want to see, and you can also press then Shift A and add the camera. So as you can see, the camera was added in the same angle as this viewport, but it's not focusing, it's not at the right location. So what we're going to do is press Ctrl Alt A to put the camera near this location. And we are going in this view by pressing G. We can also use the middle mouse button to go along the Z local axis of this camera, and we're going to dolly back this camera, and we're going to lift it up a bit with GZ. We are also going to change the aspect ratio of this image, something a bit more wide than what we have, and we are going to shift the camera by selecting it again on the x-axis, but not local, but not global, but local, like that. And we are going to set up in the center of the piano. We are going to set up on the keys, especially. We are going approximately in the center. We are going to add a new empty by pressing Shift A, and this is going to be, let's add a single arrow so it's more visible. Let's make it more toward the center like that. And this, I'm going to press F2 and I'm going to call it camera focus. So as its name suggests, it's going to be the focus for the camera. So we can select now the camera, go in the camera, in the constraint here, and we are going to add a track to constraint. Not the track to, actually, we are going to add a dem track constraint with the camera focus option. So maybe in fact the track tool will do a better job because of the angles. Basically the track tool constraint is trying to recreate the different local axes for the camera, so the up and down motion, the up and forward and right directions, and they are trying to always make the forward look to the target. And if you want to know more about that, just look at the cross product operation in math. And if you want to know the backstage of this operation, basically that's what the track to constraint is doing. And you can see that now I can move my camera and it's tracking through the target perfectly if I move the camera. So that's pretty cool. Now what I can do is here I can put a key, a location key, and at the end something when the hands are going to be around there, I'm going to move the camera down a bit to the right, and I'm going to lower it like that. Let's try to add a key like that, and let's watch the result. So maybe I'm starting very high, so I'm going to lower a bit the result, and maybe I'm going to add a key, replace this key like that. And I want to go over the shoulder like that, as you can see. And at the end, here, I also want to, by pressing G and Z twice, I also want to keep focusing like that in order to add the last bit of motion, to slow down the motion. Now I can press Control Tab to go in curve editing mode, sorry. And as you can see, basically those two keys are the keys that are creating the motion, and you can see that they are tapering at the end, but this creates a small bump that I don't want, so I'm going to delete this key. Same thing for that, and approximately there I'm going to select both of those keys, and I'm going to shift the tangent. But for doing that, I will have to press V and free to free the tangent of the curve, and I will push the tangent a bit back, and I will have to do the same thing for that one. So let me in this case select those two tangents, so this one and this one. Let me scale that, and for the end, let me scale that too. So let's watch the result. So you can see that we're starting to go toward the hands. So maybe I want to lift a bit the focus, and maybe I want to recenter it a bit. Something like that will be nice. Let's push it back forward a bit. And maybe back to the left. Something like that will work for me at least. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a floor, sorry. So pressing Shift-C, I can put back the cursor, the 3D cursor in the center of the scene, of the world, and I can press Shift-A to add a plane that will act as the floor. And I'm going to go to the side and making sure that this is touching the ground correctly. This is approximately right there. I'm going to scale this ground. I'm going to press Ctrl 2 or Ctrl 1. Ctrl 2 is going to be better, just to add a subdivision surface. And we have to make sure that this is going much past the actual scene that this camera is seeing. Maybe the aspect ratio was a bit too too wide. So let's in fact let's go back with an HD ratio. No, I'm not a very big fan of the HD ratio actually. So I'm going to lower down this to something like more cinematic aspect ratio like that, and I'm going to try to shift at least to another position, so we have a more so let me take also this curve and let's lower them down. It's the X motion, so this one is the red one, so it's the X, so it's moving the camera to the left, sorry. And I'm liking that better, but except the the last part. As you can see, it's too much focus to the center, so I'm going to again reselect my focus and center it more. Just to find the right balance. Maybe at the end the camera is going too much to the front, so I'm going to scale those two keys. So scaling them will push back the camera a bit. And if I'm pressing F12 just to make a render with EEVEE, this will be the focus. Maybe it's going to be alright. Let me lower down a bit the angle. And let's make sure this is working fine. So I can lower down again the angle there. And with this being selected, I can scale those, I can lift it. So in order to lift it, I'm just going to move, in fact, the camera up along with the target. So let's just select the target and the camera. Let's move everything up. Okay, so let's redo it. Let's move everything up like that. Let's add a key, validate the key for the Z-axis. Let's remove this, those older keys, and let's check the results. It's not real time because of EEVEE, of course. I'm liking this motion a little bit more. I'm also going to try to change, in fact, this curve by a linear curve just to see if this looks better. No, in fact, I'm going to come back with this, and it takes a bit of time to go down. So maybe I'm going to scale on X those keys. It's going to create a much more sped up motion. So let's go back in solid view. Sorry, it's the other way around. And maybe actually I can make the curve go down like that. With one tangent, you can see it starts to go much more fast, and then it's going to, at the end, slow down. So we call that ease out. So I think like that my camera is much better. So let's go with that. Let's reselect the floor, and let's go in the shading part, and we are going to create a floor that will be mainly black, but actually we can make it a very slightly tinted toward the blues, but we need to, as you can see, something like that, but we need to make it very much black like that. And we are going to lower down the roughness for this, but not that much. We just want a tiny bit of reflection on the ground, just a tiny bit. Maybe we can make it a bit more specular, metallic, sorry. Not not a lot, but maybe 50%, like that. So the floor is getting much better, I think. Okay, we're now going to maybe we can tint this a bit more toward the yellows, toward the reds, in fact, something like that. And we are going now to create the shading for the hands. So for the hands, what I want to do is I'm going to use EEVEE to render the final scene and not cycles. If I were to use cycles, actually I could do everything with one volumetric shader, but in this case, because it's EEVEE, the volumetric shader is not going to react good enough for what we have to do, because we want some details in the hands. So what I'm going to do is instead I'm going to mix a volumetric shader and a handmade, no pun intended, shader. So to create this shader, the first thing I will have to do is to UV unwrap the hands in a very easy and crude way. So I'm going to go in the UV editing there. I'm going to select my hand and place my camera approximately from the top. It doesn't matter if it's not perfect, so I'm just going to do this first one. Press U, and I'm going to use project from view. It's going to project basically my hand like that. And I'm going to scale it approximately this size. I'm going to do the other one in the same way. Doesn't matter if it's not the same, it doesn't matter if it's not perfect. We're just going to create basically the UVs because we are going to apply a gradient on those hands. So then when you have them, you can just scale them approximately the same size like that. Again, it doesn't matter if it's not the perfect UV unwrap. Okay. Now what we are going to do is we'll go in the shading for this hand. So let me call that hands. And we are going to call that hands main, because it's the main shader for the hands. So let's call it without capital letters. And what we are going to do is we are going to search for the UV. So we are going to use the texture coordinate node, and I'm just going to show you the result of the UVs. So let me plug the UVs. As you can see, the UVs are creating a gradient for us. So what we have to do is we have to use the separate X, Y, Z coordinates to just separate the Y coordinate for the UVs. And the Y coordinate of the UVs is basically this axis. Okay, so this is the Y of the UVs, and you can see that it's 0 near the bottom, meaning it's black, and it's going up to 1, meaning it's white. Okay, so we have a gradient for the hands. So now what we can do is we can try to apply in the settings of this material there. We can try to apply a blending mode, an alpha blending mode like that, and we are going to put the UVs in the alpha option. This is going to make us this is going to set up full transparency where it's black, and it's going to create 0 transparency, meaning opaque when it's white. But you can see we have an artifact there. It's not working pretty fine. So what we can do is we can remove the back faces. Removing the back faces is just a thing that will help us not compute from the point of view the back faces. As you can see here, from this point of view, we don't see the inside because those are the back faces. But from the camera angle that we will have, it's going to be quite okay, I think. Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to control even more this gradient. So what I'm going to do is, before plugging that to the alpha, let me plug the Y coordinate directly to the material output so we can see the result pretty quickly. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a color ramp material, and I'm going to push the blacks a bit more and push the whites like that. And then having that, what I can do is I can also duplicate this color ramp, and I can now choose the different colors that I want for the black and for the tip. So maybe we're going to go with a blue and blue and turquoise color like that for now. And then what I can do is I can select the color here. I can plug it in the alpha instead of only the Y, and I can plug back this to the color, and I can plug back the rest of my shader, and you can see now I have a color for my hands. What I can do too is maybe plug this to the emission here. So let's do that. And as you can see, with an emission of 1, it's creating starts to create a ghost effect that is pretty cool. And one thing that I want to make sure is that we have a bit more color for, or that it's a bit more solid toward the fingers. So we'll do something like that for now. So what the issue we have is that because of the gradient now, this is not being visible from this point of view. So that's when we are going to add a volumetric shader that will help us. So in order to add a volumetric shader based on those hands, what we'll have to do is we are going to press Shift A in order to add this volume, and we're going to go in the volume section and add an empty volume. So this is going to be called hand volume. And by the way, we can rename the floor, which is the plane, we can rename it floor plane, like that. Okay, so let's select the volume, the hand volume, and let's go in the modifiers. And now in the new version of Blender, you have what we call the mesh to volume option. And I'm just for a minute going to hide the rig and the hand, and I'm going to show you with the hands what it will be. So we are going to link the geometry of the hands that we call hand geo, and you can see that we start to have something, but it's not that visible, at least in EEVEE for now. So the first thing we'll have to do is to crank up the volume, the voxel amount to maybe something like 128 to have much more definition. And what we'll do too is we will remove the exterior band width. In fact, we don't want to have a thickness around the hand. We just want the full volume. So we are going to press 0 there. It's going to remove the thickness, and we should have the full density of the hands. They are still not that much visible, and this is due to the way EEVEE works. In cycles, you will have already something very full, but in the context of EEVEE, what we have to do is we have to go in the settings for EEVEE there, and we have to go in the volumetrics, and we have to lower down the end value. So let's put 5 meter or even more, something like 1 meter for now, or no, 5 was actually all right. It's at which point you are going to stop computing the volume. So imagine you have a box around the scene, around the camera, sorry, that's following the camera. You have a maximum plane and a front plane that will compress the whole scene, that will analyze, sorry for the reminder. So basically you have a whole scene that is compressing that, and the more it's compressed, the more volumetric you will be able to see. Another thing that you can do is go with 2 samples. Be careful because those settings are pretty heavy in terms of computing, so it can cost a lot of performances. And you can also crank up the density to something like 50. And you can see that we start to see something appear there, but it's not enough. So we'll have to go back with more resolution. So in this case, maybe we can crank up also the samples, the amount of volumetric that we are going to sample. We can also go back in the density option and maybe crank up that to 100%. This is working much nicer, and you can see that we start to have a volume that looks pretty interesting. Okay, So now what I want to do is create a new shader for this hand, and this is going to be called hand volume this time. But in fact, what I can do is I can go in the hands main shader, copy everything, pressing A, Ctrl C, and I can go back in the hand volumes this time, and I can paste everything like that. Let's remove the material output and the principal BSDF, and let's just plug those nodes in the color value, and you can see that we don't have, in our case, the same result. So we'll have to find a way to make it work a bit better. So I think that in this case, and I don't know why, the gradient seems to be off in terms of the UVs. So what we can try to do is we can try to go with a mapping node, and we can try to rotate the Y. Not the Y, but sorry. Let me press Alt D to remove this node, but I'm going to drop it there, and I'm going to try to rotate the UVs. But apparently, in this case, it is not working that well. Okay, so let's go with instead the generated UVs, the UVs that were generated for us. So apparently, in this case, the UVs that were generated were already right for the y-axis. So we'll go with that for now. And one thing more that I want to do is maybe I want to increase the density a bit on the shader like that. And we'll work with the colors also once we have the rig back. So let's see everything mixed with the hands. So as you can see, it works quite nice for now, but we have a bit of bending that we don't want. Maybe we can decrease a bit the density like that. And one thing that I want to add is 2 point lights in the hands. So I'm going to go back in solid mode, making the rig making the rig back, sorry. So rig, not the meta rig. And I'm going to select this hand controller in pose mode, and I'm going to press Shift S and cursor to selected to place the cursor right there. And I'm going to add a point light. So let's add this point light. And this point light is going to be attached to this bone. So I'm going to shift click select the point light, shift click the rig, press Ctrl Tab to make it the active one, press Ctrl Tab to go into edit mode, and I'm going to select this bone, and I'm going to press Ctrl P and bone. So now the point light should follow the hand. We're going to call this point light point light or light hand dot this is the right hand dot R, and we're going to duplicate this light in instance, pressing Alt D. So they are sharing the same values, and I'm going to call this one dot L by pressing F2. And then back in object mode, I can select the rig, pressing Ctrl Tab, selecting this bone, again selecting the light, going back to the rig, Ctrl Tab, Ctrl P, and bone. So the issue I have now is that the light was offsetted because I didn't spawn it on the cursor. So let me do that. I'm going to select this bone, press Shift S, cursor to selected, and I'm going to grab the light and pressing Shift S and selection to cursor like that. So we should have now both hands having the light. If the scene is rendering pretty low, you can go here and you can toggle those two icons. The first one will be for the viewport, the visibility of the viewport, and the second one for the render. And you can see that it's going to be much faster without making the hand volume visible. Okay, now we're sure that we have lights that are following, and the cool thing is that they are linked. So when we change something for one light, it's going to change for the other one. So let's make the power something like 5 or maybe a bit less. Something like that will do the job, I think. And let's render one frame to see how everything is going to react. So you can see the result is quite interesting, but that's where we're not quite there for now. We have some work to do too. Maybe I can make this light a bit bluish. Well, let's try with other colors. Now bluish was quite nice, or even purple a bit like that will do the job too. And I'm going to select back the volume of the hands, and I'm going for the wrist. I'm going to maybe make the shader, the gradient a bit more smooth. So to do that, you can also change here the type of blending. So you can see this is much smoother in terms of blending, and this is what I would be using, I think. And the blue here is maybe a bit too much, so let's try to find better color and maybe more less saturated like that. And if you want to again work having a more precise volume, you just have to find the right options there. So 5 was actually pretty good, 5 meters. The number of samples is pretty much okay, but maybe the density is okay. If I increase the voxel amount for the volume, it will take much more time to render, as you will see. But the result will be a bit sharper. But if you want to, you can also in this case add a tiny extra bend outside like that. So the exterior bend basically is creating a shell outside if you want. Let's add a tiny bit, like 0.02. This will create a more magical hand, I think. And this works much better to me. Something like that. Okay, so I'm not very happy with the final hand color there. And I'm going to select then the hands, and I can increase maybe more the emission strength to something like 3 or 4, maybe 4. Let's re-render everything. If you want to spend time in your render, you can, when you're doing your tests, you can also go here and lower down the render by 50%. Let's do a 50% render. It's going to be much faster, and something like that I think will work fine for us. Okay. So as you can see, we have a mix between volumetric and a real object, and this is quite interesting, I think, in terms of setup. Of course, with cycles, you will have. Let me just show you with cycles, as it's a good example. I'm going to go and select cycles there. It's going to take a lot more time, but you can see that the volume is much fuller and with much more, with much less density. So let's go with here the volume, sorry, with something like 10. You can see how you can reach approximately the result that you want by increasing, of course, the light. So here I will have to do like something like 20 or something like that and tweak the shaders, etc. But for now we're going with EEVEE, and this is just to save some time. But of course this would have been much better with cycles. Okay, so what I want is to go to the last frames to see how the hands will react at the end. And what I want is, I want to see the reflections of the hands in the floor. So I'm going to try to lower down a bit this part. And I'm also going to select the floor, making it more metallic, just to see, or less metallic or more. Let me check. Maybe I have to go higher a bit. So if I don't have the reflection that I want, one thing that I can do is for sure I can add the screen space reflection to see a bit more the reflection for the ground. Apparently it's not showing anymore. It's showing, but there it's too much. Too much backward. But we can work with that. And I'm also going to add some bloom effect. You can see that it creates a nice highlight on top of that. But by default it will be pretty intense, so I can reduce it a bit. And I can change the color to a bluish, purplish light. Let's press F12 to create a render to see the result. Looks pretty nice, but actually I don't want it purple, I prefer it blue. Something like that will work, will do the trick, I think. And I really want to find a way to create the hand reflection like that we can see, that I really like in this case. So let me try to move the hands, the points of the hand, maybe backward a bit. Forward, backward. Let me try to find the right location. Maybe I'm way too... I really like this effect and I'm not having it. So let me change the... So maybe we can go much... So first let's press F12 to see from different points of view. So this one is okay. This one is okay, but quite sad not having that. So let's try to crank up the maybe the radius. No. In this case it's too much, of course. Maybe 5 will do a better job. So let's move the camera again and find, it's just a question of time finding the right, yes. So you can see that in this case we start to have the shadows on the ground. So that's exactly what I'm looking for. So for the last frame actually, I want to move up and press I location. And let's here make it the default key. Let's check that in animation if it works fine. So you can see that we have a small ramping up. So I'm going to again reselect those options and remove the hand volume. So yes, I think actually with a slight up motion it's much better. In the final render we'll have with the volumetrics we'll have the result in the reflection. And of course what I want to do is now I want to fade in and fade out the effect according to the animation of the hands. So I'm going to select my shader. So I have two shaders to I have two things to animate, three things actually to animate. The first thing will be the shader here with the for the alpha. So I'm going to add a multiply node, so it's a math node, and I'm going to add a multiply here node. And as you can see, when with one, so let's hide the volume. With one, it's the same thing because I've multiplied by one, but with zero, I have zero thing here. So I'm going to basically animate, in animation, I'm going to render using EEVEE. And here I'm going to temporarily use the shader editor, and I'm going to animate the at key 0. This value, I'm going to place it at 0 by pressing I on top of this. I can animate it. I'm going to press Ctrl Tab to go back in the dop sheet. And here I'm going to put a value of 1. I'm going to animate by pressing I on top of that. And I'm just going to move those keys in the right location. Something like that will do the trick. Okay, so you can see that the hands are going to appear, and we are going to basically simply copy those keys at the end, but reverse them. So this one is going to be full, and as you can see, in between we have lines that are telling Blender us that Blender is like keeping the same key, and at the end here, when the hands are going back, we want to make them like that, to make them fade out. So same thing, we'll have to copy the same idea with the density of the volume. So let's select the volume, the hand volume. In this case, we are going to put 0, press I. Let me make the volume hand back. So you can see that we've keyed the density. When the hands are full, so let's reselect the other one, it's frame 32. Okay, frame 32, the volume, the density will be 100%. Press I, and we can do exactly the same thing that we've done. We can copy this frame, and we can copy this frame too, and we have to match them with the real hands. So let's select the real hands like that, and the keys are 83 and 91. So let's select the volume, 91 and 83 for this one. Okay, and you can see that the volume will fade out like that. Actually, we can make the volume fade out a bit more toward the end to disconnect the fade a bit more. Not that much, in fact. No, in fact, I will stay with that. In fact, I've lost again the reflection on the bottom, but we're going to find how to get it better later. Okay. So now that I have this animated, I also need to do the same thing for the lights. So let's select those lights. Here I'm going to make everything come back in a 3D viewport. I'm going to select those lights, so I can select only one of the two in our case. So I think here it was 32. Let's key that with a 0 and key that by pressing I. Let's move a few frames later, I don't remember actually. 5, I can put a key, and then the last one I remember, it's 83 in this case. and 91. For the last one, and the first two keys, it was 20 and 32. So let's select back those lights. It was 20 and 32. So the hands, because they are instanced, the action for the hands will be instanced too. So this will work. So I'm going to do a quick render so we can analyze what we've done. This is not going to be the final render, it's going to just to be the default render, but before doing that, let's add some options. So we are going to add ambient occlusion. This is going to help us with when the keys are going to be pressed on the keyboard. You can see that it adds more dark informations to the side of the keys because they are really close to each other. We can change the distance to 0.1 actually. Let's check that. Let's check especially in the corners there. So if I'm putting 0.5, it's getting more dark connections. 0.2, something like that. And what we can do too is we can go in the shadows and we can increase the cube size for the shadows, so we'll have better shadows, like 1024 is going to be okay, and use 32-bit shadows to have much more precision in the way shadows are being computed. We can also use high quality normals. Sometimes Blender is playing the sounds. It's actually quite funny. And one thing that we'll try to add, but this is just a try, we are going to add depth of field. So let's select the camera, let's go in the depth of field, let's activate depth of field, and let's focus the camera focus object, and let's play with the f-stop a bit. Not too much, I'm trying to look there how it will work, especially on the outer edge there. You can see it adds a bit of life to the camera, but not too much. I really want just a tiny bit of it. And let's go frame 1 to see the result. Okay, I think it's going to be fine. So I'm going to create a very draft render by pressing here 30 in the percentage. So if I'm rendering one frame, you can see that it's going to be pretty short. But let's render everything. So in order to render the result, usually what I'm doing is I'm creating a temporary folder called test render by pressing twice / I'm going to be putting the output in the same location of the file, and I'm going to call that test render EEVEE. And then after that I can press / and I can call that file 30% test. And then by pressing Ctrl F12, everything is going to render. And because I don't want to make you waste a render like the time of the tutorial, I'm just going to let that happen, and I will edit that to show you the result. Okay, so let's see you right now actually. Okay, so when the rendering is finished, you can press Ctrl F11 actually to watch it using the Blender player. You can see we don't have the sound because I didn't added any encoding for the sound, but here's the result that we have. So overall, I think it looks okay. We are seeing some part here that I really like, some reflections. I'm not very happy with the opening of the hands. I think it happens in a desynchronized way. So we are going to check how to fix that. Basically, I'm scrubbing in the player to see everything, and you can see that the lines are reacting a bit weird. In this case, yes, it's a bit weird. Maybe it's an issue with the size that we've put for the volumetric. Let's check that. In this case, it should be alright. Starts at 20. Maybe it's because the size of the rendering is very low, and also maybe I can just increase again. Let's go and do that. Maybe I can increase. Maybe I'm too far away, so I need to go back with the volumetric and maybe push it at 6 meters. Yes, this was the issue. So you can see that when you're too far away, nothing is going to work fine with the volumetric aspect. And actually, I'm just wondering if adding a thickness, an exterior band is right. Maybe I will remove it in our case, because I think it's much better with hands that are a bit more defined, like that. And again, I still want to try to get a more visible hands on the floor. So from this view I can see that let me try to reach for that. Maybe I can just I think I will try again to lift the keys. So I'm going to select the Z key here, and I'm going to lift it at the end, so we see more reflection on the ground there. And maybe, in fact, maybe less. And you know what I'm going to do is very subtle, but I'm going to enter in the geometry of the hands. And actually what I want to do is I want to try to increase the size of the wrist. So I'm going to select the wrist. I'm going to validate with the x-axis the mirror, and I'm going to go on this axis. So in order to create an axis that goes in the direction of the wrist, I'm going to select one face, and I'm going to go in the transformer orientations here, and I'm going to add a face orientation. And now everything that I will select will go, when I will move it, will go in the direction of the face, of this face. So I'm going to press G and Z, and you can see that I'm going there. And I'm going to scale a bit the wrist. And thanks to the way Blender is working, I will have to do nothing for the scaling. So this has just increased the wrist. Okay, so let's check now with a longer wrist by pressing F12 how this looks. So we should have more reflections in the on the hand. And of course we'll have to push a bit the light back, the lights for the hands. Let's move them back, just removing the this orientation. Yes, you can see that by moving a bit further back the lights in the wrist, we can actually have more reflections, and that's what I was looking at. So this one, this reflection on the ground near the end is really cool. Here, this helps selling a bit more the idea and the ground. Can even push it a bit more. Make sure it's stuck inside, so it works. It works better. Let's save the scene and let's continue adding some more. Okay. Let me check for the last part. Okay, we cannot, of course, go real time with that. But one thing that we'll try to do is to move a bit the lights to create a more dramatic angle there. Let's go back with the initial frame. Let's render the initial frame a bit, just to see the result. Looks pretty nice, I think. Now what I want to do is I want to add a volume on top of that, and we will add some dust particles. So I'm going to create a volume around the scene, including the camera. And for the camera, by the way, here and in the volume especially, I can put, let's say, 0.2 to make the volume closer. You can see that the more close the volume is, the more defined it could be rendered. So we're going to for 1 meters right now. This is squishing again the idea. And this cube, we're going to call it dust volume particles. A long name, but this is going to, using a particle system, we're going to generate some floating dust particles. So to do that, what we need to do is, before, let's move it outside the, I don't want to put it on the in the hands collection. Let me put it outside. And what I want to do is I want to generate a mesh, let's also disable the meta rig. But what I want to do is to generate a mesh that will be instanced by the particle system. So let's go with an icosphere with a subdivision of 1. This is a shape that will be not too dense in terms of polygon, but good enough because it mimics a sphere. We're going to apply the shading, the smooth shading, and then we are going to create a new material, and this material will receive an emission shader. So I removed the principal BSDF and added just an emission shader, and I'm going to call this dust, like that. This is way too big, so let's scale it down, and I'm going to press F2 and call it dust_geo. And then from this box, what I want to do is to add here a new particle system, and this is going to be I'm going to emit every particles from frame 0 to frame 0. So the zeroth frame, if you want, everything is going to be instance. I think we start at 0. Maybe we are starting at 1. Maybe I need to put it at 1. Let me check. No, actually I need to put it at 1 because the first frame is 1. So let's go back like that. Let's put frame start 1 and 1. And the lifetime of the particle, so each dust particle will last for the entire animation. So we can go a bit more than that, just to be a bit broader. So I'm going to go with 522. And you can see that the particles are being generated, but they have gravity and they have an initial velocity, and we don't want that. So the initial velocity of the particle is going to be removed. So I'm going to go with 0 there. And also in the force field settings there, I want to force in the field weights, I want to remove gravity. So particles are going to stay for once there, and they are basically being static. Just let me hide the volume of the hands in the viewport so we have more speed and more performances. And we are going to initiate those particles inside the volume. So in the source here, you can emit the particles from the volume. Each time you emit particles, you'll have to go back to the timeline to see the result. So that's what we're doing there. And what I want to do is now in the render tab, I want to render an object, and this object will be an instance of dust geo, like that. And you can see that we have the small dust particle, and if we create a render with the bloom, you can see that it's going to shine a bit. And maybe it's a bit too much, so we'll see how to control that a bit later. But before doing that, in the scale, the scale is looking alright. Maybe I want to add some randomness, so let's add some randomness like that. Not too much, but just a touch like that. And what I want to do on top of that is to make sure that this volume especially is going around everything, so but not too much. I don't want to compute a lot of things that won't be seen. So let's do that. And what I want to do is also, of course, add a volumetric shader for this. So I don't know why I've hidden the rest. So let me select the volume, the cube, the dust volume particle, and I'm going to add a new shader. And I'm going to call it volume dust volume. And I'm going to remove the principal BSDF, and I'm going to add a volume principal volume shader, plugging it in the volume, and this is going to create a volumetric shader for us. But of course the density is way too high, so like 0.1 is going to be much better, as you can see. And the cool thing is that we'll be able to see the shaft of the spotlight, and this is very cool. So let's change the color for a bluish tint, and let's make it actually white, or like not white, but fully saturated. And let's tweak again the volume aspect. Let's render one frame, but for the rendering, what I want to do is I want to try to go back with 100% for this frame, just to see a fixed final frame. You can see that the dust are very much present, and we don't want that at all. This is not subtle. So let's go back with the actually let's go back with the where is it, the geometry. So let's find for geo, and you can see that the dust geo was actually added in the wrong collection. So we are going to select it, right click select, and we are going to press M and move it to the scene collection. I don't want it to be in the NRig. And maybe in fact I'm going to go back with the principal BSDF just to create just a small test. As you can see, we are still having the emission, the full emission, but I can push back the emission right there, and I can also make it tinted bluish like that. Let's change the emission strength to 0.1, and also let's go with let's try to move the roughness, the specular, if it changes something. The anisotropic effect, it's not working, it's not awesome. But for now it's going to be fine, I guess. One thing that I need to be sure of is that I get a reasonable amount of particles here. And what I want to do too is I want to go with the alpha of those particles. So I'm going to go in the settings for this material in the dust, and I'm going to go with a blending mode alpha blending mode, and I'm going to lower down the transparency of the dusts like that. Then let's go back with the volume that actually contains all the particles, and I'm going to maybe add more particles, like 2000. It's a bit too much, so let's move the volume down. Basically changing the scale of the volume will make more particles, make the particles more clustered together. Let's render one frame again to see how it looks like. It's much better like this. You can see it's more subtle, which is more interesting. It's always better when it's more subtle, actually. But I think we have still a pretty high scale for those particles. So let's go back in the render. Let's change the maximum scale again to something like smaller, like 0.033. It's going to be much more subtle, sorry. And what I'm going to do now is I also want to animate this. So to animate this, I'm going to go with force field. So I'm going to press Shift A, force field, and I'm going to add turbulence. I think, yes, let's add a turbulence like that, and you will see that this is going to be pretty hectic. We don't want that at all. So what I want to do is just simply in the turbulence here, I want to change the strength, but I want to add some flow a bit too. So let's change the strength to 0.09. You can see now everything looks much more subtle, which is really cool. It looks like they're just going down, but maybe with the motion of the camera, it's still too much. So let's lower down this by 2. Still too much. Okay, maybe the flow is too much. 0.5, 0.2 should be very subtle. Let's add a bit of noise. Maybe more noise. You can see the effect is still too much in our case, so let's lower it down. Maybe more noise actually. Okay, the noise is too big now, of course. So let's go back with 1.2, and you just have to in this case to gauge the right settings. So let's add a bit more noise. And one thing that we can do to lower down the effect of the turbulence is that we can select the whole particle system. In the particle system tab, we can go in the force field settings, or more on the field weight, sorry, and then we can lower down all the forces, so it's not affecting too much this. Let's reset everything. still too much. Let's go with the effector again. Where is it? No, I think it's this big one, the turbulence. By the way, we can replace it with a let's put a sphere, and let's go with that. And the noise amount was maybe the issue. So yes, it's much more floaty. I like that more. Okay, let's try to render the scene like that. So again, I'm going to do a render on my own, but I'm not going to do the full render this time. I'm going to render from one frame to another in a much more short range. So let's say that we want to render from this to a few frames later. I'm going to press Control Home, sorry, and then Control End to render this, and then I'm going for 70% render size. That's also in the render settings. For the render, let's crank up the sampling to 128, and let's try rendering this actually. So I'm going to press again Control F12 to render. I'm going to pause the video so you don't see everything, and then we're going to play. I'm just going to show you this extract, this clip. So here's the result of the few rendering frames. I think it's still too fast, so maybe in fact I'm going to again lower down the dust particle effect. I don't want it too much, so this is going to be better. And also I want to rework a bit the lighting. So let's go for the volume, for the turbulence, and let's again lower down maybe 0.02. This is going to be alright. And then I'm going to change a bit the lighting so it's much more, so it looks more dramatic again. So I'm going to go for the animation tab, why not? And I'm going to maybe tilt a bit like that the light, trying to only reach one corner of the light. Maybe it's too important. Let's go with 700, and let's also remove a bit the warm aspect of it. Maybe, you know what, maybe going with a less reddish aspect will counterbalance the warm color of the piano. So maybe something like that. I still want to try to remove a bit the light like that, and maybe I can change the blending a bit more and change the size a bit to control it a bit better. Let's turn it again toward this side. I really want to create a nice shadow on this side. Let's try with different colors. Maybe let's crank up back the pour. And one other thing that I want to do is I want to try for the hands. So let's go back in the shading aspect. Let's click this button to hide everything else. Maybe I want to try to make the hands more bluish toward the end. So let's go for a more bluish color like that. And for the bottom, let's try something like that. I also want to try to control a bit better this aspect of the hand. So I'm going to make them more full toward the tip. And also, I think that the emission is too much. So let me remove the emission. Let's bring back the hand volume to see how it works. And for the emission, let's just pick one bluish color, bluish tint there. And let's move it down to maybe 2. Let's try to make it a bit toward the dark blue like that. I think this looks much better. And also it will emit light probably for the bottom part, so this will help us with the issue that we had, not having some reflection in the ground. And here maybe same thing, I can work with more saturated colors. So let's push the saturation for the volume. I think it looks quite nice like that. And the light is still a bit too much. It's still coming from the top too much, so let's pick it, lower it down, make a more cozy ambience mood, and let's also go in the wall environment, in the shading, sorry, shader editor, walled environment, and let's try to lower down a bit the global environment for that. Something like that. Making the light a bit more parallel with the rest. I don't want the light to hit too much the bottom of the keyboard. Maybe let's go back with more environment light. Let's try to render one frame with this new setting. You can see it looks much more vibrant in terms of the colors, and I'm liking that much more in terms of the ends. If you blur your vision, your eyes, basically you go out of focus. Just analyzing the image, you can see that it gives more it emphasizes more the hands with the lights, the 2-point lights inside. So this is actually looking much better, I think. So this is not the key moment of the animation. Let's go for the first frame. So let's go with frame 1, controls home, and let's go with frame, I don't remember the last frame, but try something like, I think 10. Let's go with 10, control end to finish. So let's go with the first few frames and let's render it. You can see that we are outside the volume for the first one. I don't think this will be an issue for the final result. I'm also pretty sad that we don't see the chair, so probably I will have to again find a better angle for this. So Let's go back in animation because we have the two viewports. Let's select again the soft shadows, and let's try to include the chair in this volume. I know it will be a bit hard. Maybe we can just increase the size a bit more like that. Maybe it's too much for the size, actually. Lower it down. Let's try to again push the background, maybe to something more important. Not that. No, in fact 0.3 was quite fine. Maybe I just need to shift a bit this light. Push it further back. I really like when it hits this, but I don't want to miss the spotlight on the rest. Maybe bring it closer. And lower it down, change the angle. Let me check. Okay. So actually, I'm going to, I think, go back with what I had, with a more intense light and a less dramatic cone. Let's watch back in animation, the render, and actually the angle can be more interesting like that, I think. Everything will come to life with the 2-point lights actually. So when the 2-point lights are bringing light, maybe I can lower down the color temperature. I really like that it eliminates the chair actually. So this is quite working for me. I'm going to try to change a bit the camera angle. So we start more from the side. So let's add a key like that. And for the final key, I'm going to move myself a bit to the right. I'm going to try for the final key to move a bit to the right like that. And I'm going to add another location key. I think we'll have a much nicer camera motion like that. Let's add a bit more dust particles. Actually, they're too subtle. And let's go to the render tab and let's make them a bit bigger while changing the scale randomness. Let's render one frame like that. Maybe it's again too much. It's really hard to decide in a situation like that. So I'm just going to lower down the number of particles maybe I need to change a bit the alpha for the particles, so the dust geo here, I'm going to lower it down to 2.1, so we just have a tiny amount of particles floating around. But again, the issue is that I won't have, I still need the emission to be a bit more present. This is the hardest part of the job, is to finding the right settings. It can take a long time actually. I was at 0.188, I prefer that. It can take a very long time, as I said, but it's when you spend more time polishing the final result that you will gain a much better quality for your render. So the time is worth spending. I'm going to try also to, and this is just to try to add motion blur. And for that I'm going to render a temporary sequence from 0 to 50, pressing Ctrl N like that, just to see how much this will help us in the final result, in final render. I'm going with a 50 resolution, so pressing Ctrl F12 I can do my render. I'm going to pause the rendering just to see how it looks, and this should add actual motion blur to create a more realistic scene. So let's watch that. So I've rendered everything. Press Ctrl F1 just with the motion blur. It's very subtle, very subtle, but I think it adds a bit more life to our scene. So you can see the particles are, I think, are okay. Maybe we are lacking a bit of volume for the overall the big volume. Maybe it's we were a bit too shy with the dust volume there in terms of. Let's go back to the objects in terms of density. Maybe we can go with 0.1 actually. So let's go back and let's check the result like this. Yes, maybe this is better. And also the color is blue. Let's try pushing it toward those color and lower down the saturation a bit more. Maybe 0.8. And also one thing that I want to do is select the light again, and I want to make it more toward this side. Maybe again changing the blending to be more round. But I really want to only touch only this part, you can see, to create a nice round effect only on one side like that. Maybe it can come more from the top again. More like that. Lighting is really important when doing scenes like that. You can see you need to analyze everything, like how the reflection is going there, how the keys are being rendered, etc, etc. And while talking about the keys, I have something to do for the keys. Usually the bottom side of the keys is from a different color, and we want to apply that to our scene, because it's going to help us when the keys are being pressed down to see the separation better of the keys. So we're going to do that. Let's select the bottom part. Let's go in with the material, and we are going to add again a white key material. But this white key material, we're going to press 5 to make it unique. The 5 was there because 5 objects were referencing this material. We want to create a new one, and we're going to call that white key bot for the bottom part, and we're going to assign it. And in the shading tab, we can change this color to be brighter and toward the orange, like that. Usually it's a piece of wood, actually, a raw piece of wood, but in our case it will be alright like that. So let's pick the other keys, press L to select the bottom part, and let's add a new material, but this time it will be the white keyboard. Let's assign this material, and let's do the same thing for that one. Let's add white keyboard and assign. You can see it creates a nice difference, especially when the keys are going to be pressed. So here you can see a bit better the other keys, and this adds some variety. And of course, because it was a linked material, everything was replicated to the other keys. Maybe we can even go with a more desaturated piece, and more toward the yellows. Let me check. Want to find the right value again. Just want to explore the colors and to get it right. So like that, it's not right. I can press Shift B to focus my view toward there. Like that, and also I want a less rough material. So pushing the roughness there will help me create a more wooden aspect for this key. I think that like that it's going to be fine. So let's save this file, and let's so now at this point we are close to the end of the tutorial. Of course, there are things that you can do to increase the to polish the scene even more. Things such as, of course, we also can enable the pedals. So let's animate that quickly before wrapping up the tutorial. Let's move back with the key that was 129 and 520, and for this I'm just going to hide the hand volume, and just before pressing here the keys, I don't remember which pedal is one on a real piano, but I think we are going with this one, so I'm just going to add a key there for this key. By the way, you can select both of those pedals, so remove everything, because this is part of the same rig for the keys, and we don't care about having any keys for the pedals. But just before we listen to the track, we are going to rotate the pedal like that. And we can create a sort of double tap effect. And here, just before, I want to lift, in fact, both of my pedals, I want to lift them up. rotate that. Let's press dot to go to be focused on them. Let's go on the right frame and press I rotation. Let's duplicate all the keys. Let's duplicate this key too. And I think that here we are going to copy the same keys. Something like that. And for those, for the keys that are in the middle there, what we can do is we can, to add some variety, reduce a bit the rotation for some of the keys. Just to make it a bit animated, not that much. Okay, let's watch the result without the gizmos to check if it's working fine. So here we cannot see anything, of course. We are outside of volume. And at the end, here, we can release the pedal. Like that. Okay. By the way, I would like to have this volume inside the camera. I'm just going to extend it a bit in modeling, while modeling. So this was too harsh in terms of animation. Can lower it down. Like that. And maybe, you know what, in fact this is too high for the initial step, so I'm going to lower down the initial step, the maximum step actually, and I'm going to paste it. So this one is going to be alright because it's going to, we didn't animate it at all, so the height is fine. Oh, actually I didn't add it. I forgot to enable auto key, so let me enable auto key. Oh, I forgot to enable the keys till the end. But let's again change the initial location. Let's duplicate only for this one, let's duplicate this key. Like that. This is fine for me. Let's move to the key. Let's duplicate the highest note, the highest R rotation. Let's make it a bit more toward the inside. Like that, I can copy the relevant keys. And for the final, I can duplicate the last note. Like that. So let's watch the results. Without the gizmos. It's very subtle, as you can see. Usually piano players are playing in a very subtle way the different pedals to get just the right sound. So of course I know that the animation of the ends are not perfect, because a pianist wouldn't play with such open ends, I would say. But for the purpose of the visual aspect, I think it's much better. We are putting an emphasis. We are, how can I say? We are exaggerating the motion, the animation, so it works better in terms of visual. Of course, the animation can be much more polished than that, but I think that we have too much tutorial time for this one. This is something that you can go forever with it. You have to at some point say it's finished, and I think in our case I'm going to render the final EEVEE sequence. Some things that you can do to enhance the shot is to add some music sheets. Maybe you can add here in the front something to have the sheet being held. You can maybe, even if you have some time, you can model more of the character. Maybe add some more details in the volumetric. You can also create a cycle render, and in our case I won't polish the collisions with the hands and the notes, because from the point of view that we have and the type of materials that it is, it's going to be not visible at all. But of course, if you had to shot it from another side, like let's say from this point of view, of course I will highly recommend you to first do a render cycles to not see, in order to not see the pixelated aspect there. But also I will highly recommend you to polish the animation and the contacts with the keys. But in our case, because we are far away, it's okay for, at least for the tutorial. I will probably redo it for my own mental sake, for my own mental health, sorry. So but for this tutorial I think it's enough. So I'm going to render everything, we are going to watch the result, and then I'm going to conclude this tutorial. Okay, just before rendering the scene, I just realized that I didn't show you how to set up the render output, so that's what we are going to do. So we have here the render resolution. I'm going to render for 80% of the resolution, because I don't want to spend too much time rendering for this tutorial. Make sure you have the frame start and end to the range of the shot. And then here again I've set up the folder where I'm gonna output the frames. And yes, we are going to output frames and not MP4. Why that? Just because in case we have some render issues, we have some crashes, maybe your computer is restarting or something like this, you will save some render time, because you will already have some frames being rendered, and you can just change the start frame to finish the end of the frames. So in my case I went for RGB, and I'm going to change the color depth to 8. It's okay, you can choose much better formats. So usually I'm rendering with OpenEXR and multi-layer, and I'm outputting different passes to make compositing a bit easier for me. But in this case, just because again it's a tutorial and I don't want to make it too long, I'm just going to show you just the bare minimum, how to compose your image sequence, and then how to edit the sound, and add just a tiny bit of compositing, but not that much. So you press Ctrl F12, it will render the full sequence, and then your frames are going to be available in the folder that you specified there. So / again, it's for the relative path from your blend file. Okay. So all my frames have been rendered, as you can see. they are there in my folder, but what you can do is you cannot play them easily like that in the Windows Explorer. But one thing that you can do is you can use Blender with the internal player. You can press Ctrl F11, or you can go in the render there and click on View Animation. And here's the, let me come back to the beginning and let's press space. You can see the final render. Because of the number of samples that we've added, the volume is flickering a bit. It's normal when using EEVEE. This is something that you should like notice, basically, that you should take care of. You need to render with more samples. But overall, I'm pretty happy with the results. Sorry. I think that we can understand what is going on. There is one thing that is not really nice. A particle is going in front of it, of the hand, and it's creating a bouquet like effect, but that is very flickering. So in that case, I think it's just bad luck. Yes, in that case, you can just find another seed for your particles, and maybe you can have more luck and trying to have the sparkles not in front, and that's why we are using compositing. Usually you can render a different pass and you can render it. But overall, I'm pretty happy with the end sequence. As you can see, something that I've done just before rendering the sequence and that I didn't mention is that I'm going to select the hands geometry. So hands like that, you can select actually the shader, and I've changed the shadow mode for alpha hashed. In fact, if you're looking at the end, we don't see any shadows here, but when we are having some contact, we have some very tiny shadows that are there. If we use the none settings, you can see that here it's less dark. Let's add alpha hashed again, you can see the shadows. And also, I didn't want for opaque shadows, even though it's giving much better result, because at the end, you can see that the shadows with the EEVEE are not going out with the alpha. So this is something that I think should be implemented in EEVEE in some way or another. Maybe we should have the control of the shadows, but it's not the case, and with cycles you wouldn't have the issue. So let's go back with alpha hashed, as it's the best result for me in this situation. And now we are going to composite everything in another file. So save the file first. Usually I'm creating a new file, but I'm making sure that I'm keeping those information. So we're going for 9030 pixel. Let's create a new, and now we are going to create a new VFX file. This is going to set up a composite tab for us, which is pretty cool. And we are going here to use the nodes, and before that, make sure that the settings are the same. So we are going to here use 9080 pixel. We are making a render to composite like that, and we're going to call that final 02 composite thing like that. We are going to remove the compression for this part because it's going to be much faster to render, and we can remove, in this case, the compression. We can also go back with RGB. And then we are going to import our sequence in the compositing panel. So for doing that, I'm just going to press to import, sorry, my clip in the compositing, but in fact I need an image sequence, so let's import an image instead. And I'm going to copy the location of my files. Let's put it like that, and I'm going to select all here my frames in that folder, pressing open image, and you can see that you have the whole sequence that is now there. So now what I can do with that is I can first press Ctrl and left click to show the viewer, and you can also press Alt V and V to zoom in and out. So I'm going to do that. Let's move the compositing part on the side. And now what I want to do is, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to expand, scale this image to 100%. So adding a scale node here just in case. Oh, I thought it was going to make them larger because the render size was not the same, but actually without it and with it, it's not changing anything. So I guess I can remove the node. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a color balance node on top of it, and I will push a bit the blue, push a bit the yellow for the lower tone, and push the high tones to a warm color. And then of course I'm going to lower down everything like that. If you press M on any node, you can see what it adds. And in this case, maybe I'm going to push. You can see how subtle it is in this case. Maybe let's push it even more. In this case, I want very bluish shadows. Like that. And of course, you will have to progress in your shot to see if it works better. In this case, I actually prefer the shot like that. And the last thing that you can add is a vignette effect. So you add an ellipse mask, and you're going to multiply this on top of the rest. So you use a math node. You just or a mix RGB, it's going to be better. Mix node, sorry. We are going to put the factor as the ellipse, like that. And we are going to invert this ellipse. So let's add an invert node. And we are going to find the right, so the location is okay like that, but we are going to find the right amount of the vignette. Something like that. Of course, we're going to blur it. So let's add a blur node. You can go with 200, maybe more, 400, or 200, it's still fine. And then I'm going to push that with a bit more, that height, even more. And just for the corners, I want my vignette like that. And then I'm going to make it dark, and I'm going to make it multiply on top. So you can see it's very subtle for the corners. If I'm muting the nodes, basically, you can see it appear and disappear. Maybe it's too subtle. So I can lower the width a bit and lower the height a bit too, like that. And this color, basically, because it's in multiply, white means the effect is very subtle, is non-existent, sorry, and you can control basically the amount of the vignette that you're putting like that. So this will be the final image. Let's look at the result like that. Actually, I think it's still too much, so let's tone it down a bit more. Let's press M to view the scene without it. I don't like the effect that it is giving on this corner. Maybe I can blur it even more. So let's go with 300. And let's lower it a bit more. It's just something like this. It's very subtle, but it's going to help a bit. And of course, I want to go with the last frame that was 520. So like that, it's looking fine. Sometimes people are using, some people are using a filter node on top of that, just to remove a bit the sharpness of the image. You can see that. Let me zoom a lot. You can see that the image is very sharp. If we push the sharpness, it's smooth. So we can add just a tiny amount of that, not a lot, because you will actually remove some details and the grain of the image, and you don't want that. Actually 0.1 will be fine for us. And now what I want to do is I want to go in the video sequence editor, adding a new video editing rendering. Not rendering tab, sorry, so delete this workspace and let's select the video editing. And here what I want to do is I want to add the sound for my scene. And in fact, just before rendering in the other file, so let me just save this one, composite. I just added some sound that was matching with everything. I don't think I can copy it just like that, press Ctrl C and put it and push it in the other file, but I think worth the try. Oh, I can. This is just wonderful. So let me let me copy it from the other one in the video editing, and let's add 0. I'm going to press K to cut this track and cut it like that, and I'm going to select everything. Let's save this file, and basically I've added other sounds that I've made in Reaper to make it more enjoyable. I'm pasting the sound. You can see I've added some sound here. The volume was not, though the curve, the animation for the volume was not there, so I'm going to reanimate this track. So at the beginning the volume will be 0, keyed at 0. Then I'm going to open it at 1 or 0.80, 0.85 I think, or something like that, and then for the end here 0.85, and then make it down to 0 and add a key by pressing I on top of the channel. So you can see that the sound was, the idea of the sound was to create a note behind, always constantly playing, to add a sort of atmospheric effect. Okay, so this will be rendered on top of the composited image, but make sure that here, apparently we don't see anymore the viewer. This is quite weird actually, but anyway, let's move with the compositing aspect like that, and let's try to press F12 to see if we have some images. Okay, we have no image, meaning that we have an issue. Maybe the image sequence was not being imported correctly. Let's reopen it. This is actually quite weird. Okay, so I just deleted this node and re-imported it, and apparently it worked. But I'm still a bit confused why it was not outputting. Anyway, we have the sound there. We cannot play with the compositing, it's not real time, but for what I know, this is like this is planned. This is in the pipeline to create a more real-time compositor. So this is quite cool. One thing that you can do too in the compositing is that maybe you can add another multiply node and multiply the image with itself, but instead of multiply you can use the overlay. This is a trick that is pretty much used a lot, but you need to add some damping to that. But this creates a more vivid image. You can see that without it, with it, it pushes a bit the value. Maybe it's too much. Let's go with 0.05. It's very subtle, but it adds a bit to the final result. You'll feel free to ignore that if you don't want. By the way, you can remove a node by pressing Ctrl X, still maintaining the relationship of the node. Okay, so now we are ready to render the whole thing, but this time we want to render in FFmpeg. Encoding will be MP4. We want the best quality, so let's take lossless. The audio codec will be ACC because we want to render the sound, and in our case I think it's going to be ACC. ACC is going to be alright, I think, and then I think that we're pretty much good to go. Make sure that the frame rate is the same. Let's render a final frame, just one frame to make sure it's okay. You can see that the scaling was not okay. That is what I was thinking. So let's here add a scaling node to the render size. Okay, let's try rendering the final frame. It looks fine, I think. So let's try to render the whole thing by pressing Ctrl F12. So this is going to take less time than rendering the full EEVEE process, but it's still going to take some time to make the video, to create the audio, to add the full compositing, etc. So just grab a cup of tea and we're coming back to this render in a few minutes once it's finished. So, but for you, of course, it's going to be real time. So everything was rendered. Let's watch that in order to conclude this tutorial. So this is it. You can see a lot of things in this short video. My goal was to explain to you many things actually in quite a long tutorial. I know it's pretty long, but I hope you enjoyed it. I'm just going to say a few words about what I could have done better and some things that you can do in order to improve the whole scene. So the first thing that I could have done better in the animation phase was to first animate actually the keys of the piano, not the hands, because it could have been easier in order to start getting the feel for the music and the timing. So the next time I will animate a shot like that, I will actually animate the instrument first, and after I will animate the hands. Of course, if it would have been a real and complete production, I would have created some scripts to animate the keys automatically for me, and maybe even the hands actually to place the first few keys, even though I think it will be a bit tricky and we will have to do a lot of correction. But anyway, this is one thing that I could have done. You could also again change the seed of the particle system to avoid this tiny flickering in front of the hand when a particle or dust particle is going in front. So this is something that can be fixed quite easily. One other thing that you can do is you can animate the chair. So just to give you some insights, you can use what we call a wrap modifier with the cushion part of the chair, and you can animate it to simulate the effect of the body moving on top of this chair. This could have been something interesting. You could also, of course, add music sheets on top of the piano and some support here in order to keep some shit in front of the player. Yes, we could have done a lot actually of things with this idea, but again, this was for me just an improvised tutorial. I just wanted to show you the process of making a scene like that in EEVEE. Of course, if you have some render time to spend, you can adjust the scene for cycles. You will have much better results for sure. You will have global illumination. You will have much better volumetric effect, but you will have to spend something like 1 to 2 minutes per frame. I actually tested that on my computer, and I have a good computer. I have a 180 for the graphics card, which starts to get a bit old, I know, but I have a good CPU too. It took me something like 24 seconds to 30 seconds to have a pretty decent result in 70% of the final render. And in EEVEE I rendered the whole thing in maybe 15 to 20 minutes with this technique. But of course we have a very bad setup for the hands because they are not full volumetric, and I wanted to have them full volumetric at the beginning, but the volume to mesh modifier is not ready for such thin geometry. It's perfect for rendering smoke and clouds and things like this because it's a bit, how can I say, random, and it has a lot of entropy. But in our case, for a very precise object, it's not the best thing ever. What also I can say is that take breaks when you're doing such projects. With a fresh eye, you will have much more ideas on how to solve problems, and you will also keep the motivation. It's hard to, when you're doing personal projects, to stay motivated, so try to focus your attention to the whole piece and not spend too much time on one step in the process. That's why I decided not to polish that much the animation, even though I could have done a much better work with less pressure of making a tutorial, actually, to be honest with you. But anyway, that's my postmortem for this project. I hope you liked it. Don't hesitate to share it with your friends if you think they could like it. Don't hesitate to subscribe to this channel if it's not already the case. Don't hesitate to watch other tutorials. I've made some pretty long ones to animate characters, to sculpt the anatomy, to create base mesh and things like this. And congratulations to have reached the end of this tutorial, because it's a pretty long one and it's pretty demanding in terms of personal investment, I know. So I wish you the best thing with your projects, and I hope you learned something, and that you now are motivated to do other scenes, and I can't wait to see them. See you, and thank you.